personality here. I think that we've been enjoying it a lot. It's definitely something that Prx can always count on, but I feel like I want to see him more in the tournaments.
I mean, something, made a joke tweet saying, like, I'm looking for a new team because clearly I'm not needed anymore, But, and obviously we do hope that we're going to be able to see him in over champions because Prx doing this well without even being in their full form, that's already terrifying. But I think maybe they could actually try to experiment a little bit more with perhaps having CTRS come through. A couple teams have been able to get a decent grasp on how to run a six-man roster in that regard. Maybe they feel that that is going to be something that's necessary, especially when they do come down to maps like Bind, Lotus, etc., where they feel like the Gecko is going to be a little bit more viable. So that could very well be in the future.
I mean, if he can play Reyna, it's over for everyone. It's just immediately over. But I want to quickly get your predictions on what you think is going to happen. I have a feeling about you two, so I'm going to start with Kukuka.
I am a big fan of EG. I think that the way that they have performed in this tournament right from the beginning, they were a massive surprise from a team that barely even made it to playoffs. The fact that they got here, that they had the group stage that they did, all the pistols plus the bonus, all the crazy things that we have seen from them on the server, teaching us a new way of seeing Valorant. I'm 100% with them.
Are any of us not paper pals today? Anyone?
I'm really on the edge.
Of what?
Glory.
Of deciding between the two, right? It's so hard because EG has been so good to me. I love the way that they prep. I love the way that they react to things. Their protocols are really, really good. The way they react to their opponents, like ultimates, what they have set up has been stellar this entire event so far. My concern for EG then lies into that because Prx will break your protocols apart, throw them in the trash, just set it on fire. It's because you don't know how to react to what they're going to do because they don't know what they're doing half the time. So I think I'm going to give Prx a very, very slight edge here today.
Okay, and Seth?
I'm going full shill. Prx the whole way, baby. And in the dumpster, nearest airport, etc., etc.
They're so lucky that you're both on the desk today.
Let's send them home.
I'm so glad.
No, I mean, obviously, this is going to be a close bout. I wouldn't be surprised that this ends up going all the way to 5 if it does come down to it. It's really going to come down to the form and which team can make those adjustments. Because as we talk about Prx and they don't know what they're doing, I think EG, they have a very good idea what they're doing, but they're also fantastic at pivoting and reacting. Calm, especially get the info that he's able to gain when he's playing on that Sova. That could be instrumental for them. But I'm going to go still with my paper voice.
I'm going to say that we have to see 5 maps. We are owed the 5 maps, and I think after the best of 5 experience, that's where I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards Prx, but I would not be upset if either teams win. I am all for it. Valorant, for me, is the winner today, but coaches Alex and Potter are standing by for the maps, picks, and bans, and we are ready to get this started. It is Evil Genius versus Prx, and the winner will face off against Fnatic in the Grand Finals tomorrow. The Valorant Masters Tokyo Lower Final starts right now.
残るチームは3つ。1400万人が行き交う都市、その人混みの中で一人の男が新たな自分を見つける。CGRS 期待の星の不在が彼の独創性の土台を築いた。注目の中で今、自らがカオスという名のタペストリーを織りなす糸だと知る。
We came to this tournament with a stand-in. Who would expect that we gonna reach top 3, right? During the Soap and Cigars 1v1 clutch, we was like, oh, we might gonna win.
Prx 5つの心が一つとなり、未知なる世界へ喜びと共にかけていく。
ไม่อยากให้มันเป็นแค่ความฝัน
しかし、彼らが直面するのは誰とも異なる相手だ。
Valorant, people have looked down on me. I don't filter into that negativity.
イービルジーニアス、王者たちにもひるまぬアウトサイダーは自らの運命を切り開き続ける。
We lost 1-2, and it was super close. You know, mistakes are definitely crucial. You don't get better without making mistakes. So it's what you do with the mistakes that help you improve. If you shove the mistakes under the rug, then you're not going to improve. So there's definitely a fine balance, and I think we've definitely found it.
喜び、破壊、過小評価、番狂わせ。だが根底にあるのは高みへの意志。
This is my opportunity to show what have I got, and I'm gonna do like everything I can. We're gonna make it.
すべてはこの瞬間のために。
All right, let's go ahead and jump in. Congrats to both of you for making it here, first of all. So EG, you come from upper bracket, so you will be higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B? Team A. So PRX, you will be Team B. And EG, we'll start with your first ban. Ban Bind. Your ban? Haven. Map number 1. Okay. Side on Fracture. Attack. And then map number 2. Lotus. Side on Lotus. Defense. Map number 3. Split. Side on Split. Okay, and then map number 4, you have Ascent and Pearl. Pearl. Side on Pearl. Defense. That would make map number 5 Decider Ascent. PRX. Side on Ascent. Defense. Okay, I'm going to run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. So with bans, we have EG with Bind, PaperX with Haven. Map number 1 is Fracture with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 3 is Split with PaperX on attack. Map number 4 is Pearl with EG on defense. Map number 5 Decider is Ascent with PRX on defense. That's good. All right, good luck to you both. Prx.
It's the two teams that have already done the impossible. They have defied every expectation, and one of them will have the chance to take it one step further and make a grand finals here in Tokyo.
I mean, it's just incredible. Both of these teams should be so proud of where they're at right now to overcome all the adversity that they have to get here, whether it be being doubted all throughout the year for EG or whether it be PaperX having to practice 10 days with the sub to get in. This is just an exciting match for both of these teams. It's going to be hard to let one of them go, but they should be giving it all there today.
both of these teams are the main characters of the stories that we love the most in Valorant. Those underdogs, the teams that we do not expect. But let's talk a little bit about that map select that we had a couple of minutes ago. Fracture is going to be the first map. I think that both of the bans is what we expected from both of the teams coming in here with a permaban. Now that Fracture has been so strong for the side of EG, playing with that Sova and showing us that the combos and the micros that they can have on a map like that one. On the other side, Forsaken with Neon, is it going to be enough to stop them?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, Fracture, we knew that once that's like left open in the pool, that's going to be the absolute selection from the side of EG without a doubt in our minds. But Prx have had a ton of time to look at it and see how they like to pilot that map and maybe try to start to pick things apart where other teams have failed in the past. We'll have to just wait and see. Is it going to be that? Is it going to be the Neon coming through here from Forsaken? Or do they decide to change it up a little bit more? You know, run with something different? It's hard to say. Does unlock a little bit more now that we have seen CJRS playing on things like the Killjoy and whatnot, so perhaps they can just kind of bounce things around just very slightly, make some tweaks to their setup for that map. We'll have to just wait until we get to the agent select.
I mean, this is the thing. It is a best of 5, but Clint, if you are Alex and the crew over there at Prx, you know that Fracture is coming, and you know it's probably going to come as the first map. So they have to be well prepared for this. And as we go into the Prime Gaming agent select, let's see if we do get some changes or something new, but I don't anticipate it from EG.
No, I feel, yeah. I think with this comp, yeah, it looks like kind of the normal here, right? Nobody seems to be doing anything out of the ordinary, but I think for me, if I'm Prx, I'm coming out here and I'm punching evil geniuses in the mouth. I just want to come out swinging. They're on attack, just W key. I mean, just W key like you've never W keyed before. I mean, and just come at these guys full throttle, you know, get Forsaken fired up, get him running, and then just start just confusing the heck out of them.
Yeah, and I know Kakuka, I need them to be able to deal with the ulti economy that EG have been running. Someone has to stop Com at some point.
Yeah, good luck with that one, especially also the pistols and the bonuses, the rounds that we were talking about. Also, Prx decides to start on the attack. They have the double duelist, and I think that they need a very strong one, so let's see if they can pull it.
Well, this is an absolute huge best of 5 we're going to be bringing to you guys. It is a marathon, not a sprint, and it's time to send over to your casters. It is our snack connoisseurs, Bren and Sideshow.
Snack connoisseurs. Also, Josh, you're looking kind of like a snack as well today as we get started with our lower bracket finals in the Makahari Messe as well as our arena. It's going to be this, you know, crowning event for the next 2 days as we see the lower bracket finals and the finals play out. But first, it's EG versus Prx. Josh, what a match.
And what a spectacle. What a place in which to see two of the most unlikely runs in Valorant history collide together. Each one of these runs through a tournament would have been spectacular had they been separated by a year or more. We would still be talking about EG's run and Prx's run with itself. But to have them in the same tournament and have them colliding here in the lower bracket final is phenomenal.
You're spoiled for choice with the storyline.
You're
so spoiled for choice, man. I mean, some people say, you know, EG, there's some element of luck with them even managing to make it here in the first place. But one of my favorite quotes is, luck is just opportunity meeting preparation. And you cannot say that EG haven't been prepared for every single task and obstacle in their face. They have paved the way all the way here to that minimum top 3.
And think about the gauntlet of teams that Evil Geniuses have run. They've gone through DRX, Loud, the #1 seed from Americas, Liquid, the #1 seed from EMEA. They almost took down Fnatic as well, really making that super team bleed. And Prx, they're back at it with a vengeance. The silliness, the whimsy, everything coming out of this team looking like they're in prime form, despite the fact that most people were expecting them to come into this tournament as a bit of a wounded animal.
Absolutely.
The Beast has still got more to give.
With a sub playing for them as well. I mean, CJRS has been stepping up into that role. It's been very, you know, plug and play with this Prx team. And you have two teams, you know, as we're facing off between them. They have very contrasting styles in a way as well, with the way that, you know, you can take a look at the style of gameplay, the pretty, perfect Valorant that, you know, EG like to play. It's very, very nice and proper versus, you know, the brute force go fast, give the analysts an aneurysm Valorant. That's what Prx like to employ.
Yeah, well, I think they'll also be trying to tear EG's game plan into chaos too. But this is a great map to get a sense of that kind of stuff. Prx like playing hyper-aggressive with the double duelist. You were hearing the desk, Paperthin talking about how he just wants this Prx team to run it down. Old-fashioned W gaming, get in their face. And I think that this is going to be a great litmus test early on in the series to see how well that works. Of course it's EG's map pick. Of course it's the map where they've looked incredible, dominant here. And yet, I feel like Prx have got a style that potentially could match up well. For me, I'll be putting a main focus onto these pistols, bonus rounds, ult economy, that kind of stuff here on Fracture. It's going to matter for the entirety of the series. But right here, we're going to get our first glimpse at EG's best as to whether they can make that a big win condition for them.
And it was knocked down a tad, you know, in terms of the statistics they were piling up. Pistol rounds, bonus round conversion for EG in that matchup against Fnatic. You know, both teams really just taking chunks out of each other. They're as close as it really could have gotten towards the final moments of that one. But here we stand in the lower bracket finals here. Let's get into it. Map number 1, Fracture on the cards. Prx versus EG. I am excited. Let's see the clash in styles. It's going to be fast from Prx, you already know it. It's built into them. Let's see how this one will begin. Steady jaunt into halls.
And actually contacting, trying not to give anything away. Messing with expectations early.
Not giving anything away with Util, but as the door opens wide, so does the opportunity to claim a few kills. It's traded and equalized. Just the 1-for-1. Damage done to Divide. But the smokes are dropped down, and that's going to be impetus now to go into the side. A flash repeat and a refight from them. EG, they choose their timings, and they choose them well. Even a Boostio following up. Com with the anchor in position. That's a pistol round win for EG.
A major strength of theirs, and you get to see exactly why. The defensive utility thrown sets up EG for such immaculate kills there, especially that flash recon combo they like to throw over towards Sam. Take a look at that in the replay. The flash just sets up Boostio perfectly there, and the recon dart lights up anybody who wouldn't have got caught by the initial wave. Great combo, bread and butter for EG. They get started out nicely. And Brent, yeah, you were talking about the fact that this hasn't actually been working as well for them recently. Well, they were at 90% pistol win rate in the game before they went up against Liquid. Since then, they were only able to go 4 and 6 in pistol rounds with 1 bonus conversion. So that strength of theirs has disappeared, and yet they were still able to beat Liquid and almost able to get a crazy OT and possibly even a win against Fnatic. So to me, the pistol bonus round momentum is what turns EG from being a great team into an unstoppable one at this tournament. It hasn't been the only thing they're relying on.
Absolutely not. Seen plenty of things that are looking nice for them. This is a bit of damage being put into the round here with a share of shots fired and sailing right through. Maybe even a plant online as well to get some extra money going. Device still alive and kicking. Repositions over towards Canteen, but it's just going to be up to him. Picking up the Bulldog. Can really make this quite pricey. Ethan will finish him off though. 2 players surviving for EG.
And Boostio didn't buy into that. He's always going to have, a Ghost or some other kind of pistol. So they're still going to have a little bit of weaponry. Nobody, though, massively built up towards an ultimate. You didn't see one player on EG just go crazy in rounds 1 and 2. I suppose Boostio would be the closest, 2 away from his lockdown. Not sure that you can really craft an aggressive defensive game plan around that, though. So one of the large strengths from EG, the way that they use this ult economy to be able to snowball things forward, might get postponed a little bit towards round 4. These are the rounds that Prx have to win.
Yeah, these are the ones you want to take away. But Fracture, we know it now to be pretty much the strongest map in terms of the arsenal of EG, of what they've got under their belt. They have a slow beginning, pretty split out. See Jing and Forsaken contacting into the north side here. Fight to be taken into halls. Dart over the top, and ZG trying to take the timing off of it. Fully lit up.
I mean, look how good that is. The shock dart to stop a contact play, then flash recon again.
They're trying to pincer it straight through halls again. Round the back. That's Com. He's dealt with. Taken care of. Still taking point with the rifle. Lovely movement to reset. Boombot assisting Forsaken. He's still alive. Eventually bringing him down with the help of his compatriot Jing. Comboing together here. The rifles carrying him through the brunt of this round.
Boostio and Demon 1, not with
What is what?
Layla standing, it's just Demon 1 with the Sheriff now. He's pulled off some insane stuff before. You can see the respect being showcased, but the door opens wide.
A little close, but all good. Yeah. So now we get to see serious clash. Prx building up close to ults that they can use. There are so many ult hubs around the map on Fracture, and I feel like that's one of the reasons why EG have found a lot of success here on their attack side. They can craft it around being 1 away from ult as well as having some online. But you take a look at Prx, You know, they could easily get an orbital strike, possibly a lockdown or a showstopper online, and build a strategy around that, unless they just want to go for Egg. And the game plan normally for Prx is Egg post plan.
The beginning of these rounds has been starting out quite contacty, but okay, there's a clash. Skirmish, Utils exchange, and what a time to take a fight. Jorgamo rips ahead of Forsaken straight off with the help, but again, that supplementary util, and space is being granted again to them. Oh, what a strike, it collapses, but no damage, not enough
So
to claim
close,
the kills.
so close though, to absolute perfection from Prx. That was a ton of good utility pressure that they applied. Meanwhile, Boostio with an operator. Wasn't really the story of this round, going over and playing B, but now he's got a retake with quite an unwieldy weapon.
Unless somebody gives him a kill as well. CGRS wants to take the fight to him. Look at that, in the spawn, Aftershock. Drop down to cover the flank, just in case the players do push him from that area. Team 1's still there, Dart. Clearing it close, Ethan low enough though, that they still want to play for this.
Nice.
Alright, actually takes him out. Wasn't anticipating it. Good reactions. Flick upwards there, landing onto Kong. Even just a team, he'd love to grab this operator to save into the next. That's what he's trying to do. He's guarding it. Finds a kill. Will he be hunted? Not quite. Still able to claim that weapon into the next.
And that's got to be one of the most important rounds that Prx can get under their belt, completely halting EG's momentum. That was where EG invested heavily, right? They have the operator on the B side of the map. They're trying to use aggressive trap play takes over towards Dish, putting large amounts of pressure down, and Prx stop it before it can happen. Partly thanks to this guy and that aggressive push, he manages to collect 2 from that position.
Yeah.
You would not believe that CGRS had very little Valorant competitive experience coming into this tournament. He just looks like he's taken to it, like a duck in water.
Absolutely. He hasn't been putting up the highest numbers in the world, but honestly, he's been performing on the big stage, and that's what counts.
And the big moments.
Yeah.
These clutch scenarios, the important key kill in a round.
Hasn't let the pressure get to him.
No, if anything, he's played very freely under the pressure, realizing that even if he makes a mistake, that's expected of him.
I think that's one of the most dangerous aspects of this Prx squad is the fact that they are playing with pretty minimal expectations. You know, they don't have their full strength roster. They're not going to be able to get something into Japan to play, no matter how well they do at this point. You know, there's only one more game yet to be played. If they do win this, here's an attempt to try and flood back in. Showstopper, massive value. 2 kills off the rip. Pick up some rifles, pick up some guns, upgrades. All around, Boostio hitting his shot. Ults exchange, but it's just down to Divine. Where is he? Backside of Halls. He's going to try and stop this defuse. This was a bit of a half by here. First kill found, but shut down by Jorgamo. He grabs 4 in the midst of it.
You say a bit of a half by, there was only the operator saved into that round. The rest of the players had frenzies. Muck, bits of pocket lint, as Fancy would like to say. EG had no right to that round. And yet by virtue of their ultimates and an excellent understanding of what Prx were doing, they found a timing as they were transitioning back into post-plant setups where Jorgamon knew that he could find 1, possibly 2. And it just works out as best as you could hope for. So we get
to turn the tide, eh?
We get another big ult clash in this round, and another aggressive fight from Jorgamo and Ethan.
Yeah. All eyes on Boostio with the operator here. There's going to be a stun to set up the angle. And here we go, flash onto it. Jorgamo right here. Finding value immediately. King opened himself a little bit too wide as the squeeze onto the south side. You just don't expect it to push for the operator.
It's such a good idea against Defy's lockdown, which is an obvious potential way that Prx were going to try and get into the B site, contest them early, squeeze the person that's watching over towards the A side of the map.
Do choose to still commit the lockdown here at work.
Jorgamo's going to deliberately get detained.
Oh, no way. And he's going to be calling it out. Pre-fired onto the corner. Forsaken's wondering how the hell did they know I was creeping up onto it?
Unreal.
And Jorgamo does not get cleared, still alive. In the fight, once more, left up to Divide. Scrambling, racing around. Yeah, the plant is down, but he'd have to pull off something unruly. First one is going to be gained. There's a fight taken towards him, but sticking halfway, all the way. But Ethan and his team have got the coverage.
What a play. When you hear Potter talk about EG's run to get to this point, something she frequently mentions in interviews is that everything seems to be working right now. You have a risk, you have an idea, it pays off. In Valorant, you're supposed to throw as many ideas at the wall as possible because, I don't know, maybe half of them are going to work. When you watch this EG team, they take a calculated risk like that, they're reaping the rewards immediately.
Always coming out on the other end, rewarded, but paying off ever so slightly. Here's a dart play towards the north side. But everybody for Prx gathered and grouped up towards tree. It's a fast play into tunnel as well. They're going to be meeting at Forsaken with a jump spot. He's like, I want nothing to do with that.
But this is also one of those ult swing rounds. If Prx loses this, the economy might be shot.
Up close, tagged up though. Con was set up for it. Here's the overdrive. Forsaken would love a kill. Run and gun, at play, at work. He's suited for it. Here's a Rolling Thunder, intending to punish. Scatters his way through, trying to buy a bit of space and time once more for them, but his crossfire setups, there's gaps in the openings. Still Forsaken's in it, but it's the last one left and he's got so much more to do. Spike has been planted for him. He gets information, knows that Team 1 is in main, whips out the rifle, 8 bullets left. Needs to find a kill here. Ethan opens himself to it. Here's the ult. Still left, gonna be fading at any point now. Right into the angle. Team 1 shuts him down.
What an incredible attempt from Forsaken there. Had all the tools at his disposal and a great read on where players were. It required that pinpoint tap aim accuracy that you've seen so many times from this demonic player for EG. Hits the head of Forsaken, shuts down the clutch attempt. And also stifles Prx's economy here. This is where EG are at their most dangerous, in my opinion, Brent. When they're able to win with one ultimate, just the breach ult, to be able to clear out an area that Forsaken was challenging. And then they still have them available for the future. Prx are in a timeout at the moment, a tactical timeout, trying to figure out what their game plan should be.
EG squad, when they get rolling with the ultimates, I mean, they have currently 3 available. It's a lockdown, Orbital Strike, Hunter's Fury. They're forcing his timeout out of Prx, but they really do just feel like a perpetual motion machine. They're able to just constantly use them, converting it into just rounds, economical advantages, constantly breaking their opponents, and you know, it's kind of what you were mentioning a little bit before. Valorant is very much a, you know, you're tossing ideas out and seeing what sticks.
Masih bisa lah Prx ya. Kalau kedengaran jauh amat sih masih 5-2.
They got the Midas touch with it. Yeah. Every idea they throw out seems to be rewarded in some way or form, and it's this scenario right now. You're seeing it. I mean,
Sorry.
Crucial. One stun on Forsaken, a flash on CGRS, but it's under strain. At this point, though, the loss bonus gets to an area where, with most teams favoring light rifles, you can survive in these spots. Just get by. Look how timid Prx are at the start of these rounds and how contacted they are to try and not give away. So this is a play that they normally make when something's in, and they try to. That play is designed to try and double blast pack Jing into Canteen, and he's already dead.
Boostier's picking up this off, man. It's a very intelligent purchase. Emphasis being placed as well. I mean, he's had this since the bonus round, I believe, since the 3rd round, for good reason, because Prx have been playing so contacty at the beginning.
This is very deep, though, isn't it? Taking Mind Freak smoke and getting into a nice position on site.
Ooh, nice.
That's exactly what Prx needed.
Okay, that's gonna certainly even things out. Plenty of ults online for EG to try and delay and deny. Here we go. Hunter's Fury comboed with the Orbital Strike up into tower. One tag, Forsaken, damage done. Here's the second, but shut down in the midst of it. Divide. He's lurked his way behind, and let's see how EG deal with this one. They are still capitalizing. Kills are being collected all over the bloody map. CGRS left alone, stationary, just behind Dice, trying to tuck himself. He needs a bit of a bailout, but Divide shut down. He was his last line of defense, and they do deal with it so cleanly.
Yeah, if you want a round that demonstrates how EG are dealing with the chaotic element of Prx, that's the one to take a look at. Like I said, Prx have a set play there where they're supposed to use Aftershock, they stun, they double blast pack into Canteen, put a lot of pressure on anybody that's playing there. It's unexpected, it's only really Prx that make plays like that. Instantly, Jing dies. And then Divide on the flank, that kind of play is going to win you rounds against most teams in this tournament. And yet EG group up together, play disciplined, strict, and deal with it.
Here we go. Fast with the rip. Okay. I mean, I don't know what the reveal was there, but again, just potentially spam through the door. causing Forsaken to fall early on from all of this. It's a squeeze onto the south side. That double push of EG is ripping Prx to pieces.
That's so sick by Com. He throws a shock dart at the start of the round to be able to catch onto somebody, and it opens the door for him to be able to punish the aggressive players. I mean, that is just marvelous timing. How to use a piece of utility to inflict damage and also offer you further opportunities to frag off of it. The combo play there from him supporting Boostio is just unreal to deal with Prx.
Feel it just in the positioning, the way that Prx are playing, they are left scrambling for answers. 3 left alive. Slight jiggle. Information gathered at least. Boombot met with the fault line. All the way slowed down. Ethan seeking to contain any other pushes. On the Jing, Molly at the feet. CJRS was not aware of it, and he shot the spike out into the open. Mindfreak really doesn't stand a chance. Satchels, util lobbed right over. Straight up bullying at this point.
A prime game in Flawless here in round 9. This, of course, is the map where you expect EG to be the most dominant. This is where they've been able to find their wins against everybody. And I mean everybody. There's no one in the world right now that can particularly touch EG's fracture. But as we head deeper into this map pool, things get into
mereka demen main
more and more contested territory.
ngeflank nih.
To be honest, it feels like Prx could win on any of the other 4 maps in the pool. I think we're set up for an absolute banger of a series.
Ya
Don't
pasti
let the
kalau
current
dari
scoreline fool you. Prx will be
B
back with a
misalnya,
vengeance later on.
dia nggak mungkin dari
That's
city,
designed to
dia
put pressure
mungkin
on
dari
Com.
drop
Doesn't quite
kalau
hit
yang
though,
di
does it?
belakangnya.
Yeah, and this time it's Jing who's taking the popping out towards Sand, but split approach. It's pronged outwards. No chance to latch onto a kill for any of the Prx players through the wall though. I believe that might have been just intended for a piece of utility. Team in 1 though, he's holding it down, anchoring, pushing through the smoke. Coverage is there, yet the util still exchanged. Jing, he's back in the fight, back in the action. 2-for-1 special, Spike not picked up, but now he's got it in his hands.
Does he realize both of the EG were in halls just then?
Oh, this util, it's putting the squeeze on him.
He must do now.
Showstopper from Jorgamo, seeking to deny. Jing spammed up close up top. Just spotted out. Every avenue is watched for.
How sublime is that, man? Spamming the only spot where he would be able to survive the showstopper. So you guarantee to scour the map. Ridiculous. We saw EG running this same defensive setup on A against DRX, and it worked immaculately. They're playing a very hard anchor flood defense. They put somebody in a tough position. In this case, asking the world of Demon 1, and he steps up. 11 and 4 with Com running through smokes to support.
Full delivery. Smoke dropped down deep as well. Lots of players behind this one, but just Divide to meet them inside the smoke. Boombot trying to seek the timing. He does catch it. Claims the kill. Backs away though. Will he get onto the ropes? No, stunned up. Just didn't have the momentum to escape, so that's it. Traded, evened out, dropped. Control going to be lost for them. Boostio with the op now. What timing is he going to try and seek? Fast lane, cutting off his available line aside. He's hoping for a kill. Spots it, just the one angle. There it is. Flick to adjust still. It's Jing as well, holding down that drop with the showstopper in his hand. The rifle, enough to find 2.
Jing has nade for that.
Here's a lockdown. Nade.
Oh,
Rebound.
gila itu
Oh,
Boostio.
bang. Boostio. He's pushing the issue. He's forcing a fight right to them. Shot darts clearing close. Not the best weapon for the job. Dart round the side. Tags onto CJRS. Pushing down with the shorty. Here's the molly. Sails over. Orbital strike still around us. They're not going to be able to get half. EG pushed off of this one. Has enough time. It's been purchased all the way through here. I think they've realized it. The job has to be done. Tap onto it. There's the own force through. The time has run out. Mindfreak claiming that kill. Boostio making the most of it. Realizing he had to get half for any chance of winning.
Gila Mindfreak, main
That's what
apa
it's
ya?
taken for Prx to get around on the board. All 5 players falling. Brim Molly and Brimalt used to try and stall that out. They gave everything there. Jing gave his life to take the lockdown with him. How are they going to be able to pull out another one of those?
Took everything.
Jing played for that fabulously though.
Dia
Despite
tahu
the
loh
fact
di
that he
bola.
gets caught by this operator shot, which is a lovely one by Boostio, Jing does all the work to be able to set up Mindfreak for the clutch. Final round of the half here. No matter which way it goes, it's excellent for EG.
It's an orbital strike being held by Demon. Won the fault line early off the rip.
Yeah, usually they play this off turret contact, but they're doing it off Jorgamo's instead. So that actually allows Demon 1 to hold it. Prx have to play this round quickly. If they end up getting caught with 20-30 seconds left on the clock, you can't plant against a Brim ult and a Breach ult.
No, there's no chance. They've got enough stall, enough delay. Tree control gained. Prx willing to slow it down for about a moment, but we're reaching that minute mark right into the sight line of Boostio. And there it is. Striking back, no damage done. Narrowly missing with that shot, but the dart's waiting for them. Side is compromised. Deep onto the angle, off the dart. That's going to be Boostio swinging, and just look at how good the supportive utility is. We've seen the praises of EG all day long. Ethan and Com, they're the difference makers on this map.
But remember the clock. There's only 40 seconds right now. Devi's miles away in terms of a position to use his lockdown, and even so, I don't think Demon 1 would even commit the ult. This is falling to pieces, looking like a 9-3.
Shots fired, Boostio still maintains his cool, watching every angle, and yet they are losing it. It's fallen to pieces, it's scraps, it's up to Devi, but you're working against everything. 2 ults, your position, they are hunting for you. The orbital strike to clear out and cleave out any potential areas. That's a flawless one to end it. 9-3 is the half. Domination from EG.
Remember the words of the desk, this is a marathon, not a sprint. But it started out with EG's structured play, being able to control the chaos of Prx. I don't think it's likely that we're going to be saying that all throughout the series. But for now, the pretty style of EG with the trap plays, set plays, combos with the ults, it's working.
Absolutely. Got to remember, it's best of 5. Many more maps left to go as well. We're only just in the first half of map number 1. So far, it has just been that chaos being met. Pound for pound. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
What is going on, everyone? Golden Boy here. Of course, we had a big old swap, so we got Mimi and Hypoc as well as Achilleos doing double duty today because he really, really wanted to work. Oh my goodness, what a way to start things off out of the break there, but it's very clear that Prx, they're going to learn today about EG's fracture.
Yeah, EG really defined the pace and was able to slow Prx down. And I think a big part of getting that ball rolling is the way they play on their low buy games. Always prioritizing, grabbing all orbs, no matter the round, and leveraging them to win situations that they really have no business winning.
Yeah, we talk about the building game plans around these ultimates, but also they become massive curveballs. They're actual swing factors for EG, and I think the example here with the Jorgamo double kill with the showstopper, this almost looks rehearsed. EG are stacked up towards sand and rope, ready to execute this play.
Yeah, and it's really the straw that broke the camel's back in that half, because after this, EG go on a monstrous streak to then end up getting into a 9-3 scoreline at the end of this. This is a really crushing start, but this is also kind of what we expected. EG continue to look absolutely gorgeous on Fracture.
And the thing is that EG is even better at orb maxing and prioritizing those ultimates when they're on the attacking side.
Exactly.
You'll see even in these early rounds, the player who's getting the most kills on the pistol round, even if they lose it, will be getting those orbs and will be putting EG in the direction of a map win, which is the reason why it's going to be so hard for Prx to come back.
Yeah, I was going to mention that same thing, right? It's very clear that for EG, getting that hot start at the beginning of the game really set the tone for them. And then from there, well, the score speaks for itself. We'll see if Prx has the capability to be able to bring this back. EG, well, they love this map of Fracture, and they're looking to close this one out quickly. Brent, Sideshow, over to you.
EG definitely hoping to keep that momentum firmly on their side, keep the tempo up, and clean out this map nice and easily, heading deeper into the series.
I definitely agree with the Dash that their attack side looks the most dangerous. I think this is going to give us another look as to how the pistols are going to go this series as well.
Okay, good answer. An attempt to follow through and follow up. Jorgamo with the satchels as well, just to see if he can catch that timing. The back heels are forsaken though.
Look how fast the A-Hall's flank is.
Left alive on 52.
Ooh.
Lined up for him. That's 3 in a row now. He's gone for the ace. The shots are fired. Damage is done, and there's the follow-up. Like you said earlier, Josh. It's that A-Hall's flank. It's a big wrap around once more. See a lot of that play in Fracture. That was rapid. Blink of an eye. Don't get up for any snacks.
That's a quick one. They're going to need more of that. Applying a ton of pressure to EG. If Prx want any chance of being able to come back into this game. I know the Fracture's incredible for EG, but it feels wrong counting Prx out of any of these scenarios. I've seen maps so far at Masters Tokyo where I'm so confident Prx are going to lose, and it's going to snowball into them losing the series, and they end up winning and going on to continue in the tournament. I feel like we could have said the exact same thing about the first map when they played against NRG. And then you've got Mind Freak at the end of it saying, I don't know how we won that series. I can't believe we did. But that's the kind of stuff that this Paper X team will give you. Never stop believing.
Just miracle moments. And are skilled enough to jump on them, pounce on them. Very narrow angle, Forsaken, trusting in the reactions to land that one. Turret catching the contact, he wants to go for a second peek. Will do so. Util dumped into tower. Positions move back. Tower is occupied now as well. They are really pushing out. Divide, blinded up, jump spot round.
Nice.
Got his teammates back. Corralled up into the corner. Looks like an attempt to refight this one. Do they have any util? Stun, right click in their face. This could very quickly turn sour if it hasn't already. 3 versus 3. Advantage to Paper X being that they know where the positioning of these players are.
And 2 of them will die to a single shot from Forsaken.
Wants to stay live here, get value out of this one, but constantly repositioning. Got them collected, 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Com waiting 15 seconds for the regenerative. Util with the dart, there's a stun, a repeat, damage still being done yet. Okay, all collected.
Nice, CGRS.
Definitely some danger.
Nice.
Being done there, but Paper X still. They win the anti-eco.
This next round gives them an opportunity potentially back into the map. Can they craft some kind of aggressive play that centers around Forsaken and Jing? If you allow EG the space on the map, they're going to go around, they're going to hoover up the ult orbs, doing a new cosplay or something. They're going to turn that into round wins. Can't allow it to happen. I think for Paper X, it's a very difficult balance they have to tread of being aggressive without throwing it away.
Well, here we go. Talk about aggression. Smoke in his face. No angle cleared. Crossfire set up with Timmy the turret. But Lucio's feeling the heat now, isn't he?
He really is.
They've been really trying to clear him out of this. The reactions are just sublime. Lucio responding in kind to every challenge he was facing. There were fights taken, evened out across the board here, but it ends with just Mind Freak left alone in the 1v3. He bootsteps, they know exactly where he is. Flash and the repeat. Supporting util is just so damn good. We talk about it all day long, but it is Ethan and Com, the difference makers.
In that round, I can't believe what Boostio was able to accomplish there. Getting pressure from both sides, the trade should come through 10 times out of 10 in this spot. Of course, the first one, a gimme based on his excellent positioning. That, and then to get a follow-up on CGRS as well?
Yeah.
Give it a chest pump.
Look at him. Feeling it, man.
How many times throughout this tournament have we heard that giggle followed by I'm the best coming out from Boostio?
It's been a lot. Here's a standard play from Paper X, so they go for this tunnel control to stun and a refight, the reclaim of this one. Com was playing just in a tuck position, but he's dealt with. The aim is nasty good from Mind Freak.
Si Com lagi
They have
getar
to
nih.
worry about Boostio here. It's all good Paper X being aggressive and getting the kills, but if they leave gaps like this, Boostio could still be a thorn in their side. CGRS is somewhat aware of it. He keeps looking back in this direction.
One drop down for Boostio to play in as well. He's tucked towards this one.
CGRS is not hard holding this. Okay, now with the smoke down, he's thinking about it. He's still worried about tower and tunnel. All down to Boostio, and at this point, surely the timing's gone for him.
Yes, smoke face. They spotted him out. Respect showcased. Fault line for your troubles.
Another piece of aggression that works out perfectly for Paper X. It's not that same level of pretty trap setup that we've seen on EG's defensive side. It's brute force, and it's what you should expect from this squad. Look at the way in which they're just so happy. One stim beacon running together to try and take fuels. They're planning to overwhelm EG with pure amount of players on the screen.
It's one that Paper X they do use quite often on this map. Part of their playbook when they do that big wrap around, but here we go, a new turn of events. See how this one will end up. Jing is punished. Tries to take the peak angle. Satchel play. Jorgamo again to vacuum up even more. Another strike right into the center of it. And if the rifles didn't do it, the ultimate would have. Evaporation. All the players disappearing. Ethan, lone player left. Flash repeat. Back from side of the angle. Has the ult in his hands. He was thinking about using it.
In a 1v3, he knows the other players are going to be grouped up around the
Wah, hitam
spike.
nih, bahaya.
This is some level of confidence.
Yeah, he wants a few more though. To find an easier fight for it. There's one through the wall, enough damage done to him, 20 HP. Any single player could really bring him down in this moment. Forsaken is low enough himself, but just doesn't look doable. CGRS as well now holding that util. Forsaken takes contact, they're going to be pouncing. There's a stun. Used pound for pound, like for like. Shuts it down before it gets out of hand.
And so Prx win an anti-eco there. Utilizing a big ultimate, but in such a coordinated manner. The pinch coming through here on EG's stack is immaculate. And that's the second time we've seen Mindfreak use his ult like that, just completely trapping players in order to convert around. Prx are so fast to fight that they're not even really offering that many opportunities to get those flank plays through or try to play spread. They're just grouping up almost as 5 in one area of the map. And EG tried to counter it there on their eco round by grouping up as well. Tactical timeout needed to be taken here. 4 ultimates available to EG. They have all the tools to be able to win a crucial round and start to get the momentum back on their side.
Hanya bikin
But at the
seri
moment,
gol.
struggling under the pressure.
It's been a string of rounds now. With the exception of round 15 that EG managed to win, but other than that, Prx, ever since they've got to this defensive side, the story has been theirs.
And it's kind of like Prx are picking an area of the map, one of the 4 entrances, and just gambling that EG are going to be trying to take an ult off there, and trying to shove themselves as deeply as possible into EG's territory. So where are Prx playing this time? It looks like a triple play over towards Dish again. They'll probably throw out some of CGRS's utility to make it feel like it's a northside crunch, but we can see the majority of this aggression, both duelists, stimmied up, are going to be coming from Dish.
Goldmore's going to have to be, again, stalwart defender of that one particular section if he's going to be met any sort of pressure. No. Boombot, here's a stimmy, here's the stuns. Sails Rider through and across. This is a reaction from EG. They choose to use the rolling thunder. Divine was stunned up, and yet he hits that. But Com, he does return fire. He has to make it a little bit more even. Drone tagging onto Forsaken, yet still claims the kill. Flash in their face, cacophony of utility. Sweeping across the map. This way and that. Here's the lockdown now. An attempt to get a bit of a breather in the moment. Lockdown used into tower. Team 1 hears it. No amount of fancy movement will save Forsaken from that one. So space has been cleared all the way through. Mindfreak and Jing, they can't afford to play onto the site, but as it was actually destroyed there somehow, but
Yeah, Jing's used his nade for it by the look of things.
right at the tail end. Here's a satchel play up towards the top. Alarm bot, how is he managing that? He knows what a second player is. Util caught out in the open. Ethan normally so good for it. It's just up to Demon 1, and here's a familiar state of affairs, isn't it? Orbital strike, denying the first tap. But now the showstopper. Jing going to be using it. One ultimate for it, smoked on onto the defuse, but he's done it! Finds it! Stopping the defuse, half not gained. Jing realizes it, it's done, it's over.
What a ridiculous round for both teams that was. Incredible stuff. EG are looking to try and pressure Arcade. Prx have a setup where they throw down that stun, like I was saying, and making it seem like a northside crunch. If they hear anything Arcade, both duelists run at them. The pinch comes through. How Devi hits this? I will never know. And yet as things descend, Jing manages to deal with the lockdown and take out both players in tower. Pops ult to try and stop the denial on the defuse. And yet Demon 1 just has the read.
Wait a minute. Oh, no.
That has got to be a reaction to Jing taking those kills through tower.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure it was turned around as soon as Demon 1 won the round.
Grouped up EG, they have immediately struck back! Spray through, spray down. CGRS will only gain the 2. And yeah, it felt like we just exited that replay and suddenly we're met with this scenario, a 1v3.
Yeah, a wild clash on the south side, and Devi is left stunned quickly, 30 seconds in a 1v3. The question being, does he even go for this? They don't have a large loss bonus. Forsaken, CGRS, and Devi would be able to buy next round. That extra gun might be the difference maker.
But he feels like he has to go for it. It's 11-7. Can't let EG grab up all the way to map point. He has money in his back pocket. Taking away the guns would be quite useful. Trying to find one of the fights as well. At least tucks himself into the corner, but gives himself the 1v1 versus Boostio. Boostio glad to take it. So there it is, 12-7 EG onto that map point. EG were ready there for the south side aggression towards Tree as well. They've definitely done their homework. Jorgamo was on the high ground angle, and I believe to meet them when Jing goes for the double satchel play on top of the box to try and punish any sort of attempt there.
We'll see whether Forsaken decides to go for a similarly aggressive setup. He is often trying to challenge towards Tree. If you watch how Prx play on this map, and he doesn't usually have too much backup. He's smoked off.
Yeah.
So the fight instead happening towards Halls, as it did in the prior round.
You might just see a brawl take place. Lots of ults. Here we go. Hunter's Fury, showstopper. Let loose. Jing close to the corner, but Hunter's Fury is doing work. Clears out the close corner. Jing will fall. So no raised players on either side. Take a breather and a step back now. Reassess the situation. Boostio gaining some ground towards drop, and as there's that re-exploration, Mindfreak was hunting for some information. He pays for it with his live. Divido does catch that lurk round. I have to try and stop this towards Halls. The smokes have been dropped. Door open. Again contacting, slowing it down. 50 seconds left, and they're going to be facing it with the firing line. Divide, he will fall. CGRS.
Forsaken's got to capitalize on this for Prx to win.
Catching the contact, here's the ult, does he let it rip? Yes, he does. Scatters across onto the side, 2 players connected, but so does it onto Forsaken. He stunned up.
He ran into it.
No chance.
Trying to capitalize, at least it's bought time. They know it's going to end A. No, Forsaken's worried about it going towards B right now.
It's chaos. It's the fast rotation, back over towards it, but EG slowly tightening the net. Util to clear out close to the site. Everything being expended. CGRS and Forsaken, they've doubled up. It's a high-low setup here. Time running so damn short. First kill granted to him. Close to default. Aftershock pushing him wide out into the open. No bullets left. It says 1-2 face as well. They have to try and collect these kills. Pushing them all the way down. CGRS is done. Not enough. It's Ethan who closed it all out. The kills were collected at the end. That's 13-7 for EG to take Fracture.
Great map 1 for Evil Geniuses. Tough position for CGRS to be in towards the end. He's come through good for them in so many of those incredibly tough spots, but just not quite able to deliver another impossible clutch. EG take first blood in this series. Remember though, this is going to be a marathon. It's a best of 5. The Prx core have played 15 of those across their history. This is only EG's second. I mean, just a crazy situation to be in terms of the experience difference. So a great first footing for Evil Geniuses.
So many moments in the series that are just outlandish, man. Reliving through some of them. But EG were in firm control from the one half. Prx doing a decent job of putting the fight back into it, making it potentially winnable. Lots of instances as well, but as we've already been mentioning, it's a marathon with his best of 5s. You get into that new territory. Definitely new for a lot of the players on this EG squad. How they're going to be tested as the map pool really gets deeper. I think map number 1 is a good one to get under their belt.
Absolutely, and it's the place where you expect EG to be able to get their results. To me, as we head forwards in the series, it's now truly anybody's game. Even when it comes to Lotus, the next map coming up, the first one that Prx picked, I think there's still chances for either team to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, map 1 wrapped up here at our lower bracket finals. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with a continuation of the series.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery. the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks
confident on fractures, so with that sort of control, we're able to react optimally.
Well, great game plan, Potter. Hopefully you guys can keep this up in this best of 5. Good luck.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu. Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Potter. And it just, again, played like a fiddle, honestly, when you actually think about it, Hypoc, because really, PaperX, they're a team that they like to show you their hand right away, and sometimes that hand's a very good hand, but EG knew exactly how to stop it.
For sure, yeah, and I think the concern coming into this is actually what EG have shown here at Masters Tokyo with their fracture composition, their approach to the map. The concern being Neon in PaperX's composition, their ability to get ahead of those utility timings and whatnot is a real concern actually overall, but EG did exactly what Potter said. That slight adjustment completely neutralized that game plan for PaperX.
Yeah. And even in the rounds where PaperX were trying to hide their hand, it still felt like EG was consistently getting the read on them time and time again.
And I think even when they were shutting down their early aggression, which I thought was a really strong point of EG's idea coming into this map, the late rounds I think are more so what define this one, where when PaperX will oftentimes kind of find that gap, someone will push forward and make that hero play to be able to save them. We saw it so many times in that last series versus NRG, but EG's one of those teams where in those late rounds, they're really good at shrinking the map, playing together, and still having those util combos synergized at the very end of rounds to close things out.
It just feels like they were on the playground, just having a good time. They were just doing their thing at times. And I think that also, just to go back to what Potter said, you saw it perfectly illustrated in those plays there, right, Achilleos? Like, it was very evident that their plan was to let PaperX just do the thing that PaperX does really well. And EG, I like that they can show those layers, right? That they can show that they can slow it back. They can be a bit more disciplined, but at the same time, when they want to get in your face and give you a right hook, they'll be there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take a look at when the teams aren't even putting in, gun rounds, 8 and 3 in that regard. EG was just out-fragging them across the board. It took a while for PaperX to start looking a little bit more like themselves, to get warmed up. Jing in particular with a very rough start. Forsaken, and it was just across the board a bit rough.
Poor Pacific caster Achilleos.
It's okay.
Yeah, but I think what the players that we're really going to be watching throughout this one are the players who have to be quite flexible. And that's Forsaken. He went from being the flex player for the squad back in Pacific when they had something in the roster to now going back to his old role as a duelist. And I think even in the struggles, he's consistently been able to perform. But on the other side, Demon 1 as well. Even when he has to flex, he's just so consistently at the top of the game.
I'm losing my mind because I didn't even glance at that. I normally don't go for headshot percentage, but nearly pushing 70 is pretty crazy.
That is outrageous.
That is an outrageous.
Well, I mean, there was that one play where Forsaken literally turned the corner, Palpatine fingers, and he was like, I'm going to one-tap you.
D1's still going for the tap in that situation. It's crazy.
This dude is absolutely bonkers. He really does, but also PaperX has that confidence as well, and they should, because they're going to Lotus here. Now, here's the thing. This is going to be anyone's game. Sideshow was perfectly illustrating that one. Fracture, you got to give it to EG. They're a great team there. But Lotus, that's where PaperX can really catch them off guard, Hypoc.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent.
Fair?
I'm going to counter
you. All right, go ahead, counter it.
What we saw versus Fnatic was PaperX actually being very one-dimensional, and the fact that EG have already demonstrated so far, opening map of the series, they have the awareness, and they're actually playing to basically PaperX's strength and using it against them. So with PaperX showing a very, very simple, like I said, one-dimensional attack on Lotus, I think they have to totally overhaul here. They have to approach this differently because EG are the sort of team they're going to look at that footage and they're going to try and mimic exactly what Fnatic did.
Yeah, and I think EG's game plan on this map can actually be quite similar to Fnatic at a lot of times. You don't see them on their defensive side, where they will be starting in this map, really going for those gambits to take extremity control towards A lobby, towards C mount, something like that. Instead, they're really playing this slower style to re-clear space in the late round that really punished PaperX last time.
Yeah, well, of course, Coach Alex is going to have to cook up a plan here, and I do believe that we have Yinsu standing by with Coach Alex to get a few thoughts heading into map 2. Let's take a look.
That's right, I'm standing by with PaperX's coach, Alex. Alex, unfortunately, you guys lost map 1, but I feel like Fracture for EG, such a strong place for them always. But after playing against them, did you feel like there was anything in particular that was tough to deal with and you want your boys to look out for map 2?
I think what they do very well is they combine utility they have very seamless combinations. I think when their duelists are peeking, flash will come, stuns will come, and I think it's very, very nice to see. I'm not actually sure how to avoid it other than I think we're going to try and run away from it faster maybe, or go really more aggressive, like past the utility. So we'll try one of these two things and we'll see what happens.
I mean, if there's anything you guys are good at, it's going fast. So I have full faith in you. Thank you very much for joining me, Alex. And let's see how PaperX gets on in the second map.
I just love the theory crafting. You know what? At the end of the day, gotta go fast.
Speed kills. Let's go.
He's just like a guy running an omakase. He's just like, what can I make today for dinner? We're gonna try to add a a little bit more of this. We're going to slow things down. We're going to run away faster. We're going to run at them faster. I mean, you can tell like it is so fast and loose with this squad, and it has been able to deliver the results, but we'll see if it's going to be good enough to get a reply map win.
But that's definitely the mentality you need when you're playing with a substitute. You've made it this far in the lower final. Just being flexible, being chill in these high-pressure scenarios is part of why Prx is so good in games like this.
You have no other choice, right? I mean, like, look at the atmosphere where we are right now. It's thousands of people crammed into this building. Everyone losing their mind for every single play. And as we jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I've been waiting for EG to change their comp and bring a Viper. I think it gives so much more to your attack-sided mid-rounds to have that utility.
Absolutely, I agree. I think this is the go-to now. Obviously, EG have demonstrated elsewhere that they're happy to play around with the meta a little bit and bring a little bit of cheese, a little bit of something different, but this to me feels like something that's going to stabilize EG's Lotus performance.
And for the EG attacking side when they switch on over, I think this works so well. Prx puts a lot of emphasis on going for those fast fights for a lobby. Leaving that space early and re-clearing with a Viper wall works so well.
One of the things that I need to see right at the start of this is going to be Jing on that race. He needs to have impact. We saw that from him for CDG, those blast pack entries, but EG's been looking good to shut him down so far.
Well, we're ready for map number 2, which means we got to send it back to the Madmen themselves. It's, of course, Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Thank you very much, Des Crew. Yeah, let's get into it. Man number 2 here for Lotus as well. I have to agree with the overarching points, but Des as well. EG, they're making these last-minute changes with goals probably to stabilize some of the more one-sided affairs on some of the halves of this map. But
would definitely agree.
Doing it in the lower bracket finals is quite crazy. Isn't it?
I think this is a good time to be able to bring out new ideas. You don't know how long they've been cooking something like this. It's not a brand new comp that they've invented. They have other teams that they can look at how the Viper gets used and what its strengths and weaknesses are. I think one of the big strengths that they're going to be relying on here is that they can play a little slower, right? They can slow the pace of the game down and allow Prx to come to them, come through those walls where you get the decay damage, hit the snake bites where they're going to get vulnerable. And Com's got experience playing this agent too.
So fast. Up they got towards the map, picking up the orbs. It's going to be the goal. A bit of emphasis placed as well onto the extremities, but only Forsaken contain some of it. Jorgum over to Jiggle Peak. There's no way he's going for this many shots and repeated attempts at that. Goodness me, man.
Trying to draw out as much utility as possible here. They don't have the kill throw, they don't have snake bites. This is a very weak C site.
Trailblazer combined with the Boombot. All being utilized together here. A couple of detonations, but the Nanoswarm delays them. Over the top, it's going to be Dizzy. Paranoia used in response to it. Cage cuts them up though on... Well, KG, they managed to swarm into position, left up to just Jing. It's a solo player here towards the back of the side. Yeah, he might have a frenzy, but that's a little bit too much to overcome even for him. So, part of the course, pistol round. Gained and 1 for EG.
And a really well-played C defense. They flood in, buying time with that single Nanoswarm that Boostio had given them while playing the other side of the map. And then relying on the Paranoia too to just delay. And look at the pathing here, going into their own cages in order to apply pressure.
Two right clicks, one left click.
It's not just Prx theory crafting on the fly.
What is he waffling about? The right click, 2 right clicks, 1 left click.
I believe it's like...
It's the faster fire rate, right? With a classic?
I think the idea is you put out as much DPS as possible, but a joke, I'm sure, to do with him trying to teach somebody else on the team how to use the classic most effectively.
Okay. Deep push position for Jorgamo. He's pulled out a util, hasn't he? Just with his presence. Even the wingman, that's a flash repeat, but my God, he almost pays for it. Damage. Definitely done. Backs away for the heal.
They're getting their money's worth out of Ethan's heal, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's 2 rounds in a row.
Trailblazer's now going to be used around this minute mark, so grabs that info. Collection of players.
And this looks like Boostio is going to dive through the door if it's a C hit.
It's going to be slow going though. They're already onto the side themselves. Paranoia right into the corner. They're all grouped up right to the side and jumping right clicks, doing some form of work. They have managed to get themselves into the back of the side, but Ethan's covering the back angle along with Boostio. Is that slow siege and squeeze, denying everything.
And I also want to draw your attention to the fact that Com is using Nat's Viper Orb setup on C, which is so lovely for Flood defending the C site. Instead of trying to hard anchor it with a turret and Nanoswarms and snake bites, Instead, it allows people from Waterfall to run into C and help the players that are anchoring. So this clearly not just been thrown together on the fly. Of course, with everything that comes with Evil Geniuses, they put some thought into it. Now, what can they do on the bonus round? There are a lot of ult orbs on this map, but I don't think Boostio is going to be able to get them all. They're very attack-sided.
Using util to clear through into rubble.
Jing, however. Look at Jing, just making a beeline for the ult orb.
He's hunting for it, showstopper. There's nothing to stop him from picking it up. Just a bit of poking and prodding. The rest of EG are exploring deep into mid here. Forsaken was the one who's left to really contain that. A deeper push through. The A side's going to be gained for them, and Gavin now pushed up towards the deeper angles. Again, back pit, another fight to be taken. Forsaken so low. The damage to the wall is just spotted. Still Boostio. Lay it down. To be able to finally take him out. Yes, they are.
Tipis banget.
Mind Freak not caught by the Trailblazer. Able to take down Jorgmo, and it's only Ethan left to stand. Jing got the ult orb one way or another, and the rest of Prx having a very clean round. EG not able to win the bonus of both pistols that they've had in this match. Kind of tracks where they've been at towards the latter end of this tournament. That's not been their biggest strength, although it looked like it was going to catapult them to stardom at the start of Masters Tokyo.
The gun's guarded. Ethan just opting into saving full armor and the Bulldog.
My eyes are going to be on Jing for the next round, that player, because he's got Showstopper to try and open something up. And it's so much more difficult to play C Flood defense when the opponent's using the Showstopper. You want to be running away, not towards it. Yeah. It opens up many different avenues around the map. And you can see, take a glance bottom left, Demon 1 picking up the AWP, Com with an Odin. So Com's probably going to try and play off site, spam to defend the C site. Where Demon 1 takes a pick though, might well define the round.
No one's actually going to be walking into that sight line though. Everybody grouped up towards A. And again, same util used, disrespecting. Over towards Rubble and Ruins. Just the satchels at work, and it's easy to clear the way out. There's going to be the door switch tapped.
Within 10 seconds.
Little door being broken on top of it. Gathering space and time here.
Ini.
The Boostio. Well, it is traded.
It's
a good trade,
but there goes the ult.
Yeah, ult going to be missing. Trailblazer to set this one up as well. Spamming right down that angle. Com almost collecting a kill. They've gained space onto the site. With Boostio falling, all that util is faded. Ethan, he knows he's being pushed. Page in his face. Forsaken just trying to get out of there. It's getting awkward. Plan's still going to go down. Sounds into the post-plan situation. This flank is occurring as well. It's Mind Freak versus Jorgmo. It's an important one. It's going to define quite a bit. The rest of his team puts the squeeze on. Mind Freak.
Nice.
Kill. It's going to remove all the danger from one of the extremities. Ethan, good adjustment with the aim. It's on point. It's on fire. Prx on all cylinders, really.
And that's another major round for Prx to win. They start out this map in the same way they started Fracture, by winning these important round 3, round 4 fights and halting EG's momentum. As soon as Boostio dies early, he's not the first death, but the second, it just opens the door to B. They can't play B retake very well because Demon 1's got an operator on board. And they're kind of relying on those nanoswarms to keep back the horde of Prx. So there goes the Odin investment, the operator investment.
Heavy Maya, now they're seeking a clash and a skirmish now. This time trying to put the hurt on a team that has just been taking this space for free. Prx meet a match in one capacity. CGRS falling, but it is again evened out. Suspect shown even more, just right past the Viper wall. Jing is not afraid of it. Now here comes the showstopper, combined with the neural theft. Demon 1 up in the air. Skipping right around the side. His position was popped out from the neural theft, the second pop of it. Jing is just so confident. This guy, unrelenting.
Determined to make a statement here on Lotus. Prx picking this map for a reason. Jing's gonna show him why. 6 and 3, an opposite beginning for him on map 1 to map 2. Individual form really got swinging. And if you wanted a warm-up map, if you felt like your team needed a little bit of time to warm up on stage, what better map than Fracture, where EG are favored anyway? So now the operator, the Odin, come back out again. Similar kind of setup.
Players matching him though. That's a satchel play and a peek from Demon 1. He does land it. Jorgamo fully blinded up, jumping into the wall like a broken AI. It's gonna be met though. Trying to offset it still. What a reaction. What a flick from Demon 1 still. Someone below him. He does not adjust the aim. It's not there in time. So 3 players left standing here for Prx. Boostio, the timing through the smoke. He's facing the opposite way. He was waiting for the flash timing, potentially hearing that util being used.
Salah nengok dong Boostio.
Spam into the wall here, Com. Almost getting punished for it, but now backing away, realizing he has to save it.
Ya, save Odin dia.
Can't go another round where you just lose all your guns.
And Prx are punishing EG for going for these early pieces of aggression. Potter talked about how important it was that they just allowed Prx to play the game into them. And it feels like at the start of these rounds, EG are trying to make something happen. Round 1 and 2, Jorgamo was peeking out into C-Mound and getting slightly punished, small amounts of damage, but not giving away a kill. There, he tries to do the same kind of thing to set up Demon 1 with the operator, but got full flash and just ended up walking into a wall. I know the EG guys were talking about Nats looking like a Yoru clone in one of their games. It can happen to anybody, I promise you.
Zero M was truly doing the most here.
Oh, gila dia OP-nya bisa begitu ya.
Kills, but yeah, just couldn't quite find the right timing with that one.
Double Yoru clone.
Prx here, 4-2. Steady lead being gained and granted to them on Lotus.
And the Thrash online, an ultimate that they can get massive amounts of value out of, and one that most teams will not have anything prepared to deal with.
Just the one snake bite launched. Sailed all the way through. One of the double doors. He's waiting for an orb tap. There it is. Gonna track it all over the place, almost claiming a kill here as the door rotates open. The door gets tagged. There's no punish. Already players though in his face, right up in the open with the flash. It sets up Divine nicely for a cheeky little two-piece. Thresh from the back. Seeker's gonna be earned. Ethan already though has the front section of the entirety of the site yet. Okay, brought down.
Boostio's got a rifle, and Mindfreak wants to take this fight. Prx have still got to be careful not to throw it away.
Jing. Shutting down an approach from the extremity. They know where Boostio is. The nade, yeah, forces him out into the open. Clean. Good util from Jing.
So, Prx combining, chaining their ultimates to be able to get another on the board. 5 in a row right now. EG with only the pistol and the follow-up. And once more, catching EG's players flashed. Obviously, Com's going for something there and getting a lot of value out of the Odin still. But they're not quick enough to be able to disengage from the aggression of Prx. You think back to what Coach Alex was saying, we either need to run away from their utility or run past it, run through it. At the moment, Prx have increased the tempo and gone forwards. They're running into Demon 1's operator in order to punish it. They're running into Com's Odin in order to get the punish there.
See the uncertainty just in the way that EG are playing. Like you said, you know, the players are getting caught with these weird, quirky timings. They don't quite know when to retreat and back away when the util comes through.
Too late for a 13-0, I'm afraid. But the momentum's good for it to be one-sided in the opposite direction to map 1. Here's something I've noticed too. Since adding the Viper into this composition, EG haven't actually been going for any large rubble control plays. They're not trying to throw snake bites early to stop Prx from gaining that area of the map. Maybe they've just decided it's too much to deal with the flash dizzy combos and mosh pit being thrown out. Prx do have a lot of utility to just unload all at once. And they're going to go for it again. I mean, here's Prx once more. Flash dizzy combo, mosh pit, this kind of stuff to be able to take A early.
It's working. No reason to switch it up.
Jing's been able to sprint over to the A door within 5 to 10 seconds.
Nothing to stop him. Cage, flash. Cuts up the angle, Ethan.
And look, now they're using even less utility because they know that EG aren't contesting it.
Cam deep, Boostio's tagged, Paranoia. They want to chase down this kill. Forsaken is eager for it. Already, what a shot! Reaction to that one, adjustments. Just the micro movements of the mouse. Have to give him the kill. Com, he's left to try and hold back. Again, this unrelenting pressure. He knows that there's a team building up behind him. Noise cut as well. Makes it feel like they could have just been walking themselves into B, but now as the door opens up, Trailblazer through along with a showstopper. Vulnerable up. Okay, come. Deals with the first piece, but they're already into the side. Out wide, Mindfreak wins his fight. Ethan towards the back, and he has claimed 2. Brought them down to their knees. Blinded up though, Jorgamo. He's opened up wide, and this is an adjustment made still. The spike is out in the open.
And Ethan knows it.
Yeah. He's given up the space. Playing together now. Him and Demon 1 can hear the tap of the plant.
Spike planted.
No theft back online. That's Forsaken. Again doing damage and doing work. It's going to be spotting out these players. Do they want to go for a play here? Device close to the flash. He backs away. Playing together now. Knowing that they doubled up. Dashed. Breaks up. One of the crosshair placements and sight lines. They know that Forsaken's up onto Heaven and they pick the timings just well enough, but maybe Demon 1 can do something with this. Only the one foul and to buy. Sky has been brutal at times, looking like the best player on the team. He's the one to shut that down before it really gets messy.
And he made the hero play too. Hiding inside the smoke, gets a pop flash out in order to make that round back in their favor. Bit of a missed input there from Jing. He threw another blast pack, stopped him from being able to shoot the showstopper. And offered Ethan a chance to win the round. But it's the Sky on the other side. It's been doing the most for Paper X when they need it.
Adios. Got a feeling. No breaks in the play, no pauses here. Straight out the replay within the first 5 seconds, already some action. It's the mound control. Taken up. Trailblazer and Boombot again used together. Com's going to be using the snakebite to try and push them back once more, but saw that Util cleaving through. It's forced a ton of rotations, and now they work their way over towards B. EG corralled into the corner onto one of the extremities. Cage to get them in and cross up. Again, a potential sightline where somebody could be there. Jing, have you overstepped your boundaries? It's the 1-2 punch with the rest of his team, and they have toppled down. It's 3 versus 3. Divide. Left to hold down that mound control, so there's no attempt at the flank, but the lockdown is in play. And do they have anything to break this one? It doesn't look likely. Have to give it up. Can't play this one together.
Serious opportunity for EG.
Positioning now of these players, it should be more predictable. Smoke onto the defuse. Boostio should be granted half. Mindfreak has found the first. Half onto the defuse. Time has been bought. Here onto Heaven, though. They collapse onto them. Paper X was 7, Josh. 7-2 being that scoreline. This is so damn one-sided.
EG just can't hold on. All of the close rounds, all of the close moments. Somebody on Paper X steps it up. This time, CGRS with only a second kill of the map. They get the final timing past Demon 1, who was instructed to keep providing those cloudburst covers for the player on the defuse. Paper X keep having an individual that makes the difference. And on top of all of this, EG can't figure out how to play the defense. They can't find a feel for the tempo. They keep getting punished early.
But potentially that lack of practice, swapping around the composition at last minute. Going to be hurting for that practice, that scrim time here. Forsaken seeking to, again, disrespect, just drag that util out of them, but Mindfreak does fall. Forsaken, no. He's not happy to give anything up, is he? He's alone when he's taking these fights.
Yeah, he's going to be so aggressive on the lurk in these kind of situations. Mindfreak went for something hyper-aggressive too. There was pressure towards A and C, so he decided just to go in on B through the Killjoy utility.
Jump spot.
Wah, kebiasaan.
And this is going to be so hard to play without your smokes.
Lamont notifying them. Nade clears it out again. Familiar play that we've seen once before. Demon 1. He's going to do so much here. Showstopper from Jing out into the open. Misses the rocket wide. CGRS plan from the wingman. Dodging of the flash towards the back of the side. He's claimed the first. 2 more to deal with. Spike planted. Demon 1.
Almost a pre-fire. It was that quick.
God almighty. No time to react to that.
So EG finally get their first gun round on the board. A reminder that they were absolutely pasting Paper X in terms of gun rounds to gun rounds in map 1. And now it's flipped on its head. It's still worrying for EG how they're holding on to door control. Mindfreak going for an over-aggressive play in B, realizing that they were relying on the Killjoy utility, just TPs past it. Gets caught by Demon 1. But I'm still not content with how EG are playing the breakable door control. So often Jing is just throwing one nade into there, flushing a player out and getting a kill.
Yeah, it's always Boostio.
There's got to be adjustments. Boostio is going to drop back to play C. Hard anchoring that spot.
2 rounds left and a half, 2 more chances.
This is another round where CGRS has the Thrash online. And this one's a major tool. It is so difficult to deal with, especially on a map like Lotus, where there's 3 sites and you tend to be more split up. Good luck spraying that shark down.
200 HP, difficult target to chew through. So pausing the play once more. Contacting, it's the name of the game. One-way smoke, but now eventually with the util brought back online, here's a nade over the top with the showstopper. Not quite the showstopper, but the satchels at least to take up all of that space and ground. Jorgmo was trying to TP onto the high ground to see if he can get a bit of a punish, but a bit of a whiff. Spike has been planted, so into the post plant we go with Prx. Couple of layers to it. Jing's going to be the first one to receive.
Nice.
And well, look at that. Shut down immediately. He looks so sharp. Towards the back of the site. Can they remove him? They can indeed, but they have so much more to get through. Towards the connector. Bustio's doing a decent job of things. He's already found his way onto the site. Into the connector. He goes. Half of the defuse, sticking it through. Bustio, he will not be denied. And EG collect themselves a nice little round there. 4-7. The setup there of Prx just too distracted on the flanks there to try and push them away from it.
Yeah, EG were retaken with 4 players coming from drop. Bustio with a major 2K. Caught off screen. But he's top fragging now for EG. Take a look at this replay. Here he is coming through for the punish on Jing and then just drops down, deletes CGRS. Gets on the defuse. And it's not the greatest plant in the world. Wingman taking that into a bit of a difficult spot. Same defensive setup.
Yeah. That early Odin spam on the attack side. You can see that line of sight.
Udah sekarat aja.
Fire rate as well. Demon 1's dropped down. Has to return back for the heal. Can't play the early aggressive angle here. Now you're setting up for CGRS with the ult. Fresh in his hands. Unleash now. Paving the way to try and take this side up, but already lots of players grouped up. EG. 3 of them. It's Prx who want to try and take it in a different direction. Good paranoia. Cuts its way across, no kill to be claimed. Spike still planted again. It's not a good spot for it, really. You can't really spam from this angle. Seeker's in his face. Com, well, he's grounded it. Near side, it does not matter. Judge in hand. Shotguns versus shotguns. And Com claiming 2. Towards the side now. Needs to be a fight taken. Good trade, but Demon 1 is instantly there. He's low, though. Has to back away. Someone has to get on his defuse. It's Ethan facing away. Back to the wall. Spam onto the corner. Will he go down? Will he fall? He will not. It's covered in time, and EG, that's a respectable finish to the round. Still down, 2-round deficit, but the half ends at least not in dire straits.
Yeah, EG have somehow saved this one. Ridiculous fashion these final 3 rounds. The Seeker caught Com inside the smoke, and yet there's no way Jing is expecting him to still be in there pushing forwards with a judge. Prx taken off guard in the final couple by a defensive change-up in the setup. Now we head into the next half, and it's actually fairly even.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't be.
Fairly even. Chances here, of course. Let's send it down to Yinsu.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Benkai here. Now, Benkai, you've been here with this team before international tournaments. The first half, the first map, not the best, but this half has been a lot better. So talk me through what you made of this half.
I think we just caught EG really well with like the pace that we had at the start, like, and our aggressiveness. It just feels like we've been pretty much doing the same thing, and it just seems to work. So they're just gonna run with that throughout the whole map, I think.
Now for EG, they've never made a grand finals at an international tournament before, but you guys have. So what do you think that your boys need to do in this best of 5 to make sure that they do make another final?
I think they just need to keep their spirits and their moods high, because the way that we made the finals last year in Copenhagen was we just had a really good mood and everyone was feeling really confident, which does seem like they're having the time of their lives right now, like no matter what the score is. So I'm not really that worried about them not taking the map.
And lastly, very quickly, obviously you used the IGL on the team, and now we're hearing the system is a little bit different. Would you be able to explain some of what's happening in the team right now in terms of the IGLing situation?
It sort of is everybody contributing at the same time, so each person will have their own input, like, oh, they are doing this at the start of the round, what can we do to prevent that from happening? And then they'll just form a plan around it together. So it just it's sort of like 5 people contributing together to make one round.
Wow, yeah. I mean, it's working right now, so thank you very much for joining me, Benkai. He's confident, so I'm confident as well. What about you, Sideshow and Brent?
Got to keep the vibes going. I mean, that's the one thing we have learned about this Prx squad, you know, especially with them now dishing out this kind of IGLing duties across a lot of these players, 5 players, you know, coming up, formulating a plan. If the mood does get sour, it can put a bit of a dampener as well in terms of the comms and who's contributing to it.
If you wanted a team, though, to keep their spirits up, you'd be looking at Prx. I feel like they've done so much work for that. It's something that Alex has really pushed for them as well. They know that they need to keep spirits light, and I think that that's actually something that CGRS has been great at. Another pistol. They went 1 for 1 on map 1. And here, it could be all the difference made with this round.
Potential for EG to drag it even. Prx though, they'd love to have a chant and an answer back here. Cam's going to be spotting them. Tap on through the plan, and back and forth the middle as well. Nade being used, Dizzy in their face. Nobody can see a bloody thing. And somehow, it's Mindfreak who comes out with the kill. Lots of damage being done. An attempt now and a call to flood right back out of this one. Com joining with the rest of his team. This crossfire setup. Mindfreak has opened up the door, and inside the smoke he has hunted out and sniffed out. Ethan is there. Wingman to the side, seeking the defuse. Demon One has to try and put the pressure out. He has to swing wide to try and break this one. He cannot claim a kill in time. And Prx steal away that one. Pistol round.
It's rare to see Lil Bro win a round, but that puts so much pressure on Demon One. Usually he's in a spot there where he can try and play, knows that he's going to be able to isolate a 1v1. This round, CGRS combos the Dizzy with the flash excellently to put pressure on people as the plant is going down. Then he's picking up kills, and he makes things almost impossible for Demon One to win the clutch. I've been so impressed with how Prx has taken an agent that is seeing almost no playtime in competitive Valorant and pushing it right to the top. They're making a tournament run with a Gecko 1 trick.
Yep.
This is absurd. And it looks good.
You'll be seeing teams experiment, Josh. Listen, don't get too carried away.
We saw teams experiment. To me, that's one of the wildest parts.
Wow.
We saw teams try to run the Gecko and they failed.
Yeah.
Early on in the season.
I was mainly talking about the idea of running 5 content creators on the team.
Oh,
and
right.
playing it at pro level. Let's not give Sentinel any more ideas, but...
they'd love that.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly would.
All right, so once more, both teams go 1 for 1 in pistols.
Nice.
And that's one of those strengths that I talked about for EG at the beginning of this tournament. It made them look utterly unstoppable.
Grouped up, gathered up. Trying to work their way into the side, smoke in their face.
Aduh, nah.
All clean. Only the 1 casualty. That's Mindfreak. He'll be able to at least save his gun as well. Take it into the next.
Not the biggest ult in the world that you want to be generating, to be honest, but Mindfreak will be happy about it anyway. On the other side of things, Com is now 1 orb away from having his pit down. And if EG want any chance of being able to get back into this, they need to be leaning heavily into that ults generating, other ults generating rounds, the snowball, the avalanche.
95 sih agak.
Com's actually playing this first part of the round alone, though. Just going to throw his orb down, at least to give him an opportunity to return back to A in the round. Yeah. See where he wants to play.
One way in the boombox to set it up, smoked across, and a flash in the face of Mindfreak. He has to get out. Gives up the angle. There's 2 trips to play off of.
So Com's going to take this orb. Those trips are going to be dangerous in this half. We saw teams try and run the raise to be able to break those. Satchels, so useful. Demon One's going to have a little bit of a tough time, and especially if Com decides to do something like pit into C. Those could be a big issue.
It's all been slowed down around a minute mark.
Ngapain dia? Line up.
Line up for a bit of global pressure, so this Trailblazer and a Snakebite, it's going to fake like they're taking it over towards A. The goal of this is to pull rotations back over towards that area of the map. It gives it C ever so slightly, but I mean, Mindfreak's not taking the bait. Jing looks like he wanted to, he's backing away, but again, now he's playing back towards C, still holding this paranoia, and here it is. Sails through, Honorable Duck in his face, TP's back out again. An idea and approach, these trips, will anybody be able to play off of it? Satchel to the side, it is latching onto them still. It's brute force, it's the name of the game for EG. get themselves in, and the pit is down at their feet. Ethan covering the fire just as it blooms, an attempt, a chance, but Forsaken only to one.
And I believe they're planted outside the pit there. Maybe I miss Zor.
Well, maybe a chance for them. Tavai is low though, can't quite get across there on the target. Tavai revealing his position, bit of spam into the corner. 8 bullets left with the Bulldog. Just an impossibility with the Viper's pit in his face. God, look at that gap as well with the pit. I mean, there's a slightest gap there for Boostio to play in. Com, adjustment, a flick to the side, it shuts it down. So, 6-9. We said it was a must-win round for EG. Couldn't have let that one get out of their hands and let Prx get up to 10.
And they clearly had a game plan with that ultimate. I mean, that looks like a nerdy Viper ult.
30 seconds left.
Little gaps where they know how to support each other, how to be able to play in the post.
Oh, fica cepat amat.
Ethan, Com being able to play off each other immaculately there to trade out effectively. Prx love getting aggressive in these kind of spots.
Making a go of it. So hard to try and punish a player.
They didn't realize. They didn't know that Boostio was around the corner. If Jing had known, that nade is going through and they are blast packing onto him. Almost 10 times out of 10, I think.
Boostio's able to escape. No damage being done to him, just the turret being broken. Nice mid-rounding from EG. Breaking a lot of the util. Cam was spotted out as well, which was broken. Dragging players over towards C, while the rest of the team now work and set their sights onto A.
And Ethan one away from his ultimate. With a little bit of A control, they might be able to grab some Seekers that would put enormous pressure on CGRS.
Door's broken, Trailblazer leads it in. This makes it feel like, I mean, it feels like they're almost just going into B, but
they might bait CGRS to push through the smoke.
Still waiting. This smoke's surely going to be fading in any moment now. Yeah, the timer, the internal timer, CGRS's head, but Orb gains. Seekers pushing forwards. Boostio, he fell in the middle of all of this. He was lurking out towards the back line. Demon 1 is there. Takes care of CGRS, the lone player, onto the side. Plant to go down. Let's see how this post plant gets played.
Forsaken's just missed his cam, I think. He was trying to use it to clear out Com, or at least to give him some information.
Forsaken feels like there could be a player lurking through the main choke. It's an important fight to take. 3 players of Prx trooped up now. Here's Forsaken through, does not expect it, so taken care of. And now, the entirety of EG set their sights towards the back of the site. Nade sails over the top. Tavai finds the first onto just Com. Satchel plays in, but time is starting to run really short here. Demon 1 still locking it down from the tree. Angle flash in their face. Backed around. Satchels. Full collapse. Body of Prx falling.
EG with an important one on the board here. Starting to generate a comeback and knocking Prx's economy down into the dumps. This exec off the Seekers worked very nicely. They increased the tempo, and in prior rounds they faked A control. And CGRS has used his utility to re-clear that area. And that's part of how Prx have looked to generate their advantages, is by calling EG's bluff. That time CGRS, he was thinking about it. We saw him inside the smoke, wondering if he should try and gain that info back for his team. And he just ended up a little too close to the exec when it happened.
So with this timeout called, what is the adjustment now that needs to be made for Prx? Losing grip ever so slightly on this half.
And do you think they're discussing strategy? Or is it a vibe shift?
It might just be a vibe check, honestly, yeah.
It could be absolutely anything with a Prx timeout.
You just don't know.
Their comms videos are wonderfully crafted. I mean, really illuminating into what the team atmosphere looks like. But sometimes in these big matches, there is a single player that steps up. Forsaken said that it was him in that grand finals that they played. But they were crowned the victors over in Pacific. In moments like this, in an arena like this, sometimes you need a player to step up and take charge. Sometimes the hive mind has the struggles, has the wobbles, and you need a hero. So far in Masters Tokyo, they've been talking about how good CGRS was at that he's IGL for them in a couple of maps. Talk about unlikely heroes stepping up.
Here's an adjustment. 4 players to meet them. Take control of A. Mosh pit clears a route. I mean, you can't disrespect that piece of utility. You will be falling. They've earned that area of the map quite early. In fact, they've completely given up C. They are on a half buy, so it's a good time to take risks like that. Maybe we'll see the adjustments as well that they were making towards the next one when they got the money to buy up the guns. Chance of a timing. Forsaken with the Sheriff, who will grant him a sightline. Boostio, he's eager for it. The opportunity and chance.
And Con was trying to backstab these B players that were opening the door. Now he's getting crunched.
Yeah, he's the one who's going to be squeezed. Can't lose these rifles, can't give this one over. This is a little bit precarious. Right through, vulnerable. No, spams down 2. Enough damage done. CGRS, he holds it down, but there was help on the way. Ethan.
Waduh, udah ngejar nih.
Did not fall into enemy hands.
Very smartly played by Con. I think that's one of the big reasons why the Viper works so well against Prx. Just being able to vulnerable your opponents as they push you is a massive advantage. Didn't work out amazingly for Evil Geniuses on their defense side. But now, only 1 round separates these two teams. Ult advantage, though, very slimly, I would say, in favor of Prx here, with CGRS having Thrash online. It's good for information, it's good for applying pressure, retakes. Very versatile ultimate.
Beginning of this round, though, is going to be a quick dash towards the side of Rubble. With a flash over the top to supplement. Get some of that space towards A. Deep dart as well. Boostio, he was tagged up. Plenty of time, apparently, to adjust your aim enough and brings down Mindfreak. So, into the front of the site we go for EG. Clearing this one out. They don't know. Back of the site is compromised. Still going to have to potentially clear that one up, but just giving it up for now. Plant's going to go down. Nothing to dissuade it. Forsaken on the high ground. Not the best weapon for the job, is it, with the Odin? He's aiming for the heads, but almost gets taken down in response. And here's Thrash. You might start to see it really pay off here. Any sort of detainment will be nice. Spam onto the corner. Ethan, he brings down Jing, but detained. So, 1-for-1 trade. Players posted up. Far back angles. How do they approach this one with the defuse? They still have the wingman. Possibly get themselves onto it. That is beautiful.
Nice.
The Neuro Theft that sets them up in the paper mache walls. They fall to pieces. Odin spam on top of it. That is just miraculous.
What a play! Prx look fabulous there. They combine Trailblazer, Boombot, and Thrash together. So you can't possibly break them all. That gets them the opening into the site. And then the spam off the Neural Theft is... It's Prx to a T.
Yeah, that is
It's
delightful.
unusual, you don't think about it. Who else is playing Cypher on this map? Beautiful stuff. And the Boostio aggression giveth and it taketh away. As he found one and then got caught.
How surprised Ethan was at that. Gonna brush it off though in these big moments. Here we go. Fight taken with the flash and a nade. Pushing them back once they realize that mound control. Oh, it's not quite there. And the Blade Storm's sailing right over the head. Is Mindfreak still alive? Him and Divide making it a painful exit.
Oh, nice.
Uncommon failure from Demon 1 as Mindfreak picks up 4. I feel like if he was able to land a single Blade Storm, maybe the round could have been doable. Now that started with Prx reading the fact that they were going to take Boostio's lockdown to C and countering it immediately. Potter's going to instant call attack timeout after this, because getting caught by a trap play like that, I think is unacceptable for EG. Those kind of plays where they're off sound, ult orb tap, something like that in C are so common.
Yeah.
So common. And yet the big moment, the pressure, the speed that both teams have been playing at causes those kind of errors and mistakes.
It's the danger of playing against a team like Prx. They bait you in. Yeah, the faster plays, man. We've been hearing teams talk about it.
Definitely. That was something that EDG's coach talked about a ton. That they just got baited into playing the high-tempo game and they couldn't hold on.
You don't keep the diligence. Like you said, you know, that trap play, that works. In that instance, right here, right now, maybe because this is a big game. You know, you're in this new arena, thousands of people watching you. Lower bracket finals, no more second chances.
Yeah. And I think one of the other ways that Prx baits you is that
Ini keren
they do
gitu.
a lot of stuff that's based off timings and instinct. And then they'll throw a trap play at you, some set coordinated piece of defensive aggression on many of their maps that takes you off guard with how coordinated it is. And that's quite a standard trap play that they just showcased. But I think that really left EG reeling.
Yeah, no, something, no problem, man. This guy can't play. CGRS is in, stepping up. for the team. Listen, not exactly the one-to-one in terms of the roles, but they are just plugging and playing him in with his Gecko knowledge here. And now Paper X up to 11.
Boostio's gone for an attacking operator to try and deal with what PRX are up to.
It's interesting.
Oh, semuanya punya ulti.
How's he going to clear this close corner? Because look, it's CGRS. He's posted up deep onto rubble.
I mean, this is exactly where the Snake Eye lineup goes if Com wants to send one in.
They do have util to clear it. At least the lineup in the back mines, we've seen Com use it.
There's actually more of an aggressive fight happening over at C. Jing, full blind, still holding W, tucking himself into the corner.
He does not care. Look at the disrespect being shown. Does not care. Tanking 2 of the flashes. TP across, setting it up with a jump spot. Devi looking for that information. Punish with the attack side op, so finally revealed.
And that'll be a surprise for Paper X too. The operator coming out.
Not expecting it.
Where are EG going with this? 45 seconds. It's time for a lockdown. And it looks like they're going to take B control.
Lockdown, door opens up, an attempt to try and punish this one. There's a fight being taken as well, punishing it all over towards Mound. Jing, he's there. He's gonna hold on, shots right through the wall. Lockdown's gonna be getting off here. Fight needs to be won, backing away with the satchels. No players detained, and the site is theirs. Viper's Pit, drop through. Wallbang spam angles, they got lineups on lineups for days, but Demon 1 will put down any sort of funny business with the very funny gun. No chance in hell. Demon 1 is ripping off heads. Taking names off the list, isn't he? Single-handedly making this one winnable.
It's a great game plan from EG too. Looked like CGRS was going to be difficult for them to deal with over by Rubble. They just ignore him completely. I like the patience too that EG demonstrated in this round. Jing was a constant problem for them. And so they dealt with all of the supportive elements and have left Jing until the very end to mop up. Don't offer him any early fights. Pick off his support with an operator, head to the other side of the map, and use your ults to be able to get into a site exec properly. It's nice, it gets EG up to 9, but Paper X is still in control of this map.
For most of this map, it's felt like there's just been that 2-round deficit. You think back to the half as well, when it was 7-5, it's just been carried all the way forwards. The narrowest of leads, still held by Paper X, still in control.
And an operator on the field. For Devi over on the C site, not going to be contested early. Instead, the clash at Rubble.
Oh my!
And it's Boostio's up that comes out on top.
It's a flash over the top that was not detted. CGRS was trying to play anti-flash. That's why it's back towards all of them. Trip's going to be cleared out.
Sacrificial Trailblazer just goes to take the trip. And now that forces Paper X to go for info peaks.
Not what you want to do when you're up against the operator.
Not at all. Boostio's on such an aggressive, risky angle here, though.
Man. I mean, he spots it, and there it is. Another one for the collection. Now, when he opened, though, he had util in his hands, and the cage cut him up from the rest of his team. There was no follow-up. Forsaken tucks himself into the corner.
No way.
Into the box. This is going to get cleared. Some level of foresight. It's there, and a re-swing. Spammable through the box. Demon 1 dashes forwards. Maybe not intended. Jogomo, he's got his back. Coverage in the moment. 40 seconds in the round, plenty of time to take a breather, but they opt to take the spike and get the plant anyway. It's Devi left in that 1v2.
Giving away his position with the flash.
Yeah, and he's only got the opt to do it. Smoke in his face. Paranoia. Sensory deprivation, doesn't know where they are. Silent drop down, still contacting. I don't think they saw him cross here, but there's so much to watch for. Yeah, Devi's got util, but does he choose to use it? Ult popped off.
Clearing back
through into the back. Pinged out. I think they know the Devi's here. Tap onto it. It's a weird plant location. Door rotates. He hears it. The footsteps perfectly sound baiting, perfectly noise baiting. There was no tap from Devi. So it didn't exactly force the issue from EG, but they chose to take the fight anyway.
So EG pick another one out. And drop Paper X's economy down into rough territory. Not impossible. But ever since Boostio has gotten this operator online, EG have found victories out of it. I think it tames Boostio a little bit too. Some of his lurk timings have been overly aggressive. Trying to make a play, desperate to drag his team back into contestation on this map. And now he's been able to find a lot of good opening fights. It's also slowed their tempo down. Instead of having to react to Paper X, they can control it and fight purely for map control. going into some kind of execute or push up towards the site with a few, 40 seconds, something like that on the clock.
Last time out for Prx. Everything used. You've got to bring this one over the line. It's a best of 5, sure, but you don't want to go 2 maps down in the series, not when this one was so winnable.
Prx would not be unfamiliar with being 2 maps down in a BO5 and coming away with the win anyway. If you recall, they're the first team in VCT history to reverse sweep a BO5. Previously saw it in Game Changers, but it took up until the Pacific Grand Finals against DRX for a reverse sweep to happen in this circuit. So they know they can do it. You'd never want to be in that spot though, especially when this has been your map pick to start the series.
To 11.
That's close. That's trying to catch Mind Freak on the jiggle.
More than dangerous. Bushka's like, I think I'll take this. Okay.
While facing away to dodge any kind of
Udah
trap flash setup.
11 susah juga.
Though having said that, not as good against a Paranoia, which is frequently used in that kind of position.
Just this thing is a rifle for CGRS. Flash, they know that nobody's tucked behind the box.
And Boostio's going around the map, hoovering up the ult orbs.
One more left to gain. This game plan, got to be aware of it, but I don't think Prx really have any of the tools, high pen weapons to try and do damage to it. Could be aware of this one though. Look at this lineup. Where's this one going to land? Mosh pit.
I mean, it looks like it could be on. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, not
on
too
the,
sure.
It can't be on the ult orb. It must be for rubble. But where's the contact for that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Here's Dizzy. Information gathered. That collects onto a cacophony of players. All grouped up. Beautiful work. And they have absolutely turned EG into mincemeat.
We were wondering how on earth they were going to stop EG from picking up that final ult orb. And I've never seen a play like that.
Yep, Dizzy through the tiniest of margins. Over the top, into the ceiling. Mind Freak. He's got to put a stop to this one. Smoke lets them cross in. Paranoia up. There's no real time to play with. Through the smoke, Comstore lands the shot, but where is the spike? It's in his hands, and he needs to plant it now.
He's just saved them.
Time running so damn short, but I think they've just got enough to extend it. Brought it into it. Yeah, here's the post plant. Ob still in the hands of team, and one. Here's another one. Right for him, pushing deep into the spawn now. Over the top, over the heads. Dizzy lands Jing. He hasn't spotted it. Ships in the night. Commerce lurks right behind them, and they are none the wiser. Clearing out everything. I cannot believe it. It's planted for him. A tap. He knows it. Com may have just made a massive play. Wanted to save the map. A tap onto it. Misses the shot. No bullets. Has to go for the reload. Another tap, forcing it. Snake bite. Doesn't know if it connects. Has to be a wide face. Half on to defuse. It's shut down. But my God, what a chance. What an attempt by Com.
An unbelievably smart play to try and win the clutch there. But credit has got to go to Prx for that trap play that we witnessed over towards A. That's what really seals this round. What on earth is this? Dizzy combo with Flash, they open the door, wingman out, players pushing through the breakable door, which was softened up earlier on.
Yeah, that's what 1,000 hours of Gecko looked like, apparently.
And also, an impeccable read on what EG were doing. You look at Tab, you see Boostio's taken 1 ult orb, 2 ult orbs, you know he's going A.
This is it, precipice for the map. Prx, only one step away, out in the open. Boostio does not know which way to stand.
And that's the lockdown gone.
Yep.
Made to look silly, foolish by Prx.
Nice.
And they left scrambling into the sight lines. Divide with the operator, straight down mid. It's EG that are being picked apart here, looking for any available option. You go one way, it's an operator. You go the other way, it's a Cypher setup. Cross-section of wires into traps. All you got to do is drop down and you're going to be punished. Showstopper around the side. Ethan's there. Jorgma forwards. Can they really make something of this? Trailblazer around the side. It catches onto Mind Freak.
Surely
and of course
not.
The punish is there. How has this turned? No
Nah.
inside Jorgma. Taking matters into his own hands. For the map. We want to see the extension in play. CJRS pushing through the smoke is instantly there. Shut down. What was that from EG?
A small smile on the face of Ethan. He knows that they've just absolutely robbed Prx. For
Forsaken was in his
There's no
camp
way.
watching all of this happen. How have those bullets gone through that wall to kill Jing? And then all of the aggression, proactivity coming out from Ethan's flashes. That's masterful. And it's dropped PaperX down into a shoddy bye for this, the final round of regulation, all on the line.
What a chance that's been slipped out of the fingers of PaperX. Could have been their map, grouped up towards mid. They're going to seek to punish. Still the turret in their face. What are they waiting for? They hit a Trailblazer towards Mounds. Looking to push this one back, but still holding this paranoia. To the corner.
I mean, the traps have worked.
But what are they hunting for? Flash, wide face, and swing. It's collected. Well, it's just about landing.
I come too slow. That one just taken off for timing. They were hoping to take contact early, didn't. Decide to re-clear it anyway.
What a way to get rewarded with one of the very few rifles you really had, maybe. There's a chance now. Big player advantage. Team of one falling. A lot of the initiative that's going to be in this round is going to be taken away from them. You don't have your jet player.
It's not a disaster just yet. They have lockdown Seekers to work with.
Seekers, Ethan, trying to make this one feel like an A-hit. Breaking through the door, following up behind it. It's not too much else pushed up behind. Only the Seekers, though, they have pulled players all the way into spawn. I mean, PaperX are just collected there. It's like the round's just begun, man. 30 seconds remaining, and it's the double back, the double fake. EG are running right into this one. It's been read by PaperX with the Seekers of their own. It's spelled out disaster, lockdown. It has to be used to clear this one forwards. Plant, an opportunity and a chance to Saken. Seeking to take the timing, but he's gonna be punished.
Comms holding their back.
All the way further, all the way back towards Rubble. Punishing onto the Divide. And here's the Thresh now. Has to try and get some sort of detainment, but it's a scattering of players. EG not giving him a glimpse, not giving him a chance. Two left standing here. No more rifles. Smoke's dropped down. Mindfreak seeking to clear through. Defuse, started by the wingman, but no damage, not enough done. The shorties, they break it down, have on a defuse, maybe an opportunity, but no. Brought down to the knees, EG, all the way.
Senjata tadi.
An absolute miracle hero play from everybody across the team in round 23, sorry, and then immaculate calling from Boostio. That is mastermind. He has, in every sense of the world, finessed them there.
Nice! Let's go!
The Hive Mind was able to take down the Mastermind just for PaperX to get into this match. But that was a beautiful round from EG to be able to get them into overtime. Pushing and pulling. And the 7-5 half ended up getting recovered.
Breaking the fourth wall there, but here we go, getting into OT. 12 to 12. EG to pull off something ridiculous to even make it possible. PaperX.
This is a different setup, Brent. We talked about how EG adjusted their defense in order to start winning those 3 rounds at the end of the first half. Now Boostio's hard anchoring A with all of his Killjoy utility here. I don't think he did this once.
Double door here, Boostio's just trying to get his eyes on the traces. Bit of counter spam maybe in order, but no kills to be found, no damage either. The nanoswarm's already been cleared. It's the bait and switch, and they wait out the util. Here's a Sancho play. What is that? You can always count on Jing, and he has just broken apart the defense in the blink of an eye. Movement so clean. Jogamo seeking to deny. There's the plan. Disrupted with 2 kills there, dodging off the showstopper. Nade at his feet, round to the corner. Jing will not let him get away with it.
TikTok Omen put to bed, and Jing opens and closes the round to get PaperX up to map point. You can feel it, they are fired up for this.
Can't believe the movement here, I mean.
What an entry. Yo, what? I mean, it's 2 improbable entries, one after another. Just to break PaperX in.
Yeah, and no one's ready for it. No one can trade it. Right out on Nanoswarm. Trailblazer leads the charge. Right back into it. PaperX now, again, one more chance.
Devi's got an op over at C. Their Sky player has bought an op in overtime.
Definitely a certified PaperX moment here. Cam tagging. Hopping away here. going to break away from the action. Here's a mosh pit. Wingman, round to the side. That's a snake bite. Let's try and push back this aggression. This time, everything is contained.
This time, they're ready for it. The incredible Prx trap ends up biting them instead.
Kills collected. Mindfree pushing through the smoke, though. Risks have to be taken. TP was heard, spamming into the smoke. Which direction do you really want to go in here, though? See the diligence, just using that util against the box there, onto the close corners in case somebody was hiding.
They know the positioning of Mindfreak roughly. He gave it away with the paranoia about 5 seconds ago.
30 seconds left, Josh. They're going into B here, into the connector. Jing, he hasn't been dealt with. Still has a nade and a satchel. Jing, he's pushing forwards into them. He's taking a second kill away from. Satchel's still there. Nade on top, 20 seconds remaining. It has to be a quick pivot, but right into the arms and sightline of Mindfreak.
Nice.
Does not matter. Still here's the shots. Spike, drop behind the wall. Time running short. Still only 12 seconds. Jorgamo, he cleans him up. He's carving out a path. Maybe onto the site themselves. Com, he needs to get this plan down with only 5 seconds left. Brought down, stunned out. Com has to stick it.
Nah.
Jing is a monster.
Nice.
Both rounds of overtime. Jing puts on a masterclass. What on earth was going through Evil Genius's head in that final round when they went for the B pivot and weren't
Bisa-bisanya ada
forcibly aware of Jing's
showstopper.
positioning? What an opportunistic play. Over 300 ACS Jing finishes that map with. Monstrous performance. And almost single-handedly winning both of those OT rounds.
Oh yeah, he was taking charge. The movement from the satchels, the containment when things just started to spiral out of control. Jing just is that guy. And what a way to set the stage here. A lower bracket finals. It's 1-1 with the map score now, Josh.
Both teams have the briefest of breaks before we head whirling into Split, where we're expecting a double duelist mirror to be able to carry the momentum of this series into quicker and quicker heights. This was a ludicrous map. I don't exactly know how Prx were able to hold on towards the end because it looked like EG had figured something out. But those final 2 rounds, excellent.
Punch in the face and see how they can stand up to it here. The deeper this series goes, the more interesting it really gets as well. Map pool depth is going to be tested in the lower bracket final. Best of 5 territory that Prx have been in before. But EG, only Ethan to lean on in terms of that veteran presence to carry them through in scenarios like this.
I cannot wait to see where this series goes, and this guarantees us Pearl.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for map number 2. We'll go to a short break on the other side of things. Of course, continuation of this lower bracket finals. Don't go anywhere.
Yang terakhir sih gokil sih si Jing. Harus showstopper dong terakhir.
gives you wings.
Secret sanctuary. We left all of our fears back
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Masters Tokyo, and what a match we were just treated to. Going to OT, 14-12, Prx close it out, and of course, they make this series into a very competitive one. And there's a guy to my left who is quite enthusiastic about it. Actually got out of his chair yelling and screaming. It's Achilles.
Yes, I was on my feet cheering as they were able to take that one away, and now I could die happy. You know what? We got the win, we got the dub, we didn't drop it on the map pick, but there's still plenty more work to be done here. It's only going to get more difficult as we go on.
Yeah. But it was such an impressive win that they managed to pull that off, because after EG gets 5 rounds on the attacking side with this composition change, I thought they were going to be able to run away with it. And I think it started in that direction where they had really good control of the mid-round. But Prx come out in those last few rounds, and as they seemingly always do, pull it off.
Yeah, and what was interesting, I mean, coming into this, the big concerns were that performance versus Fnatic, where it felt like it was very one-dimensional, but this time around, Prx actually converting 8 out of 11 post plants was a huge improvement. You can see it was just a tiny tweak to actually get through. Some of these utility synergies look much better here. Example actually over towards A side there on the crunch a couple of times. We saw a few different takes on that, and it looked fantastic for PaperX.
And I think what I was most impressed by was how they were combining CJRS's utility with some of these other players to re-clear space in the mid-round, and also to set up those trap plays that we were seeing there. EG's normally the team who we talk about as being the util combo squad, who's doing that against opponents, and here PaperX managed to leverage their combo really well to get an even leg in this series.
Yeah, and also too, right, like you were starting to see that confidence build up as well. It was happening throughout the series, but that actually takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment, and this one honestly is all about Jing, because what a difference maker he was in this round here. Most importantly, Achilleos, just having the gall to just go in there, fly in, and just challenge a fight immediately.
This other one just swinging around the corner, right out onto the side, catching Ethan, who sat outside of stairs. Jing, so quick, and one of the things that we were talking about after Fracture was that, you know, how EG was able to shut him down, stop his entries. That's just how he kicks off overtime. He says, okay, I'm pressing the go button.
pasti hardball.
Twice in a row. Kill after kill, gets the finisher. I gotta say, good attempt from Jogamo. There was some nice weird dodges going through from the TPs, avoiding the showstopper, then comes back in, gets hit, clipped by those paint shells, leads to set up for Jing to take it to the end. But this is him finding value. This is exactly what PaperX has needed, what they were missing a bit more of. They're on that Fracture. So if Jing is going to continue to look this fired up as we go deeper into this map set, then it could get even more rough for the side of EG, because now you've got Split on the horizon where that Raze can still continue to thrive.
Well, let's go ahead and keep giving the flowers over to PaperX, because that actually takes us to our aim lab shoot around as well. We're going to be checking out CGRS there. You know, no longer a fill-in, definitely doing the job, and has been stepping up big time for this team. Oftentimes last player in, and maybe last player out. This guy's been clutch.
He has been, and I think for me, I was debating over this a little bit last night as far as who is my player of the tournament so far, and I think that CGRS might have actually overtaken Kong Kong for me as far as just this player, because there was so much. Kong Kong was such a known quantity coming into this event. We know that he's cracked out of his mind. We had so many questions about CGRS, and the numbers that he's been able to put up, the way that he has been able to synergize and bring this Gecko to the forefront alongside the rest of the team. I think he just has to be the guy that I'm going to be thinking about the most after this tournament is over, as far as just breaking all expectations.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely has. I mean, the players on PaperX are always talking about how he keeps the PaperX vibe, keeps people happy, adds some leadership into the mix. He's like the perfect substitute.
The crazy thing is, to hear that how much he's actually contributed from an IGL standpoint as well. To come in, obviously, the comfort to lean on him with a little bit of a quirky pick in the Gecko, pulling that out. But he's also shown on other agents that he's exceptionally proficient.
Yeah, because you would come into this thinking that he is just that Gecko main, but actually ends up proving everyone wrong. But now this takes us over to Split for map number 3. We're all knotted up in the series here, but this is a good one though, Mimi, for EG as well.
It is. They've been really successful with this double duelist comp here on Split, most recently losing that heartbreaking 13-11 loss to Fnatic to come down to this lower finals. They have a lot of great ideas in the mid-round with this double duelist comp, and they have a level of explosivity that we really normally are reserving to talk about PaperX.
It's very true, and we'll be waiting for that Prime Gaming Agent Select to make its way in just a second as we get ready for this one. Of course, PaperX desperately, Mike, needed that win, because the journey at that point becomes that much more challenging. And you have to think for those 5 players on that stage, as well as Coach Alex, that confidence is brimming.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think examples like Jing getting fired up, being rewarded for some of this aggression as we jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. I'm going to see any switch-ups here, and I think this does, in terms of momentum, it's huge for PaperX to come out of that previous map with the same sort of tempo, right? EG stretched them all the way, but here PaperX have an ability now to double down once again. It's double duelist, it's their bread and butter.
I'm really looking at the Sky players in this matchup, in CGRS and Ethan. Both these guys are going to have such a big impact in these solo initiator comps, in getting information in the mid-round for their teams and setting up their duelists as well.
Last time we saw this one from PaperX was them versus EDG. They were only able to put up 9-round wins. EDG got that one away from them. Let's see how they fare, though, against EG.
All right, well, this is it. We're all knotted up into series 1-1. We're going to Split. Let's see how the chips fall and send it right back over to Brendan Sideshow.
That splits that staging ground here for PaperX and EG. It's even across the board in terms of the map score. We're also going to have this, blowouts that tend to happen as well when you get deeper. And as well, this tournament has been quite one-sided at times on top of it. So I'm glad to finally see, actually, there is a bit of that fight back now and parity between the regions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that all of these maps end up getting crazier the deeper you get. This is going to be the double duelist mirror, which I think is exciting in and of itself. Can Jing continue? What does Forsaken look like going back under that duelist role as we saw in map 1? You know, all of these kind of stories. But then as you get deeper into the map pool, we get to see stranger and stranger stuff. We're guaranteed to get at least here into Pearl, where you get to see Jing pick up Phoenix usually. The final map might have Harbor being played on Ascent. We don't know what's going to happen if we do get to map 5. But for now, both teams just going to be soaking in the moment. It's double Sheriff here for Defy and Forsaken, a strategy we've seen a few times from them.
Prx just nice tepid beginning. Nothing explosive. Contacting. They actually take ramp control relatively free. Gets them into position. Boombot spots it though. Have to be cautious of some util being used in response. CGRS will be the Trailblazer. Getting away with so much in the moment. Trailblazers exchanged. Little nade into the corner. A lot of damage being done. There's taking a bit of healing sight. Flash on top of it. It's all being collected. Util combo together to earn any sort of advantage.
But a good pushback from Mindfree, who manages to trade out a kill and leave EG on defense without their initiator that can grab information for them. Oh, Jorgamo's trying to find a timing. He's just heard them all run away.
Yep, close to the corner now. That's going to be watched for by Defy. Shuts it down. No funny business. No lurk timings to be gathered and gained. And it's left to Prx to readjust and reassess actually the situation they're in here. They're like, okay, we've got a player advantage. Maybe they hear the drop. Even one falling to the ground. Fortunate timing. Couldn't really stand his ground and take the fight yet. He does deliver. Snake might drop down on top of it. There's going to be that collapse and combined pressure. 20 seconds now onto rope. Onto the ramp, I should say. Flash. Try and at least gain them a bit of ground, but have dropped down. Spike in the hands of CGRS. It's a mad dash to try and get over to the B site.
10 seconds left.
8 seconds left. Plant. Plenty of time to at least tap it and explore a little bit, but Com shuts that one all the way down. 3 in a round for him.
EG pick up a pistol. They've been split very even in this match so far. But the big thing to me is how much value EG were able to generate from taking these fights over towards Heaven. I mean, Com gets one in that spot, and then Boostio picks up another. Prx are trying to find unusual timings to pressure the A Heaven players as they would be looking main.
Yep.
But that didn't work out that time. EG able to pick it up, even without Ethan being online, giving them that constant info. Jing has a shorty and a blast pack. Where are you off to?
Yeah, what could he do with it?
What kind of mischief can you get yourself into?
Usually, we have to do a bit of damage. That's a team flash. Okay.
And he dies.
Yeah, walking right into it. Forsaken having to go over with a Marshall purchase.
Well, it's a good job you're not expected to do anything in that round. Prx falling flat on the face. But this is actually going to offer EG a great opportunity as long as they can clean up the rest of the rifles fairly cleanly. And suddenly, this doesn't look so clean anymore, does it?
Yeah, shot to the leg. Mindfree survives. Oh, okay, well, enough damage done that, yeah, should be easily done, and there it is. So, more kills collected. Com, clean enough with 3 players surviving.
Yeah, that's not too bad at the end. I mean, it could have been immaculate, but not so bad. And 3 Spectres prioritized here. So, EG have so many different ways that they can play around. I mean, both teams do. They're playing mirror comps, right? But especially on defense side, EG are going to put a premium on fighting over mid in a lot of these situations. But that does rely on Jorgamo. And instead, it looks like EG, 2 out of 3 rounds, they've been trying to fight a ramp to start. Maybe this is part of the preparation that Potter's got them looking at, because they're bang on the money here. This is exactly where Prx are also stacked up.
Flash will notify them. So there's one player there, grouped up. Set the sights now with a Trailblazer. Sent towards the choke, not actually broken. Double satchels, flashes. This is all over the place. Forsaken, he's going for more.
Incredible play, and Defy on the lurk. Coming up through mid, picks off Demon 1, but only just managed to avoid getting assassinated by a flying Judge Jet player.
Might have overstepped himself though, he's fallen. Heaven brought it into that 2 versus 2. CJRS left to hold on to this one angle. Com doesn't clear it. Not appropriately at least. Buying time. Boostio left alone here. Has to make footsteps though and he feels it. Time ticking away. CJRS holds the ground down. Stalwart defender on that spike.
In the clutch again. In the clutch again, he delivers. He's so good for it. And every time he wins one of those, it's got to be a massive confidence booster. Realizing that you can win. But here's that play from Forsaken. Updraft dash into Heaven, catching the EG players who played that position a lot on pistol. Very reminiscent of something that Something would do.
Yeah. Full aggression. No relenting for it. Similar scenes to the beginning of the round that we've just seen, only this time to pull. Double satchel play. Jing's already in their face. Trailblazer on the back. Stunned up. Where's the punish? Satchel making a mark. No way. Jogamo was hoping to punish that. He's brought down anyway. Here we go. Look timings. Be careful. Got to be certain of this one. Could not adjust it with a spray down. So grabbing the one, but eventually brought down. Players enough and abound. This is brought to a 2 versus 2.
Big timing from Boostio there. And he's watching for Jing.
Jing still wins it. Duels, man. He's so keen and eager to take them.
And even when you know he's coming, it doesn't mean you can stop him.
Yeah. Of course, that placement was good in that instance. Still, feels like we got a lot of action, but still 50 seconds remaining in the round. Only a time to slow it down. Nade allows Mind Freak to cross into the site, into the corner, gets that plant out.
But Jing chooses not to. Jing's hiding in hell.
And he's just spotted Com. No way! What a pre-fire. Com's brought it to a 1 versus 1. And takes the fight to him. Unbelievable. Finalized it with the shot. That's 3 in a round, and he's feeling it, man. Fired up.
When you watch Com in these big games, he ends up being the neutralizer. For a player who was disrespected the whole time he's been with EG, the whole of his professional career in Valorant, he is often put on kind of like marking the other elite players. His job is to shut them down and neutralize their impact. Oh my God, what a play there. It's Corbin time. And he's just Corbin all over them. It really is wild though. That's knocked Prx straight down. And EG, their game plan there was trying to play for Demon 1's Bladestorm. They get it online with a death. And this defensive setup looks a lot better now. Prx moving away from their A-ramp control that they've been doing basically every round this half.
Flash in the back in the smoke. Yeah, finally moving away. Prx, they don't really have the guns. It's carried them through. Only the 1 rifle. In the hands of Forsaken. Bulldog for Jing. Emphasis placed on them to make something of this. This round, it really does feel like a bit of a chokehold for EG. Trailblazer at the top, spotted it out, Demon. Dash almost getting blocked. Still there though. Got the damage done, backing away for the heal. Satchels through, Jogamo, cheeky with the timing. Right from the back. There is no follow-up for that. Running a gunny, CGRS is shut down. Before he could even get started.
Oh,
nasty.
The pre-fire is just doing so much in this game. Anticipating the timings that Prx are going to push into them. Spike dropped and known.
30 seconds left.
Can't make sure there can't be anything else happening there. Neutralizes the threat again. And EG, very different there in their defensive setup. Instead of leaning 3 players over towards A, they just allow Com to hold it with the Viper's Pit. So that isn't a tool that they have access to anymore. So I'm interested to see what they go for here again. You know, Prx, almost every time they've had a serious chance in the round, it's been based on A control. Double duelist holding A. And they've given Boostio responsibility of locking down the B site, which is where the whole of Prx are, with all ultimates on board.
Yeah, it's a weird buy into it. They want to take the fight straight to them with the knives. That's beamed down. Boostio couldn't see much. He was blinded. Tucked into the corner, stunned up. There is that punish in sight. Of course, Jing is the follow-up. It's that 1-2 punch. Classic Prx style. Seeker's leading the way now to a potential easy opening. Ethan.
He's stopped the plans.
He has. He's denied that one. Demon 1 containing as well into the spawn. It's bought him time with the showstopper. Cosmic Divide there. Lighting him up into the corner. Maverick cannot withstand it. Device left alone. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. Tucked deep. Ult's going to be fading away. Wall is up. Just to try and fake like he could be lurking here, but this is just being watched for. Jingle pick by Ethan. There's the second. That was dicey.
Very close. Excellent attempt from Divide. Trying to save the mistakes from earlier in the round. Prx not committing enough bodies to actually holding onto the site here. Coach Alex is going to take attack time out. Look, they don't have anybody trying to stop players from peeking, and they're reading this push that Jing's going for every time. Every single situation that Prx find themselves in a post plant or with site control, Jing's going to try and push that a little bit further. And it's been working fairly well, but now it's time to tone it back. Because now EG have got the read. You see the positioning that Demon 1's playing. He knows that push is coming through CT. A Divide's been on the perma-lurk as well. Prx just need a tweak in terms of how they're approaching this map.
Otherwise EG is sailing away with it, 5-1. Not in the hottest of waters yet. Obviously, with it being a best of 5, wouldn't be series losing, but you never want to be in that situation where you've just been pummeled on the map heading into the next one. That's really going to be deciding a lot of your outcomes. So, needs to be adjustments to make the half more respectable.
I do feel, though, like this is a must-win map for EG. If they have a chance of being able to win this game and head to their first ever grand final, they're looking at picking up wins on Fracture, Split, and then one of the final 2 maps. That's really where their map pool is at its strongest. So just to set expectations, this is one where we're anticipating EG to have an advantage. But when you have Prx playing double duelist comps like this, anything is possible.
Scattering with the guns. Really a full purchase from Prx, but a smoke to cut them across again. Going back to the fast place, dash into the smoker, pull to counter, and what a counter it is! Bait them in, strike them back, hammer and anvil style. The 2 entry players, I mean, Jing and Forsaken, they can get nothing done. The pathing there, dropping down into hell. There was a pull prior, and at this point, it's just an absolute aim labs routine. Flawless round, everybody keeping the guns going. EG, they are in prime form.
It's Prime Gaming, not Aim Labs. This is a wrong sponsor. Wrong one.
Might be.
That is double duelist versus double duelist. You don't often see the Raze and the Jet working together with this composition to defend the A site. But this has been an adjustment that EG have gone for in this match. Jorgamo's not playing towards male or, you know, mid as much as you might expect. Instead, he's trying to help Demon 1 on A. And that's why. They just have so much maneuverability to play different spots. And they can play fast in the same way that Jing and Forsaken can play fast. Fast and loose.
Just being a bargaining note. There's a pull. Oh, wow. It's the util being used, and Astrastar, I think they're trying to punish the common position where Corm has been playing, but he just spams them from Mail. Collects 1. Prx obviously not favored in this round when they have been knocked down to the weaker guns anyway, but still hurts for them because it means EG are going to be up 7-1. If it keeps going like this, and well, just give Demon 1 a bit more practice, why not?
There's just
warm up the wrist.
So many layers everywhere to the way that EG is playing the defense. Once you get past the first, there's always something behind it. Like in mid, they're not playing aggressively to start out, but it feels like it with the orb. Then you run into Com just spraying you down there. The heaven pressure with Demon 1 to collect. Jing could have made something of that. Good try. But it puts everything down on a 7 health Mind Freak.
Yeah.
That just doesn't look in any way feasible for him. And a 7-1 lead for EG. They should be able to close this out, especially with how Prx, in my opinion, look favored on the attack side of Split. If they were going to win one of the sides, I would expect it to be this one.
But they're just being dismantled.
Oh, picked to pieces.
Yeah, the fast plays are being punished. Seeing the preset Astra util. Like you said, I mean, there's not too much emphasis being placed into mid, where you'd normally expect it. Someone like Boostio playing, but
I think that's a deliberate game plan from EG.
Yeah.
They're really trying to mess with Paper X's expectations and catch them on the sight bursts instead. This is different.
Yeah. Looking like maybe some B main pressure. There's a nade being held.
While Demon 1 opts towards A with potentially a pullback smoke.
Fight on two fronts. See which one pays off. Big flash. Smoke was placed deep there by Forsaken. All in the face of Demon 1 means he's not granted that easy sightline.
But Boostio just holds with him, and together they feel confident enough to be able to re-clear this area to some degree. There's still that dangerous corner, which is getting pinged out right now.
I do like this.
But EG are on the line. They've got a bait and switch set up now too.
Bait and switch. There's the dash active. They're not going to expect Boostio close to the corner. Gliding right past. He spotted him on the minimap. Can Boostio get out alive? Not quite. Traded. Forsaken. He's in their face. It's the updraft dash play again, but again, not anticipating Demon 1. Brings down the opposites.
Brent, also CGRS is in screens. Paper X have gotten everywhere.
Pushed in deep onto the corner. I mean, as expected, there was a jump spot, I believe, by Ethan. They seem to know that there could have been this chance and this timing.
But surely not this deep.
No, I don't think he realizes he's crossed, does he? It's a hard clearance. Not enough to get the shots onto it, and the satchel is nice, so Jorgenmo's set up for the trade. Aim wasn't reset in time.
Are the gods favoring you today with the spray into the pit?
Yeah, seen many of these rounds. Blazestorm being committed. Over the top with the updraft. Looking for a 3-2-1 entrance right into it, into the corner. Updraft all over the place. Twists and turns in the round, into the corner. Divide goes. Enough to collect up onto Jorgenmo.
That is a tough setup to deal with. I really like the approach from the double duelist there. The updrafts and the potential to be able to one-shot someone with the knives is nice, but in the end, Devi's ultimate proves too strong. Look at this.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, both grouping up together, making sure that they can't get picked off one at a time, and they hold steady. But also, Paper X's A ramp control and the way that they're diving up A ramp and into the A heaven smoke at the same time, really tough for EG to deal with. They only just managed to adjust. More spread, more defaulting from Paper X. Though again, it feels like A ramp is going to be the destination in mind.
Has to be a string of rounds here for Paper X.
Even if they get to 5, that feels to me like
they've salvaged it at that point if they manage to get to 5, but they'd have to win out the rounds from here.
And it's still not an amazing half, was more my point.
Big flash, Jorgenmo. Nice attempt, a chance to punish again, the exact same play! Demon 1 though, this time playing inside the smoke to punish it. We want shame on you. Still, they run forwards into the site, and the util is clearing all the corners. Jorgenmo caught out in the open. Cosmic Divide cuts up the angles. Demon 1's still there. Crouch peek yet. Well, how does he have the presence of mind to clear it still? I just don't know with this guy, but he is an insane player.
Look at the setup though in the post plant. Barely anybody on site. Doubled up like it's a backstab in heaven.
Yeah, up into heaven here. They clear out the one player that was playing onto the site, but can they deal with these again? Onto the heaven players. It's up to Mindfreak. Does he have a pull for the plant? Looks like there's one.
But Com is ready for his positioning. Oh, they try the body block.
Yeah, body block this one. Mindfreak still on heaven. He can do a lot here. He's landed it. Enough kills found. 25 health though. Does he take the bait? It was tapped. He doesn't swing. Boostio, absolute balls of steel from Mindfreak. Swinging wide. Boostio gets half. Not enough time. And in the moment, the presence of mind of Mindfreak, man. Not taking the bait.
That's so cold. That is so cold from Mindfreak. Up in heaven, just tapping away with the rifle, making sure that Boostio doesn't feel safe at any point. And also, with this first peek, he sees they're both vulnerable. He sees that they're both in that spot, so I think that probably goes into the decision-making there, knowing that Boostio is going to be a bit too scared to just stick it completely. We have not really seen anybody being able to pull off that body block play to deny the Astra pull. And Com was ready for it too, in terms of his positioning. Just won the duel against Jing, couldn't quite win the duel against Mindfreak. Small moments defining whether Paper X can get back into this half.
Just been on a nice edge. Now with 2 more chances. I mean, we said, listen, 7-5 will be a salvaged half. It's necessary for them to win out, but round away from what looks like breaking the economy of EG. That's why they're taking the time out here. This is an important one.
And I agree with you that the last few rounds have seemed like they've been on a knife's edge, but the knife is on an edge where, tipped in one direction, it plunges into PaperX's heart. It's not a balanced knife right now. It's PaperX doing everything they can, finding the slimmest of margins just to be able to save the heart and get it back towards even territory. If EG are even able to get one, it looks extremely good for them. It's got to be perfection from here on out for PaperX.
Holds to work with. Comes online. Up towards B main. Looks to be that 4-1 split. Contacting. Dash is now active though. They want to go off of this as a snipe bait at their feet. Jing, their second thoughts on it. The pull was also expended here. Boostio is dodging. Utility flying into his face, but does he realize it? No. Forsaken was already on the line. A counter flash play, dropping down. Ethan's there. It's a 3-2-1 face. He's broken in the midst of it. Beautiful stuff by Forsaken. Liberties with the positioning, and Jorgamo forced into the impossible scenario. Has to save for this round, and that string of rounds that we were talking about, Josh, the possibility of it, it's a reality at this point, man.
Yeah, it's coming true. Forsaken's tempo catches Boostio completely off there. I mean, Boostio is trying to focus on the next wave through. He knows Forsaken's got through to Pillar, but he's hoping Forsaken's worried about somebody pushing CT, somebody pushing from heaven. He's worried, he's hoping Forsaken has some level of respect. No, not the PaperX duelists. They're going to continue to apply pressure onto the site anchor until you force them to back up.
Essentially should be a 7-5 at this point. One more round left here, but the money is going to be broken ever so slightly. I think the loss bonus will be kicking in for EG. Half-armor rifles is a possibility. Maybe it doesn't look like it.
It's not great.
And the ults for PaperX are flowing.
It looks like they might have done enough here to save the half. It's still not amazing. I feel like PaperX would be anticipating running away with this when they're on their attack side. But when you're 7-1 down, this looks like a miracle, like an absolute dream.
Cosmic Divide. It's let loose. They're trying to fake the A presence here of all of their players, but the Viper's Pit is going to be bogging them down. The goal is to try and take this one. Seekers does feel like a lot of heavy presence here, but now they hear it. Right into the open com. That was a miracle kill. He needed that one. Shuts down Jing with a showstopper, still maintains the pit. And it is this huge obstacle that's just waiting right in them.
But this whole thing was supposed to be a fake so that CGRS could take the spike with Devi into A. And Devi's called, rotators leaving, CGRS. Don't commit to B, come back to the A site. Boostio's stuck in a really weird position again.
Yeah, he's so worried about being pinched. He knows that Heaven was compromised. The choke on top of it. Deep flashing to the back of the side. Boostio has the smoke at the choke, pushing through. Timing needed to be taken. He's got the spike down. It's going to be a call made. Spots out Devi. Repositions now. 50 health to his name. It's still not necessary. Not when a team's got his back. Mind Freak. Last alive. EG. They've done magic in this round. They really have. Every advantage was against them, yet they still get under their belt 8-4 here.
And that first kill turns the tide of the round to me. I mean, shutting down Jing with the showstopper inside your pit. Ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
I think he got vulnerable. I think Jing managed to land on top of a snake bite, so he didn't have to hit every single pellet, but that's still one that, if it swings the opposite direction, we could be looking at a 7-5 half.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts about this entire map as well. It's been so back and forth. Absolutely insane stuff. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down.
Round after round, the pendulum keeps on swinging as this game continues to be the gift that keeps on giving here. Of course, as we dive into what we saw in that first half, Mimi, it's very clear that this team is punishing this aggression.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of map number 1 in that I think EG had a great read on the way that PaperX play. It's what Potter was saying in that initial interview. We give them space, we let them do their execute, do their game plan, and then play these late rounds. The retakes were really working. You see it here in round 5, and then we see a timeout for PaperX, and EG again, have the read in this one. It felt like they had great control of that defense.
Yeah, and just little things as well. I mean, we were talking about this. Boostio time and time again in these committed positions, but I think where Paperx are so front-loaded in terms of their executes, where there's a spacing advantage that somebody can take advantage of, and even just to still have the confidence to commit to those, because it looked very concerning versus Fnatic, where he was almost being targeted. So I'm actually loving seeing that from Boostio here so far.
Yeah. A little bit of a rough half. The run back from Paperx, decent. Like that. I mean, that 7-5 should have been theirs, and I'm worried that that is going to be the thing that is kind of lingering on their minds after that last round. Letting that get away from them. It was a fantastic little setup there from Calm to get the vulnerable out onto Jing, shut him down with the shorty, take that showstopper completely out, just break the entire call on the round from the side of Paperx.
Split with comps like these are even, but EG's looking good right now. They want that series point. They want to be a map away from their first grand finals.
Well, and they're on the precipice of doing so, but of course, you can never count out this Paperx team as we get ready to dive into this one. And of course, the fans are coming out in full swing here. Everyone has been having a great time. And again, this atmosphere in this room is electric. Of course, the people here have definitely met the moment that is taking place on that stage. It is now time to jump back to the casters as we get ready for the next half.
Can EG grab the opportunity in front of them? We typically look at scenarios like this and we say, well, must win pistol round for Paperx here, but let's see if they can do it. EG, incredible consistency when it comes to these opening rounds here. Round 1, round 13 pistol rounds. Spiral that one into map wins. This entire tournament that's been the case. Dash, a little peek for the information. Forsaken's out of there.
Jing's the player that's going to float. Started the round over towards A. And now as CJRS doesn't see too much, and they don't hear. Oh, the Trailblazer just goes straight over the top of Com's head too. They're going to re-push this area, knowing that Forsaken could have been playing there, and the pinch comes through from Vent.
Yep, CJRS just none the wiser towards it. It's up to Forsaken to hold down the choke point. Flash, it's dodged for now. Slight corner that he can play in. He's to hold it back, and he does kick out Ethan. That's a spike drop down. Isolating that one. Jing, in the meantime, the rest of his team refighting and retaking that Heaven control. Jorgen towards the back here. Not shying away from it. Mindfreak eager to take the fight. Round given up.
Only Boostio left in an impossible situation, surely.
Well, dropped up now. Jing was pushing in front of this. Pull.
Does he know that Forsaken is going to be on this timing behind it? It looks like he's aware.
Idea of it, yeah, but the crosshair's not pointed towards Heaven. So, it's Paperx with a pistol round win.
Every map so far, Brett, has been split dead down the middle in terms of the pistol rounds. And I think that really makes the series winnable for Paperx, because their pistol round win rate has not been good. It has not been good. They've been getting their advantages through the gun rounds, through finding these moments, splitting team play down into the 1v1s, and getting the win there instead. So if they're also able to go even on pistols, it's going to drag EG down to the point where this game's winnable.
Taking away those advantages. Paperx going to be feeling possibilities presented to them. Okay, that was the return of fire.
Good to neutralize that quickly before it snowballed any further.
Boostio udah mati sih, udah lumayan. Boostio sama
It's also the only sheriff that they had. Everybody else is on classic.
Boostio udah pengen gila.
Paperx are going to be challenged here a little bit on their defense side, I think, to not overextend, to not get too aggressive. Divine loves doing these walk pushes down mid. About a minute on the clock, maybe more, something like 50 seconds. If EG are going to approach every round with the patience they've demonstrated on this, it may not pay dividends for them here with the weaponry so low. But I think it's going to ask questions of Paperx later on.
Almost casting out a net and baiting Paperx to just walk right into it.
That'll be the game plan.
Yeah.
But with a team as good as Paperx, even if they fall into the net sometimes, they'll just chew their way out.
Oh yeah. Raw skill on display.
Nah.
Lovely set of kills for Forsaken. Definitely going to be pleased with that one. Bladestorm is brought online.
Yeah. In terms of a person that you would want to be gathering all of those anti-eco kills, Forsaken's top of the list.
Yeah, big purchase from him as well now, heading into it. Why not stay active in between the rounds? Although with the pace that this game is being played at, you don't really have too much time to do that. So
you want to keep your eyes on the action. Forsaken is going to pick up an operator in this round.
And for the bonus.
For PaperX's bonus round, having a defensive op online.
Meanwhile, series of aggressive plays, pushing deep. There's a pull towards the one side, a smoke on the other. Forsaken! Oh, he strikes, lands it. Even one brought down.
What a pick. And remember, if Forsaken does die, he's still got Blades on for next round. So it's not even that much of a gamble. But it's the right kind of risk. That really introduces something that EG won't have been expecting, I don't think.
What kind of call has been made here? Some form of utility was sent flying. A lot of players scampering on PaperX's setup.
They're worried about this Viper wall. I think the comms laid down and trying to get info behind it. They realize they need to make a push into B main, or at least see if anyone's over there. Oh!
Forsaken.
I mean, Forsaken had a lineup there with the operator. Jorgamo's never favored.
Yeah, still Forsaken 4, so the operator taken out of the mix. And again, noise has been cut. 40 seconds remaining. EG happy to slow it all the way down here.
They're looking to try and bait out an info play, but it's happening in B main, where there's no one on EG ready to collect.
Info gathered. Flash is going to be gathering that. Now Fast playing through here. Jing, he pushes forwards. Past a lot of his utility. Here's the footsteps. Now they're going to start running towards him. Damage is definitely done. Satchel's at work. Marshall spam. It's all on top of each other. It's raining lead right through the choke. An exchange of the guns is left up to it, but with only 12 seconds remaining, Jorgamo, he's got so much to do and not enough time. Brought down, bonus round win. Can they save the operator? Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get on top of that one. But still, a bonus round conversion is massive.
And I said that EG's patience was going to ask questions of PaperX. They answered perfectly there. The push happened over in B main. There was 2 players there. It gives them all the info to rotate the rest of the team into A. And they managed to get Jing into a spot where he's pushed inside the smoke before the hit even happened. Knocks EG down. Economy in a terrible spot. PaperX, they've pulled off the comeback at this point.
Yeah, bring it back into with the op purchase. Jing is shut down. Just trying to hold back onto the rope. That was a stinger in his face. Classic little play that you see with a double duelist.
Jing kadang overextend juga sih.
And now cutting noise a little. Waiting for that push. With Boostio on the other side of the map too.
Nice! Boostio udah mati.
Everybody getting caught.
Oh my, updraft, got to escape it. Nade at his feet, through the smoke. Showstopper's been earned. Into the side, into the corners. That damage done, not enough for a kill. With the shorty.
CGRS.
Dusty sidearm. CGRS.
Dimanuan 3 HP. Tapi ini orang sakit juga sih, udah gila nih.
He knows roughly where CGRS is. Last known location of Mindfreak can be. That's what he's working with. Oh my. He's not going to expect Mindfreak to be this aggressive, I don't think, in heaven. But Mindfreak has to make a noise.
Yeah. Sound cute. Something. He might bait the drop. Dashes there. Gets info. Team of 1. Does he hear it? The drop down. Not too certain.
He's going for the
out anyway. Going for the 1-taps. 3 HP. Why not? He's got a confidence for it. Smoke cut up the one angle. Now holds it. It's a bit of a gamble. 9 bullets left. Mindfreak. Left reeling. You have the confidence to take the fight. He's definitely got the health advantage, and with a swing like that, he can afford to take it.
It's close.
Tapi kalau tadi si Jares nggak nge-flashnya jauh gitu sih,
PaperX do manage to bully their way through that anti-eco. Mindfreak lands the single body shot, and the score's tied up at 8-8.
Gimana udah gila nih. Udah
Great attempt from Team 1 there. But that was with EG investing their showstopper, finding some dangerous picks up in A heaven.
Fight
So let's have a look. Forsaken picks up the operator again, and they've got a high-low setup towards B. PaperX love running this setup, but I don't think EG have been aggressive enough to run into it.
That's all been slowed down at the beginning. Heavy group up into mid. A re-push as well into main.
It's so aggressive on the A defense.
Yeah, they're really going to try and get the punish, I think, onto opposite sides here. Jing is feeling the heat. Con backs away, absorbing a lot of this, working themselves into spawn. They're already just walking all the way through. I mean,
nice. Main fake lagi. Nempel banget itu Vandal.
Individual one-on-ones, why not? An entire round.
Vandal kayu nempelnya
That is
kepala.
perfection from Prx. They have both of their kind of supportive players pushing out towards A. They have both of their supportive players pushing out towards A, and it forces EG to go up mid and into B main. So they go into Jing at mid, and then they go into Forsaken, and Mindfreak over towards B. Easy! It looked like it.
Carnage, man. Putting together the rounds, that's 5 in a row. Satchel's at work again. Jorgamo seeking to have a bit of a repeat. It's literally a repeat of the round that they did prior. This time, Knives at play, at work, updraft, over the top. Devi is punished. CGRS trying to play anti-flash. What a shot to hit Babustio. Cheeky upgrade, rifle in his hands. We are down, I mean, it's the first 20 seconds of this round.
EG choosing to fight fire with fire. Increasing the pace instead of decreasing it. Makes sense on an eco.
This is surely spotted, close to the corner into hell. There's no actual trade inside, but eventually it comes through, and there with the Stingers. It's brought down on a thrifty, 9-9. You thought that Prx were really starting to gain a bit of a lead and an advantage, but no, broad even.
And Brendan, you're dead on the money. Absolutely right. It's the same play that they made the last time they had a thrifty. Double blast back up with a stinger, a ramp. And this time they managed to capitalize and snowball that into a round win. If they're finding value doing that with stingers, are EG now going to decide to just do it with rifles as well? This looks like a bit of a weakness in how Prx are holding. They're not ready for the fight at the beginning of the round. Instead, Demon One's got an op, so I don't think they're going to be as quick.
Still caution being played. Oh, here we go. Have a showstopper with the pull. Oh, real damage being done. Still, Dash disengaging. Close to the corner here with a stinger. It's brought down. Jorgamo seeks to respond. Spam through the smoke. CGRS beaming him down. Ethan trying to push through. Just the fire raider was coming towards him there, but it's left to just these two. The slow play. EG, the ones who are being picked apart. There's the rifle. It's swapped around. Leaving the operator out in the open. Seekers showing a bit of a path.
Demon One has to be worried about the push here.
Oh, he didn't expect it. What? A response
Bagus
from
banget tuh
Devi.
Devil. Dia
And the whole
ngikutin
of
itunya, terus ngambil
They're
kiri
fighting fire
mantap.
with fire, both of these teams trying to one-up each other with how
Terus ini nggak
aggressive
expect
they
tadi
can
pas
both
saya
get.
expectnya langsung nge-pick ke sebelah
The double
kirinya
blast back
dia
down
dari.
mid with a showstopper.
Nah, nih, tuh.
And
Dia
Jing
nggak
knows,
expect
based on his
pasti.
nade position, where Boostio is going to be.
Tuh,
They're just so good at
mantap banget
reading
tuh.
how defensive
Pas dia
teams
bunuh satu
are
langsung
gonna adapt.
geser, biar orangnya pasti nge-pick ya ke kanan lagi.
And I say defensive there, obviously EG are on the attack side, but they are defending against a play like that.
Yeah.
They have to try and absorb the aggression.
Slow split default.
No, I'll tell you what, no America's team's playing like that.
No.
If they're,
No,
if
they
they're,
are not.
if they're trying to rely on their experience playing against people in their own region, nobody quite plays like Prx.
Yeah, I'm not sure who you'd have to practice, I think, to get experience against that. Maybe FaZe? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Just full Smeeg. I mean, Prx are the embodiment of it.
And I thought it was going to be the attack side where Prx looked in control by running these kind of aggressive plays. But instead, the level of aggression they've shown on their defense side has actually worked perfectly for their style. EG can't control it when Jing just goes down mid, or when CGRS is applying pressure with his flashes and his Trailblazer over towards A ramp. They're running into Forsaken and Jing constantly, and then Devi's there for the cleanup. I also don't know how they're going to get value out of Demon One's operator if Prx continue to up the tempo like this. Demon One's going to have to hit some cracking shots.
It feels like an unusual purchase. They are really brute forcing it. They still want to be leaning into it. Demon One is a great player, but
I think the op, in theory, can be fantastic if Prx play slowly themselves. Don't know if that's going to happen.
yeah. At least for this round, there's a bit of a crawl at the beginning.
The raise is mid. Jing's been getting the better end of Jorgamo almost every time.
He's pushing through it. angle here towards the box. No, it's the back of his head. It's not watched for. Jorgamo collects that kill over the top of the wall. Demon 1. There's a chance for him to get a kill. Maybe equalize it to a 4 versus 4, but have to back away here down to that minute mark.
And Jing's looking towards B Heaven in that situation because he's following where Ethan's Trailblazer went.
Great time for a Viper's Pit. This is really going to bog down the choke.
And how do you get through this?
Well, maybe from behind. Jorgamo has gained mid-control. Forsaken. Look at him. Not favor taking that fight. I mean, a ton of damage. Onto the angle, still set up. Crouch peeking. Just wants to disrespect them into B main. And it has funneled everybody up through mid. The space was gained by Jorgamo. They want to go around the Viper's Pit. They don't want to fight through it, but if you leave him up, Divide, it's going to be more than a thorn in their side, man. He could be the difference maker to you winning the round. Ethan cleans him up. Takes him out there. Jorgamo attempt to punish this one. Forsaken swings into it. Denying it here with the plant at least. Will go down, so time no longer becoming a bit of a problem. Still, Cosmic Divide. Across the site, Viper's Pit of their own, now dropped down. Tons of ults being committed into this one. Jump spot with a shorty. The shot missing just ever so slightly. Demon 1 holding it towards the corner. Again, it's going to come down to a bit of luck of the draw. Spam, maybe. Can they work their way into the pit? Can they try and bring it down? 2 versus 2. Off to the side here, it's Com. Alive and kicking. The pit's still active. Mind Freak was not set up for success. 10 to 10. As even as we can be.
So close in this map. And as I said earlier, this is one where I would expect EG to have the advantage. They've looked phenomenal at split the last few times we've seen it. Little bait play there to be able to pick up Jing early on. And that's the kill that really wins it. Ethan being able to out-duel Divide, who took a moment out of his pit to try and grab that kill and then bounce back in. Op v op now, over towards B main to start the round.
Stars are plenty. What a defeat of Forsaken. This is pandemonium. Just a recall so that he can set himself up onto an angle, but who knows who's utils whose. Made into the side, that's a satchel to punish, but such quick reactions. Forsaken! He's a menace! 2 players brought down, a dash reset. He's got it active once more in case he does want to take another peek at things, but just backs away, content to hold the choke.
That is absolutely disgustingly good from Forsaken. The jump repeat back onto the angle to diff Demon 1, and CGRS just holds for info, backs up. Playing his life. Snakebite denies the Trailblazer here, giving Com a little opportunity, but it's still a 3v5.
Off the back of Forsaken.
And what a time for a hero play like that.
Still holding on to the Heaven position. That angle, he opened himself up to it. It was wallbangable, he's weak. He's still holding it though. Hasn't given up this space, which means his team can try and help him out, support him out. 35 seconds roughly left in the round. The side set onto A, but they need an opening. They need it now. Divide still pushing him back. That was his snake bite. Dropped down onto the corner. Forsaken. What is that? Spraying him through. Still watching it. Not giving him an inch.
Not a bad time for a prime game in Flawless for Prx there. That could well turn the tide of this map. And as the midpoint of the series, potentially, could change the tide of the match. What is that? The confidence level. I mean, look at that from Demon 1's perspective.
Yeah, no time to react.
He looked startled. It was a jump scare. That's ludicrous.
Instantaneous.
Can EG find any way of responding to this? They won a Thrifty earlier on, playing over towards A-Ramp, chaining those 2 duelists together.
I mean, Prx looked like they were anticipating it. I mean, he stacked it with 4 of their players. Now we see it. Showstopper use the satchel movement, though. It's not too great.
Beefed.
Yeah, bangs his head on the ceiling. Rocket into spawn. No real damage done. Demon 1, though, is there. He's on the angle, on the line of sight. Spam. Onto the corner. Eventually brought down. Satchel's at work. Round to the side. Jing in the middle of all of that. Still got a kill onto Jorgamo. And Heaven Controller's there. Spike's still not planted. It's a 2v3.
The backstab.
The backstab. Com needs value. He needs a kill, and the right click does not bless him. Flip of the coin. Not going in his direction. Stars available. Boosty up. What can he do to salvage it? Star Blossom one bit. It's shut down, and it's Prx who find themselves in the driving seat. They hit that 12th round.
They stacked up to try and avoid that A-ramp thrifty idea, and EG almost got some momentum going with Demon 1 finding the first pick. Good response though from CGRS, just spamming through. And Prx eventually deal with this tricksy little thrifty. EG though, they didn't buy in the last round, they didn't force, they were always playing for overtime. So now we get to see the next 2 rounds, 4-player stack over towards A. Hard reading that EG would be leaning right at the start of this.
Same setup as they did just prior. EG were on the thrifty, and again it's the long migration, the big wraparound. Time to shore up the defensive towards B as mid is completely given up. Dash forwards, up into heaven. Until expended exchange, another smoke to try and get them in. Demon 1, he's so smart with this. Let's buy them that space towards the back. Mind Freak though, he's got to try and hold this one. Smoke away and afar. That's 2 kills, massive from him. Still, they left to contain it. It's Prx leading through. 13-10, and they are leading the series now.
Outrageous comeback in this 3rd map from Prx. From a spot where they were 7-1 down, I believe.
Ya. Ternyata mati.
Second best map. What an incredible performance there. Not only being able to win, but being able to win and muscle their way through whilst going way negative in the first kill to first death department. They only had 7 first kills in that map. And yet they're still able to convert 13 rounds. Absolute madness from the Prx guys.
They're just an anomaly.
This team defies all expectations.
Absolutely. They go into this
anybody
event,
can step up at any time.
Yeah. Huge moments from individuals carrying them over the line. The amount of times that Forsaken was getting away with that, the updraft dash plays in. Even when they seek to punish, I mean, I didn't even pick it up at the time, but he's picking up the judge in case somebody does play in the smoke to punish him.
Yeah.
So he can just spam away. And at that point, you're favored.
It's madness. It is madness. And that has got to be a rough one for EG to watch slip away.
Oh, yeah.
It's up towards the top of their map pool. They had the advantage at the half. Yeah, they lost pistol, but definitely opportunities there for them to be able to close it out. And that streak of rounds from Prx pulled things away. Moments like this, as Mind Freak clutches. Huge plays from Jing, Forsaken.
It's just impossibilities, man. And now, as we get deeper into the series, the deeper we go with the map pool, I mean, the advantages slipping away from EG in terms of the strength of what they were carrying forwards.
Next map, we might get to see Jing play Phoenix. This series has got it all.
Living up to all sorts of our expectations here. Cannot believe the run that Prx are making happen before our eyes. And now we stand just 1 more map away from closing out this series and going all the way to the grand finals. But yet to be seen, yet more of the series to be played. Don't go anywhere.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
And with that beautiful comeback on Split, Prx are now just one map away from meeting Fnatic in the grand finals here at Masters Tokyo. What a game that was out of Prx, and to see them be able to rally back like that despite the odds being against them is truly incredible to watch. Of course, Golden Boy here, Mimi, Achilles, and High Pocket. Fine, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
7-1, baby, doesn't matter. They were in such a deficit. You get into that second half, and they just went on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
What a rally back from Prx.
And that's what is so impressive about Prx to me, that they can seemingly always rally back from these games that look unwinnable. Like you're saying, 7-1 to begin this one in favor of EG.
Yeah, this is another example of like that. Sometimes you're watching Prx and there's little slip-ups here and there. A round or two don't go their way, but it's that feast or famine, basically, ethos towards Valorant that here I think it's one of the best examples we've probably seen ever for this name in Valorant, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, of course, we do have the breakdown there of how everything played out. You can see the series layout for yourself because there was, oh, well, look at that. It's quite the run. Then we got 5 in a row that Prx had, a thrifty that you thought would have been enough to maybe start to rally the cause here for EG, but really it's impressive, Mimi, to see the way that this PaperX team stood firm despite that opposition.
Yeah, in the second half for PaperX, what I was really liking was some of these moments of mid-round aggression. In some of the earlier maps, we saw them get punished for going for these really early aggressive plays that EG was ready for. But here it was mid-round re-pushing into B, occasionally throwing in one of these aggressive early plays with this double duelist comp. And that kind of variance they had in their ideas, I think is part of the reason EG really struggled to adapt.
Yeah, and just closing things out, you saw the first kills, the differential there between the two teams. It was monstrous for the side of EG, but nearly a third of their 4v5s were converted into a round win from the side of PaperX. It's just that perseverance, that constant willingness to fight back no matter what.
And it comes back to that same point. The front line of PaperX, it's always the emphasis, right? They're always ready to trade out and be so quick to react, right? As soon as that first blood is conceded, there's 2 or 3 people ready to double down on that engagement.
What a match it was. Of course, we're going to talk about that and so much more. But first, though, we actually have Yinsu standing by with some members of PaperX's family. It's Jing and Alex's mom. Take it away, Yinsu.
Thank you very much, GB. I am joined by 2 very, very special PaperX supporters here in the arena. It is Jing's mom, Pearl, and Coach Alex's mom, Liying, as well. Welcome, you two.
Thank you.
Auntie Liying, this is your first time watching Alex play and the team play in real life. So what's your experience like? What's it been like being here?
I think it's amazing. I arrived this morning at 6:15 with my brother and my sister-in-law. And on the way here, I met so many PaperX fans. And I took photographs with them. It's such a fun time. I mean, really amazing. So many people. I can't believe it.
Yeah, they really, really love PaperX out here. And Auntie Pearl, now it's not your first time. You go to every single event with Jing. You've traveled all around the world. How proud are you to see that Jing is being able to qualify for all these crazy big events and doing so well as well?
I'm very proud of him, and I know he wants to do his best. And I'm actually lost for words because I'm overwhelmed. Like for this trip, I never expected to be here. Honestly, like really, it's like mind blown for me. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I think everyone, even the players feel the same, right? Even they had to come in here without something with a sub, and they managed to make it this far, maybe even further as well. But I do want to ask, because PaperX, a team we all know and love, but I also know that it's not just you two that kind of really support your boys. I know all the mom and dads behind the scenes.
Yes,
you guys are like a special team yourself, right?
Kind of. We have a Forsaken mom here and dad, and we have Mind Freak's mom and the whole family, the dad and the brother. Everyone is here, and also Forsaken's brother, elder brother, Escurate. Yeah, he's also somewhere in the crowd. Yeah.
And last question, very quickly, for you, Auntie Liying. Alex's job is very high pressure. He has a lot of responsibility.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Does he ever come to you for some advice? What do you tell him?
Well, most of the time I tell him during the interview, please be calm, speak slowly, say smart things.
I mean,
and all that sort of thing, but he does it himself. I don't really do anything much for him.
He's definitely doing all of that.
Okay,
thank you so much for joining me. I hope they can bring it home for you guys and take it all the way.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go PaperX. And I'm gonna throw this back to the dad of the desk. It's you, GB.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, my mother's been telling me to say smart things my whole life, and boy, oh boy, have I been letting her down.
Look where you are now.
I guess so, right? Look at me now, Ma. In any case, though, of course, shout out to the moms who make all this happen. Of course, without them, obviously we wouldn't be here, so there would be no players. That being said, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we should be expecting moving forward here, and also some of the matchups. I think it's worth kind of re-hitting this one again, right? Because we talked about Demon 1 and Forsaken in the past, but it's worth talking about this yet again because these are flexible players, but when they play their role, they play it so incredibly well, and the impact is felt in this tournament.
Yeah, it very much is. As disappointing as it is to not have something here alongside him to go into that Jet 1v1, it's not like Forsaken is really that much further behind.
He ain't no chump on that role.
Just looking incredible already there on Split, and we get to look forward to this matchup once again as we get ready to move into Pearl.
Yeah, and I think as well, we haven't led too hard because it's very different how these teams play around their Jet player, right? And obviously around these two individuals. But coming into Pearl, it becomes the be-all and end-all in my eyes of a lot of the rounds that we're going to see. Again, in terms of obviously the attacking side, and Forsaken's ability to heavy anchor with the operator puts PaperX in a position to make so many other moves across the map.
And this is where EG has to answer a lot of questions. Split should have been theirs. They had it in their hand in the first half. It slips away in the second. And and that was one of their 2 best maps in this pool. Now you're 2-1 down. You have to win Pearl straight into Ascent, and I think their Ascent is good enough, but Pearl is really where these questions lie for me, because they play this normal Harbor Viper, which they're solid at, but Paper X has been playing this double flash Phoenix comp that has worked really well for them, and I think is effective against Harbor Viper in particular.
Absolutely, because it's key to have a second flasher to be able to pop through a wall, you know, create that.
And one as fast as a Phoenix?
Sure, you can take that one, yeah. But again, it's another opportunity for Paper X to create a little chaos, apply a little more pressure in a different way that's going to throw off some of the particularly the defensive protocols for EG.
And pressure, that is the word I'm seeing right now. EG, they've been talking about how they've been playing with house money, how they have just been taking the opportunities given to them and running with them. But now this is the question. Can the pressure get to them at this point in the lower final, down a map against this crazy comp from Paper X? This is how they started their season, playing against Cloud9, choking a Pearl game against a Phoenix comp. And the question is, can they now, playing against a slightly different but similar comp, change that history?
I mean, EG, they do have that advantage of having been able to watch Paper X play this up against NRG, and that was not a very clean take on the Pearl map. It was down to the wire, it was into overtime. That could very well happen again, but we'll see how EG, how well they've done their homework.
Another example where we're looking towards Potter to actually make those small tweaks now to play to their own strengths.
Well, I know this crowd wants a 5th map, but the question is, are we going to get there? Let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Yeah, this is it. This is where we get into the territory where the stakes are really the highest. You know, the defining moments in a series where, you know, the outcome of this map right now is going to be defining whether we go the distance all the way to that 5th and final map, or is the series just going to end here? Is it going to be Paper X weaving the tail of them with a content creator going to the grand final?
In either situation, you just get such a stellar outcome. Because, like I said to start this match, it's 2 of the most unlikely Valorant runs of all time colliding. And so either you're getting Paper X being able to crown themselves running, or going to another grand final, I should say. No crowns quite on the line just yet. But getting another chance at a big grand final like this, with Jing playing Phoenix, or we go on to Ascent, where the last time Paper X were playing a Harbor there. Either way, it's going to be madness. And to start things out, of course, we're getting 8 players running into each other.
Yeah, why not?
Like the 2 Cinderella pumpkin carriages colliding down BieL.
Let's see which one wins out. So the usual setup. We know this one if you've been watching a lot of the Americas. It's a bait and trap play. Snakebite over the top, lineup that collects. Vulnerable. That's a grenade of their own. Molly over the top there. Enough damage done just from it. Jing is pulled out of position here, but a cascade actually gives him a bit of coverage. We can reposition and get out of there.
That turret gives decent info. The whole of EG starting to rotate around and help Boostio defend A.
Yeah, but look at them all in the spawn. You realize they've given up a lot of that space towards mid. Now, the center of the map.
Don't want to startle any Paper X fans, but Forsaken does have a shorty here as well.
Oh.
So I think they were planning something very specific that relied on them getting B control.
Yeah. And now, no dash, just the shorty. I'm going to salvage a weapon from Mindfreak. Is that why they're going back over here? Probably.
Would make sense.
Yeah, there it is. There's the gun he's looking for.
Just try and knife out to Jiggle and get the Ghost online.
Well, there it is. No one was ready to meet them. They're going to be hearing this, though. Footsteps abound. Jorgamo. He's holding it. Util. Waiting for this now as the fight starts to come through onto the heaven angle. Precision is name of the game, but a tap of the gun, the classic, running out of bullets all the way through. Com gets brought down. Damage was done. Nanoswarm at his feet. You're feeling it right now. Turn to pieces. 11 seconds left in this round. Weak enough at the plant. This has to be stuck all the way. Pressure. It's there. Fighting towards it. CGRS brought down in the end. Boostio leading the charge for his team. Carves out a path right through the middle.
I was worried. I was definitely concerned when Com had a classic in his hand and wasn't able to land the extra headshot he needed against blinded up Paper X players. But EG are able to convert that one. Another pistol to start the maps out. The story of these maps has so frequently been EG get the first pistol, can't actually generate too much of a snowball off the back of it, and then Paper X get the second and start to respond. How many rounds does EG need here for their fans to be confident we're going to a 5th? I don't feel like there's any number. The belief in Paper X to make any level of comeback is
We've had so many
so
twists
high.
and turns throughout these maps.
Here's another twist and turn. Paper X are going to force into this.
Yeah.
They pulled this one out before. I think it was in the game against NRG.
They're one of the worst teams in terms of pistol round conversions actually heading into this match.
Just win the second round.
But yeah, and part of the reason why they're so successful is because they opt into these forces all the way through. Stingers into the back of it. This time Jorgemon will meet them. All the way through, catching onto the heels of Komi, seeking to reposition. Vulnerable up, enough damage done, but the bullets spraying around Cove in his face.
Oh, nice.
Now in time. It's just punishments all over the place. Dissipation of the smoke. Grants an easy sight line. Ult's already built up. Why not expend it? Round 2, by the way. Round 2. And still hunting him down with a rifle, but blind as a bat. Demon 1 cannot stand his ground.
Oh, what a response! And that's Prx to a T. The force-up attack side. Utilizing the plant money and the fact that they got quite a few kills in round 1. But still, I mean, this is only Stingers. And they coordinate themselves. It really does feel like a high five when you watch Prx play in these kind of spots.
Yeah, easy to be on the same page when you know everybody's just sole goal is to int as hard as possible. Somebody says go, we're like, right, we're going in.
We're going. Everybody has immaculate faith in each other to be able to always go forwards. Nobody baiting. And I mean, the fact that Jing got his ult online and is now starting to farm up the second in round 3. Ridiculous.
Forsaken, no. Oh, loses the fight out to the Classic.
Go on, give us a thrifty back the other way as well.
And it's a hard flank, isn't it? All grouped up here. Art control still going to be gained. Held on to at least partially by Boostio. Doesn't want to go down here. Mind Freak. Exploration. Picking up that mid position. Jiggle peek for the information. And there we go, meeting them. That's the rifle drop down once more. An exchange of hands back in the other direction. Nana Swarm is there. Who's going to pick this one up? It's Jorgemon. You got to know everybody's coming from that choke point. Devi is on the angle of it. Free fire.
Nice.
Flash. Devi is setting the pace of this round excellently. They can't withstand it. They're all grouped up like that. All the sight lines set on that one angle.
Nice, nice,
An
nice.
excellent demonstration of how being aggressive can sometimes be the best option in those kind of situations. Rather than allowing the death ball of EG to go towards them with the two-player advantage, Devi chooses to break up the timings by finding those
Si Boostio-nya nggak masuk.
and flash his way back out. Seems a little risky sometimes, but there, played to perfection. Okay, so we stabilize a little. EG can buy this round, Prx, 3 rifles, and a stinger on cigarettes.
The ults are starting to get flowing as well. Playing for these orbs. Pushing deep out towards A. It's a lot of aggression and util used on either side of the extremities. Orb gained.
And sometimes Demon 1 is going to be posted up in A main off the back of the Trailblazer and Cascade being used. This time, nobody from EG. So what they're hoping for here is that Prx make a lot of noise re-clearing this area. Like that, for example, the flash, the footsteps, and this will give EG the timing.
What, they're just walking up behind it. They used the initial flash, which I think was out of range of Demon 1, by the way.
Yeah,
he was holding far enough away, and they walked the rest of it.
Meanwhile, EG are just stacked over towards B and now realize that B hit is not coming. It's time to go back over to the other side of the map. But you can see that they did have a timing here. I think Prx might be in front of it, though.
And here, finally, noise cues onto the side. Stars come through, the dash on top of it. This is going to be called now, but there's no positioning to absorb any of this aggression. EG are all the way in spawn. Seekers. It's going to be pushing them back.
And there is a major retake ultimate. The Reckoning is fabulous in these kind of spots.
That's why Prx are in their spawn right now. They want to try and fight them to it. They're anticipating it. Here's the Reckoning. Do they push forward in time? They're all stunned up! A flash for a flash! Utils have to be used back and forth, back and forth. Which team will reign supreme? It looks like it's all EG! Boostio! Sublime!
Off the back of a Reckoning that couldn't fail to catch those players. If you manage to run out of your own stun circle, you're just running into somebody else's.
Kenapa pada di
Jorgemon's
situ ya?
ultimate could not have found more value. And credit to Prx for trying to throw utility themselves to get out of that spot. But as soon as Boostio gets in behind, there's no hope.
Let's go, baby.
Lovely transfer. So Boostio with that. Enough damage done across the board here. He's built up his lockdown, or may have had it prior as well, but still a big ultimate to lead into this next.
Yeah, he's just got that online with those kills, you're right. But I'm looking at Jing. You know, he's over here with the rest of the players, picking up his second Phoenix ult in round 5.
Why EG are putting such a heavy emphasis over control in one area of the extremities, but if you do that, you can't control the other one, so they're leaving B for a bit of a flood retake. Look at the way, yeah, exactly, this util setup. Yep, Ingenious is meant to punish Forsaken with an updraft dash up into heaven. He likes to do this. We know this if you've been watching a lot of these Pacific VODs, but this
He's so deep.
He's just contacting in still, trying to piece out where this util is. They really haven't given anything away. The dash is now not active, and Demon One is none the wiser. They thought it was going to be completely open, at least in terms of that side. He thought his teammate had his back. Nano Swarms now going to be activated. But still, the smoke's held. Bullets rattled, straining. They're locked down. Will not be detaining anybody. Everybody evacuating out of the way. Still, it's planted slightly to the side. Molly's going to be denying the first part of it. Spam onto the corner. Flash through. Ult popped off from Jing. He's blinded up though. Cannot see anything. Still gets a kill. Boostio missed him. What is going on? This is absolutely all over the place. Cove. Maybe the next tool to be used to try and find this one, but pushing it past, you have to try and fight close to them. Jorgamo, he's got half on it, pulled off a bit, already half, and timing has been won.
CGRS, sejak kapan di belakang?
Pull from Mind Freak, and it's him that finalizes that round.
A somewhat standard post plant though, with both teams trying to contest the defuse from coming through, but a very different way of opening this round up. I simply can't believe that Prx had the read that the alarm bot wasn't around. You saw Forsaken as he walked into the site, sniffing it around, seeing if he could find an alarm bot anywhere near. And as soon as he realized that that path into B-Link was open, he found the only gap in what EG were up to.
Yeah.
What a masterful way of being able to crack open the B site there.
So many of these rounds have been opened up, paved the way for Prx's contact plays. Now, get away with that for a bit, but at some point EG are going to be trying to prioritize an operator. That's probably why Demon One's just using knives. 2,400 in the bank. It's one of the ways to punish those contact plays is just by picking it up here.
This is such a stack.
Again.
This is so dangerous.
They're into the stack. Oh, they're going to flash through the wall. It's used in kind, in turn, damage done, Device still alive. That is ridiculous.
And I think they baited Boostio in.
There was an idea behind it, a snake bite towards the back of the pillar, an attempt to punish through it, into it, close to the corner though. Yeah, Boostio is just going to be holding that ground as well. No one's going to be crossing into his sight line.
And everybody going over to CGRS, who's really found the read at this point that EG are overstacking. This, of course, being an eco round, but on the previous two, we've seen many opportunities for CGRS to get deep because EG are leaning heavily one way or another. This time though, CGRS caught, and his positioning lets Demon One know instantly that he would have been calling the rotate back over.
Demon One is not wasting time, is he? Dash is there. Over to the side, Smoke, here's the tap now. Plan, tension online through the window. Couldn't quite land that knife. Has to back away and damage was done to him. The reposition is smart from Mind 3. Off to the side, it's gonna be spotted out though. There's one kill, there's the second! Boostio! From the jaws of defeat, he snatches it back.
What a return from EG. The play at the beginning is an interesting one. Their idea of just walking through their own wall, trying to find the timing on the Trailblazer and flashes being used. And this does enough to be able to take things down into dangerous territory where CGRS on a great look just oversteps himself slightly into Demon One.
Nasty play.
Well done there, especially the little combo towards the end. Boostio's been a bit of a swing player deep in these playoffs. When he's feeling it, and he's having a game like this, winning so many big rounds for his team.
He's nigh unstoppable. Draft potentially in order here with the knives in the hand of Forsaken. He's attempting to punish a high ground position that's deep onto the side while all this is happening. Jing, he was taking a fight straight to them. I'm not sure how that shot was found, but close to the corner means that they're not going to have any of this Killjoy utility, and Demon with the operator has now been spotted out. This has been found.
And this is why I'm saying Boostio's a bit of a swing player, because when he dies early like this, he can lose his team a game as well.
Seekers flash to the corner. All of this is
What?
to try and push them back.
How fortunate is that?
That was Forsaken fault.
Just a spam through the smoke, I believe.
Yeah, a few bullets just landing. Luck of the draw with that one, but it's brought it even to 4 versus 4. And again, that heavy rotation, only this time a twist in it. EG, they do have some presence deep into mid. Com was trying to be watching actually for this. That's a Trailblazer with immense value.
Sees everything, and Com can start sprinting on the flank.
Flash through the wall, Cosmic Divider. Jorgamo, tail in between his legs there, just still doesn't want to give up this round. There's the Cascade, takes the fights to them anyway. Bullets raining, scattered, punching through with the shorty. And now, of course, he's favored. Jump spot round with the movement. It's going to come down to the aim duels, and it has to be even out that way, but it will not happen. I was pointing out prior, Com lurked his way into mid. There was nothing to catch him there. He was the final level to it.
So a great response in the last couple from EG. You see this first pick come through off the back of the Reckoning. But it's not the Reckoning that actually gives Jorgamo any idea about what's happening there. He's just spamming based off where the Seekers are going. And Ethan was able to get those Seekers up at the start of the round because Prx are so heavy one side of the map or the other. Look, no one really controlling B. It's extremely grouped up, A split right from the start. They've got a plan.
Dimor misses the shot, not draft. Dash, no longer available, has to smoke his exit through. Jing wants to try and put the punish onto this one, put a bit of hurt into him. They run it back, leading the charge, carves up an opening and a path for his team to follow up. Forsaken, he's so fast with it. He's walking through into the smoke, but he doesn't watch the angle, doesn't watch the corner. It's Ethan's job, and he does punish that overextension still, locking down the mid angles. Jorgamo will fall. Bit of a breakaway.
Everything on Boostio.
Boostio 11 HP.
They know he's here.
Nasta land a shot here, but the
Nice.
right gun does it. Drops him. No more util now for this side to try and push back this plan. Still a minute left. Lockdown earned. CGRS, he opts to use it close to the corner.
Don't think Ethan can contest this particularly.
Maybe. Might go for it. Is there a window for him? Off the defuse, or off the plan here. Divide doesn't opt to stick this one. Instead, just trying to take the fight to them. One player detained up close, up top. That's Team 1's job now to try and contain this one and hold it, but he oversteps it again. Walking forward, CGRS with 3, and Ethan, they know where he is. And leave him to his devices, just a turret to catch the contact behind.
There's a flank on a flank here. Jing's coming through water too.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, what Com was doing prior, the final level to it. It's a backbreaker. They're not going to expect Jing to be coming up behind. CGRS, well, he's on for the ace denied, at least that. No flip in sight, but util out in the hands of Com sets him up nice and easily. That's the Vi. We could not be more even in this map, Josh. 4-4.
It's 4-4, but in absolutely chaotic fashion. Prx are going for plays, multiple prongs of the hive mind, reaching out across the map at once.
Whoa.
Probing tendrils to see whether they can make a play happen. In that round, you have Mind Freak going for a lurk into B-Link, and when that fails, it doesn't stop CGRS, with Devi, I believe, from also probing into B-Link from a different position. Prx, the way that they play is so fluid and loose, I think partially because they don't have an IGL. They're able to group up into little duos and work these micro plays around the map superbly, and it's putting a ton of pressure on EG to try and keep up.
Now, Josh, in a previous best of 5 that we might have covered, may or may not have said, you're never being quite tested like this before, with a scenic shot over a very famous IGL. Now, that was relating to the pressure, to the circumstances in the grand finals. This is a lower bracket finals. Take it down a notch ever so slightly, but you're tested in a different way if you are EG, because you have to keep up with this pandemonium that is occurring. These are scenarios you're never going to be finding yourself in most of the time in your playing career in Valorant.
Yeah. And there's a lot of pressure on Boostio, just with the way that EG normally plays, because he's such an aggressive Sentinel player. I think back to the game that EG had against Fnatic in the upper bracket finals. He went 0-5 in first kills to first deaths on the first map, the opening map on Lotus. There was no way of recovering that. And then he had a fantastic performance on Fracture to bring them back into the game. Here as Killjoy on Pearl, he's getting tested. Whether he puts his utility to hard anchor B or whether he puts it to give them info in mid, he is going to get pushed from so many different spots. And he's got to be able to, and EG as a collective have got to be able to shut down those probing, aggressive plays by Prx. Because once they realize they can get away with them, Prx are going to turn the tempo up. Oh yeah. And that's when it gets truly dangerous. That's when they can snowball out of control. When you get scared and give them the space.
Oh yeah. They'll let loose, they'll run all over you.
That's what they're hoping for.
But if you needed any more indicator that this series is not going, or at least this map not going to anyone's expectations. These are back-to-back timeouts that are being taken. Both teams trying to make adjustments. There's an extra long one. Both teams getting a chance to talk.
Frustrating for the coaches.
Yeah.
I don't think they needed all of that time to discuss what was going on. Taking a look at the defensive setup here. EG fighting over A control so that Boostio can get the orb, I think.
Team in one. Close behind the pillar, flash in his face. Backs away though to the corner for the jump spot, so the orb is granted towards A.
Yeah, they have a good retake ult here now. And Demon One is giving them information whilst being set up on an aggressive line.
But look at this again, it's that little pumper utility that's just used, a bit of fire now. They're being obvious in terms of their placement here, but they love to contact up here.
That's why Demon One's holding this angle.
Yeah. Wall up, straight across. Here's a snake bite. And a swarm from behind. Here's the lockdown. Fuse caught into the corner. It's a common angle that you can spam. You can catch him. But a flash for a flash. You got to get out of there.
Good flash from Ethan to save Demon One.
Really nice. Supplementary utility just to peel him out. So, no casualties yet, but yet being the key word. Boostio, he's beaming them all down. 3 kills in the midst of it when his team needed it.
And the swing player there has just hit one out of the park. What a round from Boostio. I was asking what the second layer was to Prx. But I don't think they really had one there other than just decide to face check. CGRS is left with it all to do. And the spike in front of him. Don't think there's too much of a hope here. Look at the economy on Prx as well.
Yeah.
Mind Freak, Devaya really going to struggle to buy here. CGRS saving a rifle is very important for their economy.
You're exactly right. I mean, because of the economy, what a round to do it. To have a turn-up moment, but Boostio picks up 3 because it should, in theory, break this now for Prx. They got the 1 rifle to carry forwards, but might choose to force up into it, but they'll be scrambling.
They were anticipating EG being stood so much further back. They thought they were going to get that first corner for free, and the flash is posted really deep there from Devai.
I am shocked that Prx are even able to get some money going. They have no loss bonus reset here. They are just forcing up into this.
Yeah, it's not great though, is it?
3 rifles and 2 stingers. Trying to make the most of it. 1 orb away from the ult, the Seekers, online for Devai. Bit of presence showcased. They don't opt to... Okay, yeah, I was like, Jing, are you really going to be taking that from Devai? No, he does get off of it.
But this one much more spread out by Prx. Because they were playing for the ult orb at the beginning and didn't want to end A, it feels different from EG's point of view. Demon One's going to look to make a peek into mid. Mind
so
Freak's been lurking around here.
There are so many angles that you have to face if you are a player in this spot. Fight's taken. Somebody util. Concern at the back of their minds, of the Prx players, I think, that could have been a bigger purchase.
This is slowly heading towards Demon One and Boostio.
Here, I've got your
Full setups there online. Forsaken, is he really seeking to try and get something done here? Alone onto the other side, other section, 38 seconds left. Nana Swarms are deaded.
He's done it.
Yeah, Forsaken, he's called the rotation and called that timing. And is there really space now for Prx to pivot and rotate and retreat? Yes, there is. I mean, they are out of there. The decision was made.
Look at Com. I mean, it doesn't really matter what CGRS does over here, because if Com drops the spike and finds a good timing, is he maybe going to collect Forsaken?
He needs to stay alive.
CGRS is fighting World War III on the other side of things.
There's 2 players here, but really Com just has to be the difference maker to stop this and deny the plan from coming through. Ping into the corner. Doesn't opt to use a snake bite. He just puts his orb down. He gets counter spammed. The plant's down. Oh, he could have been the difference maker. But instead shut down. And the 2 players that were distracted this entire time, CGRS, by the way, still alive and kicking. Absolute rat behavior from him.
From everybody on Prx this round. Once more, even the parts of the Prx attack that don't have any setup behind them, that are purely based on the distraction of their teammates, they find value.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff there. Forsaken using the pressure that the rest of his team were creating on A to find a lurk timing. Oh. And these EG players just want to keep rifles.
economy, honest. They do have money to buy for next, but maybe just not confident in the financials or mathematics behind it, even though the game does work it out for you.
Take a look at that from Forsaken. Opens up onto Jorgamo while Jing was being pushed back. And Jing in that corner, he got full blinded. And he still swings and gets another one. Everybody on Prx is good for a round every now and then.
Yeah.
That's what makes them such a dangerous team. Or that's one of the things that makes them such a dangerous team. 2 rounds left in the half.
EG now set to try and disrupt the play towards the orb. I think that Jing's going to be making a play for his ult. He's only one away, but instead it's towards mid. Alarm bot broken early. Flash through double doors. Fighting. Actually, just a molly held. This is going to be clear and close to the corner. Clearly some thought being put into this lineup. Orchestrated. Trailblazer clears through. It's going to be pulling players and leaving EG questioning, wondering where this is really going to land.
Boostio again looks like he could well be the pivot player in this round. He's chosen to take a very aggressive setup. Demon 1 though, on the fight.
Yeah, wow, what an adjustment. Really going for more there. And the dash does get out, well, barely. 51 health, but a heal online.
I mean, back up. Forsaken took the time to go into B Link instead of going into Art. So he didn't meet Boostio, and now he's got a strange amount of map control.
Yeah, he's just so willing.
There's 30 seconds.
Bit of chaos here. There's 30 seconds. What decision is going to be reached? I mean, trying to, again, fake the A presence, I think. A lot of util being expended there. It's grabbed the attention of some of the EG players, but now they're scrambling and scurrying all the way back over towards B. Giving up a lot of space. There's 19 seconds left still. Contacting all the way through. Not giving any sort of indicator. Not a plan for Divide. Close onto the corner, inside the smoke. It's all going a bit haywire. Spam onto it. Divide was at the default spot and position. This time Com doesn't give away his life, instead letting the plant go down. Player advantage still to EG. All up. Time being bought now to try and fight themselves through. It's a pull and an attempt into the back of Horse. Mindfreak still alive, but eventually falls. Spam and sprayed. The high-low setup, EG. They stop, they salvage it. There's tracks there, so 6-5. Making the most of that situation when really it was quite all over the place.
Really patient play from EG. Yeah, Com just choosing to spam instead of, you know, over-investing there and plays his life. They go into a 4v3 where Prx decide to play aggressive post plants. They don't try to play for the pull on the spike, that kind of thing. And EG are just able to group up together and clean it out. Puts them up, minimum an even half. But Prx have been excellent at being able to bring these back in the second, even if the score does end 7-5. Jing's got an ult though that could blast the B site wide open.
Yeah, all on this, the final round of the half. Jump spot. Scared of the potential of maybe an operator will just get some info.
I mean, and also, look at how good EG have been at getting info over towards A main. On the rounds where nobody challenges there, Boostio goes up, gets the orb, and puts an alarm bot down. They've got 4 players ready to defend B.
Ult coming through. Molly over the top. Snake bite, body block by the dog here. Jing running out of time, can't get the kill. Demon 1 pushing even deeper now, further forwards. Trying to contend with some of the players onto this one. Another flank also occurring. Com is watching for it in Link. He knows there's Cosmic Divide. There could be someone on the other side of things. Demon 1 left to try and solve it, and there's a flank.
Here's another flank.
Halted. Forsaken. Flanks on flanks. It's watched. Boostio this time. Privy to it. Aware of it. 40 seconds left now. Just 2 players. Standing, Mindfreak and Jing. Together. Smokes separating. Riding up into the site. Hove in the back to give a bit of room to play in, but with the lockdown planted and 28 seconds left, this is a dire situation. EG set up all the way, surely resetting. Lovely work from Mindfreak in the end, but still a little bit too much to overcome. 7-5. It's a scoreline that we're staring at here. That narrow advantage has been found by EG.
And they did a great job at dealing with the lurks towards the ends of this half. They found the double lurk setup here. 1 from Com, 1 from Boostio. A big issue that they had to deal with in prior rounds and struggled. PaperX haven't been playing through mid very often on their tournament run in this map. None of the Pacific teams have particularly. So it took EG a while, but they finally figured it out. That's going to put massive pressure on the pistol.
Absolutely it will. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas, for that one. 7-5 is the scoreline as we get ready for the half. But immediately, the thing that we were talking about before the game and definitely reared its fiery head this time around was Phoenix.
Yeah, it really did start for PaperX with them doing a great job of maximizing orbs forging on this Phoenix and building a variety of game plans around it. We saw faster rounds like this one when they forged on round 2, managed to close out with that Phoenix ult, and also some of these slower rounds where they were using it in the late round. I think PaperX showed a lot of depth in this first half, but EG did rally back in those last few rounds.
They did, but we found ourselves in fairly familiar territory because this was the exact scoreline that we saw from PaperX when they squared off against NRG. It was 7-5 at the half, them down after starting on the attack, and I think we know how that went. It went to overtime, and it was absolutely crazy. So that's all I can hope for this as we get ready to go into the second half.
Yeah, I think bigger picture as well with the adjustment later on in that half from EG. It almost feels like this was the approach all along. EG just wanted to kind of play damage control, damage limitation for the first half here, set themselves up so they're kind of playing with a little less pressure.
PaperX are in this position with a substitute. They're somewhere where no one expected them to be, and they're now a half away from maybe making it into the grand finals, and I think they're in a good position to do it. This double flash comp is great for Flood retaking against Harbor Viper. We'll have to see if they can again rally in a second half to close out, and this time make the finals.
I mean, given what we've been seeing here from either side, the killjoys, that has been the focus. We'll probably zoom in on that again later on, but CTRS, he's had his moment so far. Now that he gets ready to go over to that defending side as the KJ, we'll see if he can have as much impact as Boostio did.
Pay attention to those retakes. See how EG tries to stop them. This is going to be interesting. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, the second half of Pearl now, you know, we mentioned it's pivotal in terms of the map to decide it. Whether or not we get that continuation in the series all the way to map number 5, but I think for both of these teams going to be digging at the bottom of the reserves as well. Any sort of energy levels that they can bring back up into this. And I mean, you try and listen, humans are very good at pattern recognition, Josh, but you look at that timeline, good luck.
Oh, PaperX have committed 4 players to pushing out B as aggressively as they possibly can, driving people into CGRS.
Running all the way back around.
Oh, what a cheeky spot for him to be playing.
Smoke hiding in. Nope, the dog sees him. Anything to spam him out. Any util at all that can clear the way. Damage is being done. Pop flash into it, reloading. He knows he's being pushed. The right click's doing so much damn work, and Ethan claims his prize. Brings him down. Sight opened, wide open. Plan towards the back of it as well. Looks like they want to try and make a go of it. Let's try and play for the back of the site. Flash play through the cove. Slowed down, but not for but a moment here. Still trying to hold on to control of Pit. It's a doubled up. High-low setup. Forsaken isolating one of the fights, and now they want to put the squeeze on Boostio. No, he was here from prior. Whoa! Collects to 1, collects to 3rd. In the round for him. Low enough, though. Single shot will do it, but eventually shuts down Divide. No funny business, not getting away with it.
What a 3K from Boostio. He picks off one of the players and then gives away his positioning and gets squeezed from both sides. Still manages to come up with the goods. He's so frequently the key to EG's success here at Tokyo. And doing all of this whilst IGLing for the team. Supported in that regard by Ethan and Com. But in these fragging roles, sometimes Boostio is just making the difference. He's out here 18-8. And EG managed to win both pistols on this map.
Maybe
not that it made much difference last time with the force buy.
It really didn't. The prior indicator here has to be the dash to disengage from this one. It is that clash between them. This time, EG actually giving way to PaperX. They don't want to take the fight to them, even though they do have the better weaponry. It's a reclaims of the Trailblazer. They already gave up the prize that was that ult orb. The goal, try and get Jing's ult online.
Still pretty far away though.
Yeah.
The pistol round, not successful in the slightest from PaperX. And they ended up going for a flank retake setup, where EG were extremely cautious looking for the other parts of the flank. They didn't just get roped into looking at A main, they were still paying attention to B Link and Flowers. Look at how bold Forsaken is. He just gets all the info that that's fake pressure towards B. And he can tell the rest of his team to go and stack A.
Yeah, towards mid.
Oh, it's a double pump.
Double pump, double fake. They have pulled the rotations around with this kill collected. CGRS, he falls.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't give away much. Com would be the player lurking in that position. Forsaken realizes it. Oh, I've given up the line. High tide on my face. Time to make the moment happen before him. Shots right to the cranium. Demon 1 falls. He is traded, but my God, what an effort. At this point, they don't really have the guns for it.
No, it looks extraordinarily difficult here. Jing would love to be able to pick some up to get his ult online, but other than that, EG have just got so many defensive tools to use here. Prx may end up just looking to die to Spike, but I would rather try and get their ults online, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
especially for Divine Jing.
Yeah, they should be making a go of this. Divine cutting the play towards them. Plenty of players grouped up and collected. Sheriff in his hand. Can he make much more of it? Brought down. Last two players, Mindfreak Jing, going to be going down to the Spike just to deny a chance of EG really starting to farm up some of those ults.
So another situation where Jing's not really able to get the snowball going. Quite different to the first half, where he had his ultimate to be able to win round 2. EG, for one of the first times in this series, are in a situation where they can possibly put together something dangerous on the bonus round. Prx have contested them in the second halves by winning pistol, or earlier in this map, getting a force buy out there instead. This time, big clash in A main potentially. But EG want none of it. They're just giving them the old orb.
They're perfectly willing to give them that space, not fight over it. I mean, it doesn't mean that they wait out the molly. Retaking the space now. There's a pull to slow down the Trailblazer. Still clears towards the back of box. Faking like they're taking that A main control.
Yeah, the map control game here looks like it's being played well by EG. Prx have got to be worried about A main, and now they're coming to flush out Forsaken. No support.
Such a brave angle. No support. Oh, he adjusts his aim at the wrong time of it. Flick to the side. There's no way he's been taking himself back up. He's posted back up onto the position. Insanity from Forsaken, but why not?
There is a very fine line between bravery and foolishness. That may have been on the wrong side of it there, but I gotta say, if he manages to get 2 and he's in a position where he might, makes the round look incredibly different. Sometimes you gotta go for those risks. They are behind in the map.
Behind in the map now, behind in the player advantage with the plan down for EG. Set up for that success. And already Prx making a call to back away and save. It's a hard one. Letting these rounds slip away from you. Every instance now as well. These are the moments that
susah ya main di pouring.
Man, didn't even get to play in this one.
Yeah, those are tough rounds for the A players. I'm thinking back though to Prx's game on Pearl when they played against NRG. They kind of matched this the whole way through. Up until this. The 7-5 half went up to 9-5 and then Prx responded. And this was where Prx really started to get the ball rolling and get some momentum going and put the hurt on NRG. Here, a 5-round deficit with EG's economy still booming. It looks really difficult. It looks set for us to go to a 5th map.
Surely does.
But I know the Prx don't give up on maps like this.
They'll be throwing everything at them. Timeout. Called here for Prx.
And
to adjust. One of the things we haven't really touched on too much as well, Josh, you know, it's whittled it down to our top 3 at Masters Tokyo here. Representatives from EMEA, the Americas, and also Pacific. That's what this fight is really about. Not just to make it all the way to the grand finals, but also a chance to really represent your region there at the grand finals and maybe earn an extra slot for champs.
That would be a major victory for whatever region was able to do it. In terms of the strategy adjustments here from Prx, it's easier for us to be able to tell we have access to the whole minimap. But what I'm noticing from EG, especially in that prior round, is that they're not fighting for map control early. They're going and taking it away from Prx after Prx have done that initial grab for info. So in that round, A main controlled by Prx, taken away by EG, and then PaperX don't have enough utility to be able to re-clear that area instantly. And EG find that timing to pivot to the other side of the map. So sometimes it's not as good to have early map control as to save your utility to re-clear it once the attackers have been in that area. Especially if you think they're going to pivot a lot instead of re-hitting.
Well, that's an early push. Yeah, straight through mid. Good luck trying to catch that one still.
And Jing goes for the re-clear there.
Yeah, and it's Jing who catches the bullet to the head.
Yeah, because EG are ready for it.
So 4 versus 4. Still holding the angle here to expect and anticipate this re-clearance. Really playing anti-flash as a pull to punish. An attempt of it, but really no one can really close the gap.
But look at how different this is in terms of map control. PaperX now have all of that area over towards A main, and that's info.
They had to give up mid as a result of it. You can see how passive the players are playing. It's Forsaken just looking to try and contain in case somebody is in mid. Barreling forwards now, EG. Laying claim to this area of the map, towards the site. Snakebite at the back here, spam through, onto the wall. They're walking right into him. It's a crossfire setup where people are just given individuals, and it's a spray and chance of random luck that has given this advantage to PaperX.
But the plant is down, and Jorgamo, if he finds a position, finds a safe timing, he might be able to get off a reckoning. It is tough from this spot though, because he'll never feel safe.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to give away his positioning at all here. He's just holding his ground with the rifle. No time to really pull it out here. Never a chance. They can feel safe. Come! That is insane. How's he pulling that one out? Precision. But eventually shut down. Divide drops to the floor. Tap onto it, running around, aimlessly hunting for Jorgamo, that last remaining player. And time, enough on the clock here. Round win for PaperX. It's been a while. These guys, they earned a bit of respite, but yeah, not quite anymore. It's like 400 push-ups. They're going to be feeling it tomorrow, by the way, guys. That's dangerous stuff. You're not going to be able to lift any objects.
I mean, it doesn't get any better for them either. This is either a PaperX comeback, where they put more and more rounds on the board, or it goes to 5 and they have to keep doing push-ups as PaperX play a whole other map.
Yeah.
And what was this as well, though?
You can't even see anything, man.
No,
I mean,
that's disgusting. And doesn't win them the round. So EG tried the same kind of stuff, a fight in A main, a quick pivot to B. Now they're mixing it up. Everybody slowly collecting in the B side of
Trap
Pearl.
play off of Forsaken. Forsaken's holding contact. They have 2 people holding flashes in case.
Yeah.
And I think what... Okay.
They're just trying to bait
to the
people
point.
into them.
Yeah, it's slowed down to the point. I mean, this is going to be baiting a fight. Up front and personal. The firing line holds it. It's a pre-fire wide swing onto the corner. Jing brought down, taken out. Divide, got to second guess that now. Both teams getting themselves out of there.
And a little impatient perhaps from PaperX. But as the defenders, they're constantly worried about gaps in their defense. People walking through mid, you know, B-link. And it forced them to make some kind of aggressive play. EG just holding for it. And in the right place at the right time too. Now, the contact re-clear of A main.
Well, it's just a fake again that they're taking control of it, but with Mindfreak pushed up this hard.
Yeah, they can call their bluff.
Yeah, absolutely.
The issue here is, I don't think CJRS is going to rotate off. So even though they know it's heading towards B, there's still only 2 players able to defend.
Second holds the line. Wide face, he fell asleep at the wheel. D1 takes him out, wins the aim duel. Here's the reckoning now. Parting away onto the site here. There's a nanoswarm of flash, everything being expended just to take the space towards it. Divide, tucked to the corner. He feels like he has to make a play, you can feel it. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Sky players deciding to step past the smokes. Mindfreak is going to be spotted there on that flank here. Divide still pushing forwards now on the corner. Tap, trying to force the util, but Jorgamo pushes forwards and presses his advantage. All the way grouped up, trying to watch onto the flank. They had a player there, Mindfreak. He was offered an isolated 1 versus 1, but the time is now running a little bit too short for this one. Quick jump spot, comp, crouch down, holding close, not revealing anything. And the round is won. Mindfreak, not enough time to really get a jog on as well and move all the way over there. This is EG taking it away, bringing themselves up to 11.
Oh, Mindfreak comes out on top in the end there. But it is a consolation, a silver lining to a dark rain cloud hovering over the top of PaperX. EG have just controlled the tempo. in a way that they haven't been able to exactly on some of these prior maps. But any aggression from Paper X is getting stifled. And broadly speaking, Boostio's been able to call the right site to end on. And the right timings too. The mid part of Pearl, unexplored. No, just completely unknown territory for either team.
I've seen this before. Watching the Pacific teams try and play it, but here's something that we haven't seen in quite some time. Updraft play with the flash, set it up. A chance. Yeah, very much nearly. Forsaken, of course he wants to go for it again.
Well, this is the problem. If they allow them the whole of B long, then the lockdown can come through, and the lockdown will buy space for the Viper's pit.
And there it is.
So they want to try and contest this location early, because otherwise, you get put in a very tough spot.
Yeah, Forsaken just, doesn't really have any gun or tool to try and dissuade and push us back. Can't go for any attempt of it. 2 knives left. Needs a refresher. Plan starting to go down into the cone, pushing forwards. Does get a refresher traded all the way. Trying to take some space towards the back of the site. Demon 1 is not letting anything loose. Shorty to the face to buy. None the wiser. Mind Freak left alone.
Susah ini ya.
1 versus 3. Enough stars that he can sow a bit of chaos, but as soon as one player takes contact, Demon 1 will shut it down.
Good trades from Demon 1 there. Punishing the Paper X players that tried to get aggressive as the pit was blooming. EG know that they've got certain timings they need to be aware of. They need to deal with the early push, and then the lockdown will control things. And then they need to deal with that secondary push as the pit is getting deployed. And after that, the ults will do their work. Very controlled map from EG. Considering that Paper X were just able to beat NRG in ridiculous fashion in overtime to set up for this match. Very impressive performance here from Evil Geniuses.
Living up to the standard of play you'd expect of the last remaining representatives of America. Masters Tokyo. Over the top. Corner being spammed, dash to back away. There was an alarm bot there. I think they were worried about the trap play. It did get triggered for but a moment.
And there was a trap play set up. Double flashes again off somebody's contact. These trap plays have not really been working though for Paper X because EG is so diligent with it.
Incredible diligence. Com into mid, an opening is granted.
Forsaken's getting pushed into a locker in this game too. All of his refights on Jet. He's having his lunch money taken.
Yeah. Have to go hungry, I think. Save it for map 5 because it's on the table and more. 1 round.
Yeah. It's looking disastrous. Mind Freak is going to hear this like a stampede heading towards him.
And he's got to do so much here. But does the corner get cleared? It does. Fully and entirely.
No chances.
Boostio aware of it. Out in the open. Running back taken away. Jing. Nana Swarm at his feet. There are just no gaps in the play. EG. Sheer domination on display here. Reckoning, flash over the top. Devi pushing forward, seeks to deny. The right click's not doing enough. Everybody falling. It's just down to Jing. Spam into the corner. 5 seconds remaining. Needs to stay alive. It's not possible. Map 5, we are going there.
And EG, what a performance. Limiting Paper X with their Phoenix comp, which so many teams have struggled with, limiting Paper X to only 6 rounds. On top of that, only 6 first bloods. Something we were talking about was so topsy-turvy on split, the fact that Paper X have not been getting many first kills in this match, and yet still able to turn the percentages on their head. Here, EG controlled the game from kind of from start to finish. There were some big moments, some big plays, you know, the force buy came through. But apart from that, EG's slower pace prevailed. And I think that that's somewhat similar to map 1, right? We said all the way back in map 1 on on Fracture, that it was the EG structure being able to outplay the Paper X chaos. And I felt like that was the same story in this map. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same story in the 5th. Still a whole chapter to go of this tale.
Not at all. And I am so curious as to what is going to be played on Ascent, man. I mean, at full strength, this Paper X squad have been pulling out some absolutely just nuts stuff. I mean, with the Reyna and the Harbor at play on Ascent, normally such a standard map. In this instance, what are they going to be doing? How are they going to be putting CGRS in? I'm not too sure, but
I don't know.
It's all going to be decided there. The final map to be played here in our lower bracket finals. EG done the most to pull it back. Nice and even here. A final chance for both teams to show what they've got.
And what a clash for the lower bracket final. These two runs colliding.
A chance as well to try and earn the right to take it to a team that's already won lock-in. Fnatic awaiting them at the trophy, right at the seat of it, but still one more map to go. We'll see you in just a bit.
Composition from Prx, and now we are going to a pivotal game on Ascent. Holy moly, that is exactly what you want to see here in this incredible arena for this awesome matchup. Hypoc, as we dive into this game in particular, it just became very evident that the game plan just seemed to like really thin out for Paper X, and EG had all the answers at the end there.
Yeah, and I think the big win condition obviously is built around this Phoenix. Unfortunately, EG were so controlling, and time again they were given advantage in rounds, whether it is conceding the first blood, conceding some space, or a lot of utility being burnt up, almost amounting to nothing.
Yeah, which is just absolutely staggering to see how Paper X unfortunately crumbled, in that moment, Mimi. But that being said, got to give the credit to EG for being able to hold them back the way that they did.
Yeah, their second half game plan worked so well in this one. I think for EG, ever since they lost that 13-0 to Loud on this map, they have actually become such a strong Pearl team. I think their execution with this Harbor Viper has been on point, and especially I think similar to a lot of the other maps, the way that they combine utility in these late rounds when that initial plan doesn't work out is really good, and that stuff is so important against a team like Paper X.
I mean, that's what you need to do. If you have a map that is that big of a weakness, you either buckle down, you figure it out, you just grind that map until you have it to a winnable position, or you just permaban it. But they've opted to go for the former, and it has looked very good. I mean, only getting one round on the defending side here from Paper X, that is catastrophic.
And they've gone back to things that were working for them before. It was those pistol rounds and bonus rounds that made their run throughout Masters Tokyo thus far, getting those early advantages and continuing to convert through with that momentum. Ever since we saw them play Fnatic, they weren't able to achieve quite the same thing against some of these top teams. But in this series, the second half, when the pistol convert that bonus, and they just rolled their way through to a quite dominant map victory. I
think as well, when you see those kind of stats pay off again for EG, like you said, winning bonuses and whatnot, it's visible in the rounds. Their willingness to take engagements and really dig their heels in, commit to fighting, it's fantastic to watch.
And then, of course, we have to talk about BieL and CGRS because, I mean, BieL's been having one heck of a game, Seth.
He has, but for CGRS, it was very rough around the edges. I wanted to see more impact from him on that KJ on the defending side, but he just didn't quite find his footing like he did when he was playing against NRG.
And those guys are going to be very important now heading towards the end of the series, towards map number 5. BieL in particular, as that IGL, he's been stepping up in such a big way for his team throughout this series. Not just in the calls, but as an individual as well. He's been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, putting up insane numbers as well. This guy right now, I think he has 20 multi-kills across the series. He's getting a multi-kill every 4 rounds, which is absolutely
and he's playing Killjoy.
Yeah, he's playing Killjoy, he's playing Astor on the previous. He's time and time again, not just the late round anchor, but the first point of contact for EG in terms of absorbing some of these PRX executes.
Well, I'm actually really glad that you mentioned BieL because that leads us straight to our HyperX reflex moment. And of course, we're going to give it to BieL for this 3K that he managed to pull off here. I mean, just again, just so that we can take a moment to appreciate just the event that this young man is having. He is truly defining himself not just as a great in-game leader, but a fantastic player as well, Achilleos.
And this just goes to show, I mean, he's able to capitalize on this kind of ham-fisted style that Paper X likes to play so very often. They're just rushing out onto the site. This time, though, the timings are a bit off. You have a double swing coming through from Jinx, and like, before that flash has come through, the guiding light, you see it just kind of drifting by, but it's already too late. 2 players are dead on the ground. And that is something that absolutely needs to get cleaned up, because going into map 5, this is where I start becoming absolutely terrified for Paper X.
Are you a doomer now?
We have not seen this from them since the Grand Finals versus DRX. That's when something's in the roster. And compared to the lineup that they used back then, I have no idea what they have prepared for today.
I think as well, just coming back to a discussion that was kind of happening at the start of the day, in terms of map veto, a lot of the concerns lied with EG, right? Where things were, kind of rinse and repeat in terms of performance we've seen across Fracture and kind of having that comfort pick there. Actually, now we come into the last map of this series, and it's a big question mark for Paper X. I have no idea what we're going to see here.
This was the map that really impressed people, kind of, I think, sold people again that in 2023, Paper X could be a top team. Playing in Pacific, they had such cool ideas. They're playing a harbor composition where they're running Arena and a Sky, and they have all these weird little combinations with Arena Lear and then a Sky Flash. But it worked so well, and they actually had real little combos with this composition, and while it was weird, it worked so well for them. And now the question is, with CGRS, with this substitute, in map 5 of a lower final, will they be able to continue this run? Will they have something new cooked up? Because that is a hard comp to replicate with a new player.
Yeah, I just really am not sure what they want to do here. Is it going to be Forsaken just going, back over to the Jet? Does he himself want to bring out the Reyna and then have CGRS then fill in on something like the Harbor? There's so many questions surrounding this one. I just don't know what they're going to piece together, but I'm so damn curious to see it once we do get into that Prime Gaming Agent Select.
And on the other side, for EG, they have rallied back in this series. We thought after Lotus, it could be trouble for this squad, but winning Pearl dominantly, now they had to ascend. This has been one of their best maps in history. They took down Loud on this one in America. Some of their biggest upsets have come off of wins here on
They did
Ascent.
that here too, pretty
yeah,
sure.
it's where they're comfortable.
Oh, man. That kind of leaves a question mark, right? It's like, well, obviously, what happens here with PaperX? What are they cooking? What's Alex got cooking in the fryer right now? Because I'm genuinely worried here.
I mean, the last time we were concerned about this was before they showed Pearl versus NRG. We hadn't seen that map from them. We said, okay, without something, just Forsaken just go back to playing Jett. They did, and CGRS showed that he could play a very adequate, if not very surprisingly strong Killjoy. So I'm curious if they just do that same thing where it's keep the same composition and just slot people into different roles, or if they have to completely retool and rehaul this thing.
I think that's been key as well, and something we mentioned earlier on with CGRS actually demonstrating he has the flexibility to stray away from the get-go, play a different agent, and pick up a different role entirely for PaperX. Concern being, I feel like we enter here, final map, and Demon 1 is just going to be completely unleashed.
Oh.
This is where he made a name for himself. Remember the history of this guy. He was the guy who replaced BCJ. Everyone was mad about the roster move, doubting EG, thinking they would stay a bottom team in Americas. He comes into the roster. They rally. They just barely make it to playoffs. They qualify to Tokyo by upsetting Cloud9, by beating Loud, the teams that everyone thought would be able to come here and be favorites. And now they've made it here. They've made this run happen all the way to almost beating Fnatic and now being in the lower finals. That's been the path for Demon 1, a guy who months ago was an unknown name in Tier 2.
The path that these two teams have taken, although they are similar yet different at the same time, it really has just been about them persevering through whatever adversity has been thrown their way. And they have time and time again risen to the occasion, and now basically they all have their fate in their hands, right? For EG, it started off with them, as you had mentioned before, not having that control of their destiny. This is their control of their destiny here. And it's the same thing with PaperX. You think, oh, something's not gonna be here. It's, you know what, we'll try, we'll give it our best. But you're here at this moment, and you're about to make history. That weighs a lot on these 10 players here as we get ready for this one, Achilleos. And of course, do want to let everyone know there was a tech pause on the stage. We're just going to make sure we get that resolved, and then once that's good to go, of course, because this match deserves nothing less, we will jump right into the action. But for the time being here, we'll continue to talk about what to expect as we go into Ascent. And we do have the Prime Gaming Agent Select to give us some tools here. And
okay.
Wow. Holy crap.
Okay, so it's a massive... this is a big jump back into the past for the side of PaperX. This was their composition before they started working in the rain in the harbor. This is what they were running back in the day. It does look bizarre, but they are still widely very comfortable playing this, but obviously a very different look. You have Jing playing a non-duels for the first time in the series.
The biggest things I'm looking at here is, first of all, that Sage. On their attacking side, expect a lot of splits, popping down that Sage wall somewhere. And on the defense, flood retakes, allowing that wall to give you a gap to get back into sights. And on top of that, I'm looking at the difference in initiators here. CGRS pulling out that fade, and another fairly comfortable role for him.
Yeah, I think as well, this is interesting, particularly for EG's attacking half, actually, obviously, to get through to that. But obviously, this, I feel, is EG's most proactive defense. This is one they're happiest to play aggressive.
Let's see how this all plays out. One last map to decide which team faces off against Fnatic in the grand finals tomorrow. Who's going to take the series? I send it back over to Brendan Sideshow to find out.
It's all going to get decided here, isn't it? Map 5, the heat is turned up. Wardrobe etiquette out the window, Josh. My jacket's off, man. I want to get into this ASAP because EG versus PaperX. And again, bit of flashbacks, honestly, as well with the chops and changes, the compositions pushed all the way into Map 5. Yeah. Where have we seen this one before? PaperX Copenhagen Grand Finals.
Where they pulled out a Breach Yoru Fade Neon comp in order to play on Breeze of all maps. Now, this isn't as ludicrous as the comp that we might have been expecting if something was here. It doesn't have the Harbor, the Neon. It's actually, as Achilleos was saying, the previous comp that they played. So I'm going to be taking a look at CGRS on the Fade and Jing. Jing has got to step up to get PaperX over the line here in my eyes. He's got an exactly 1 KD in the series so far. When he's got the ability to do so much more.
He saw what he was capable of. Map number 1, Fracture. Absolutely popping off at numerous moments here, but this has been slowed down. The entirety of the arena holding bated breath. Waiting for the first opening, waiting for the time to strike. Wine control for Mindfreak. Tucked himself in there at some point, didn't he?
Just contact on. Immediately punish.
Loses his nerve.
That's exactly what EG were looking for. This slow-paced approach, trying to punish people, pushing.
Ooh.
The CGRS just goes for the info swing.
Okay. Beating their match there, so 4 for 4. 4 versus 4, I should say.
They bait out the wall. A pivot, but I think Prx are going to be able to reinforce the B side.
How much more can EG really slow this one down? Haunt waited out, didn't tag onto anybody, no sound cues, but this has to really end B. No other options. Switch up and pivot if this one goes wrong. Towards the back of the site, all eyes on CGRS. Through the smoke, Forsaken's there, Dash is active and brought down anyway, shut down. And towards the back, they know that CGRS is there. Good util. It's clearing them out, nearsighted. Really needs to get a kill here. Maybe
Ooh.
more. Why not? Absolutely. He's on for the ace, and he's only gone and done it. A Bristol round win, all off the back of this guy. A plucky upstart, a content creator, but a round winner nevertheless.
What a monstrous round from CGRS. Was he tapped into what Achilles was saying?
I have no idea.
I mean, Achilles is like, I want to see more from CGRS. Look at what he's done there.
Tapped into something illegal with plays like this. I mean,
what?
That is disgusting. We said he needs to be the difference maker, anchoring towards the back. The slight smile on Alex's face. He knows he's gotten away with murder.
I mean, that just tells it all, doesn't it? EG trying to control the chaos, and it comes from the most unexpected of origins. Where had that come from? That aim looked so snappy.
Big game player, apparently.
Demon 1 is going to try to get as many ult orbs as possible here. A Blade Storm in this round could be exactly what the Doctor ordered. But otherwise, I mean, the Fade ult's going to be online soon.
Not sure if it'll make too much of a difference.
Can CGRS keep something like that up?
Close to the corner, Jing. He might get caught with Util out in his hands. I think he wants to use the wall around the minute mark. No, still opting for the gun. Finding right to them. Hands it over to Boostio. Returns with fire. Not able to pick up the upgrade. Still waiting there. Flash to the side. Cuts it up with the dart. That is a beautiful little play in a microcosm. Exactly what EG are good at. Re-clearance now. Prx feeling like they have to, again, put a stop to Boostio, who's potentially looking up onto this one, but with 35 seconds left, what direction are they going in?
30 seconds left.
Straight down into mid, straight into the sight line of Forsaken, but he doesn't do enough damage. Tudor,
Nice.
all over the place, man. Scrappy at its core.
But Demon 1 and Boostio are so weak here. Surely they can't make anything of this.
Let's try and get through all of this util. Wait out the nade. Guns picked up, playing together here, but close, deep angle. CGRS brought down, but only gets the one, and now finally dealing with Boostio. Right at the beginning of the round, making it that much more dangerous just by him on his lonesome.
That was close. And Demon 1 has built up the Blade Storm. If he wanted to go for an attack operator, which we've seen EG use in their games against Loud before, then this might be a round to
Gila itu
generate that level of
sheriffnya.
advantage with your economy. But it looks like they're just going to rifle. I feel like I'm going to be so interested to see if EG have prepped for this comp. It is something that Prx have been running recently. They only had one game playing the Harbor Arena. So if you looked at most of their VODs, it would be of this.
Low orb used early there. Top of the box, Forsaken. Didn't take that angle, but just opts into breaking the turret instead.
Boostio, across the four maps being played, has taken 30 first duels, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Well, playing mainly Killjoy?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, the desk was touching on it, but it's just
16
it's
and 14.
It's insane the value he's getting. While in that role, stepping up to the task here, but...
What?
Okay, that's a bit of a misplay. What is it?
What?
Is this intended?
I've no idea.
Forsaken's like tucked close to the corner.
It looks like Forsaken's been trapped in a little prison.
Yeah.
The cryo chamber is the high-low. You expect there just to be one, there's not. There's two of them popping right out. There's a kill advantage.
What a play. And it allows Forsaken still to escape. What a gorgeous wall that Jing's cooked up there.
It's a pivot and a scramble here for EG. Gonna try and bring down Mindfreak. TP across, still across, and now a fight into mid on top of it. Smoke at their feet, spamming right through it. Caught in the seas, connection nearsighted. Nobody can see a bloody thing. Where is the salvage? Where is the answer back? Swinging through the smokes. There's no time at all. Only 11 seconds remaining. They've got to get themselves onto the site. The spike special delivery, drop it down. No kill found. Here's the plan. Time alone. They have about a second to spare. Pushing through. Jorgamo holds. Denied in the
Oh, Madalfy.
If that round doesn't have you on the edge of your seat watching map 5 in the lower bracket finals, I don't know what will. What on earth was that?
I'm leaning so hard on the desk, trying to make sense of that. I've almost broken it in half.
Gorgeous little play there from Prx. And then it all comes down to the final moments. Don't know how EG managed to scramble to sight that quickly. Jing had an opportunity to shut it all down. But it was Divide to put the final nail in the coffin. EG are on an eco on their attack side. Remember, they're coming off a 13-5 victory over Loud, the best team of all time on Ascent.
The momentum should not be on the side of Prx right now. It really shouldn't, but they've just converted the bonus round.
And we're talking about that being one of EG's greatest strengths at the beginning of this tournament run. Snatched away.
Boostio. God damn, he's clean with it.
There's another one of those first duels. He's so aggressive.
Held down with a Sheriff enough to get the one. Alarmbot spots it. He knows Boostio's close to the corner. Forsaken. Desperate to get
What?
out, but you challenge him. You challenge him and you might just get tested in unfortunate ways. Still, they bring him down. Updraft over the top. Knives rattled away. Out of the hands, a pop flash play. It's covered from the side, and just like that, swings and bloody roundabouts. It's going to be another Thrifty, assuming they can get the spike down.
But only 15 health remaining on Mindfreak. He can't do anything about this. EG off the back of Boostio's incredible couple in mid. And then finding a Jin tucked in the corner where he can't possibly escape off the drone Bladestorm play. EG have found their first.
I love it.
What an answer back to a round that was anyone's to take.
Yeah. Breathing life back into this EG squad. I mean, there was nothing that would have hurt more, I think, than seeing a 4-0 deficit this early on.
And beyond just Boostio hitting a couple of nice shots, that's the A-side pressure. Finding a hole there as CGRS just walks through mid. I mean, he is really exposed in that position. And he is playing an anti-eco, so maybe he's not as worried as he possibly should be in some of the gun rounds. But Boostio punished him for it. And this is where, you know, the opening on the pistol where CGRS just has all the confidence in the world. This is where you see the other side of that, I think. Him just getting caught out and Forsaken trying to come in to bail. We already know the words.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're so good. We've heard it before.
I'm that guy. Blah, blah, blah. But he has been putting up the numbers.
Yeah, he's been walking the walk.
B-main presence shown early. Bit of a stack up here with the Prowler. Doubled up once more, looking to get the wall online potentially. They break the turret.
I'm looking at EG. I'm looking at CGRS's ult here. They want Jing to get an aggressive wall down, but if it gets broken, do they have some kind of counter-aggression using the Nightfall? EG, you've got to be careful in these kind of situations. You do not want your own Miracle Thrifty thrown back in your face.
Weird circumstances with all this B-main control. I mean, the wall's over the top. Lose to the dart.
Yeah, EG are very spread out without actually controlling too much of anything.
Yeah, they've lost mid-control on the defense side still for Prx, but the door's been closed. And so, it's Demon 1 that's pushed up in that advanced lurk position. EG love to do this. Yeah. They do it often, but he's going to have to break the doors and have any sort of impact in here, and that requires a distraction from his team. That's what this is for now towards B-main. Help command. ripping forwards. It needs to be a bailout here. Jing close to the corner. He's going to get cleared. He still gets the one as well. Shots are fired. Through. Better weaponry will win the day.
And CGRS there with just a small mistake. He was holding his Fade ultimate, tried to use it, and it got taken away from him. So they were really attempting to fight that B main incredibly heavily, and they just couldn't quite get the ultimate off in time. That's really taken the sting out of this round. And you're right, Brent, watch out for those Demon Wand lurks. He'll play entry with them sometimes, and hard lurk at other times on the attack side, even with an operator in his hand. It's one of the big changes that EG have made to their Ascent gameplay that caused them to be able to beat the best teams in the world.
Mind freak here, I mean, trying to get away with something. Possibly some kills as they're all collected into the corner. But EG, necessary rounds to make it more even here. Starting on their attack side, it's the least favored side in theory. Why it would have been just absolutely awful for them to get that 0-4 beginning in terms of the rounds, winning that thrifty, getting it moving into something else. Big ults online for Prx though.
Including the Nightfall, which they weren't able to use into the null command on the previous, and set up for a 3-player clash in A main. And Prx have been frequently pressuring the out wings of the map, the extremities, and EG have been able to deal with it. Mindfreak got caught in this spot before, on the pistol round.
Going for wine aggression again. Jing is the one who's playing hyper-aggressive here, but surely the smallest piece of util will punish this. Warp tap, one-way renew. Jing's not there. It's not synced up at all. Mindfreak now is left to just hold his position. Paranoia attempting to reposition once more. Has the TP here. Con, does he want to go for it? He was thinking about it. The Hunter's Fury in his back pocket.
He didn't realize how fat that ult would have been. 3 players grouped up from Prx, leaving the mid side of the map completely open. Only CGRS pressuring B. There's no one to punish CGRS though, and the deeper he gets, the more confident Prx can be. It's an A re-hit.
That's why they're playing so close. Lockdown. That worked though. Prx, you have to respect this one. Watch the break here. Hello, Mind Freak.
Oh,
he's behind them.
He could have a free kill there on Jorgmo, but he just didn't spot the timing.
This is not heard for. Forsaken from the heaven position. 2 kills claimed before going down to the nade, and still it's his double flank. This setup all the way around here. Com has to try and at least stop this one. Clears it with a slide off angle. Expects the second player. They don't know where Mind Freak is. Spike eventually planted. FC3 position now, waiting it out.
Aduh.
Here's the footsteps. A bit of a sound bait from him. Very intelligent plays all over the place.
Very nicely handled from EG. There was a ton of danger in that round. But it all starts with them picking apart an A main control. Play from Prx that just didn't really seem to make too much sense. I mean, they're tucking Mindfreak away into wine and just having Jing swing off the paranoia contact. It's so awkward. And as soon as Forsaken goes down here to the nade,
okay.
Com's got the other 2. He's waiting back here in order to use his Sova ult. And Com's so good for that, neutralizing the threat.
Not only watching the flank defense, but he's got his ult as well, just in case they could play for a full retake on the site.
And this is the issue, playing against EG on Ascent. They're so dangerous on attack side. They'll come up with game plans to pick you to pieces.
Yeah. Got levels to it.
It really does look like they're very aware here. It's somewhat similar to their game plan on Pearl. They're going to pressure over towards A. They're waiting for some kind of take to happen. Trying to find the holes in what Prx are doing. Because Prx are not as thorough with the utility. Their strengths lie elsewhere. So EG are forcing them to lean more into EG's game. Slower tempo, much more about how the utility is being used. Still haven't found a way of being able to use this Nightfall. Tried to get value out of it quite a bit earlier.
Not down to the worst weaponry. This is EG making a go of it. They can grab a lead as well on their attack side. I mean, okay, sky's the limit. They've all beginning, but yeah.
Yeah, they've only played 1 best-of-5 before in this team's history. They ended up losing. Where's Forsaken off to? It's like a delayed tile scrunch.
Yeah, really delayed, Demon 1. plucks him out of the sky. Boostio from behind, has to be the second level to it, but not to be so. 2 players fall down towards Tiles. I know CGRS is there, and this is a bit of a pivot and an attempt by EG, but they're just going to be taking up the space towards A anyway. Com will be that backstab.
Com's in danger.
He is in danger.
He's
Tucked
found
to
the timing.
corner. He's able to get back to safety here, so the plant will go down again. Exactly the same points, Josh, that we were bringing up a little bit prior with Com playing that far back. He's got the Hunter's Fury to be that extra level to it.
Right, and he's looking for any flanks happening for the retake.
There's a kill though. Divide. Stepping on the gas. Nightfall now scatters through. Jorgamo not caught. Sprayed. Transfer. Jorgamo. Oh my.
What a play. Tucked himself in the corner away from the Nightfall. Cleans up 3 easy ones. Prx had no idea that he was there. Trusted that Nightfall. Absolutely. And it was a half buy. But after Divine opens up the round like this, or opens up the retake, I should say, everybody at Prx chomping at the bit to try and make this one a reality.
Yeah, those are the moments you dream of. Makes the most of that round, a slight gap in the util. Here's that round advantage, granted to EG. Operator online for Forsaken. Fast plays now. This is a tent, isn't it? All the way through, there's a horde off of it. Wasn't dealt with, but Genghis counter spammed.
Excellent counter to that play from EG. We've seen some teams run similar versions of it, but that was a very quick reaction.
Bisa gitu.
They're just getting advantages by neutralizing what Prx are trying to do.
It's all just being the slow beginning for EG.
It's all about the counter punch.
Yeah, wait and see.
Or stopping the punch.
Hunter's Fury, offloaded. Let rip towards into tree. Trying to clear a path and a way back into it. Shot misses, goes wide, Forsaken. Well, granted the kill, instead it's all going topsy-turvy. EG, massive player advantage.
And Com's constantly here, watching for anybody trying to backstab. Coming through Gelato, coming through mid, Com's got your number.
Already thinking ahead to try and take these weapons out of their hands.
Yeah.
Already. You can see how fast he was on the flank there.
EG are hyper confident here. They're calling the save so early. And looking to hunt, looking to punish.
Right. Oh, there's an angle. Damage done. Door's broken. Towards lane. Forsaken just covering it. There's a shot landed. Hey, there's the punish. They still want to go for this? Still trying to take away this guns. It might be worth it. Plenty of money in the bank to try and make a play towards it. Spam down, Forsaken. Jump spot, round the side, round the corner. Yeah, eventually cornering him. That was the goal for them. Take the operator out of his hands. 2-round lead. Now built here for EG. Look at that. Beautiful. Where would a counter spam?
Yeah, such a good idea to start this out. And EG have got an avalanche of momentum. You can see it in the way that Alex is responding. This match is slipped right away from Prx. Defense side on ascent.
Usually where you're going to be
What?
favored, but well, team in one. Absolute shutdown and stopper put to any sort of statistics here because this is EG running away with their attack side. First kill.
And these first kills have so consistently been going the way of EG. Anything Prx tries to do to generate an advantage in the early round, even on maps that Prx was winning, it wasn't working. On average in this series, EG have been plus 4.5 in first kills to first deaths. 4 or 5 first kills more than your opponent. Credit to Prx that it's even this competitive here in map 5. To be able to battle back with that kind of adversity.
We mentioned it earlier, yeah. They are just statistical anomalies.
But at some point the numbers are going to catch up with you. Especially if you're having to battle through every slow round like this. With only 4 people to cover the whole map on defense.
Flash repeat, and play is cooked up in the midst of it.
Oh no.
CGRS!
Oh no.
Where's the pistol round play that we saw prior? Can't hit the shots. Jorgamo, he's in the back lines. TPs. Favorite of his life, doesn't actually know where these players are. Still through the box, paranoid up, wider face still, yet again, but damage was done prior.
And Divide just baiting, expecting everybody else on EG to be here.
The bait and switch, Divide containing Mind Freak. He might have put a stop to this. No, spammed through the wall. Time was running really damn short there, but They're going to hold back onto this one. Res online, looks like there might be an attempt to play for this one. Prx throwing everything into it. Players are weak, you can understand why. No command now. Waves emanating, catching, no util to be used, but Demon 1 has immediately shut that one down. Heaven's watched for. Too many layers to it, too much safety in the numbers of EG. Confidence in their aim all around.
And the desk were talking about it, but this Demon has been unleashed from hell. 11 and 4. Taking over in the server. I mean, look at that. Oh, so confident. It's only a Marshall on the other side, and had it been an operator, Forsaken would have landed the kill.
That's ridiculous,
but
though.
These shots are just insane.
Didn't catch it initially, but as soon as I heard the dash and the kill feed light up, I was like, okay, well, this guy's on it. He's locked in.
And now op v op as we head into round 10. A little wall boost to post Forsaken up, looking towards mid, where Com's been playing. But Demon 1's going to start the round out slowly, watching B.
Already into it. Even earning his ult. Yeah, this wall boost. It's been a position and a play that's been done quite some time, actually. I remember Scream pulling this off in 2021.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people used to run Sage on this map back in the day. But it's a bit of a weird composition now, certainly not meta. You know, no Killjoy on the defense side as well. It's definitely going to skew your expectations for which side is favored, but usually teams are still able to put up very respectable performances.
The diligence is shown here with the util, clearing into B with the paranoia. Forsaken. Onus is on him to see if he can hit some of these shots as well, and return with the fire, blind, spam, the shots, they're rattling. But no recipients, no targets to be found and collected. Instead it is to still on CGRS towards the back of the side, but all the smokes are watched.
EG with such exceptional diligence there. Demon 1 stuck in a position.
Demon 1, man!
Trying to frag his way out.
Still getting away with it. Only the one though before traded. Jump spot, damage done, rifle picked up and exchanged. 2v3. The chance to maybe win it.
But almost a frantic tone to the way that Prx is moving around
Spam
here.
Onto the corner, it's a common position, and Bustio is dealt with. Here's the knives, here's the updrafts, at work, through into the corner. Jorgamo shuts it down before it gets away. Too much more to buy. It's an impossible task, an impossible scenario. It's a 1v2. Nobody's giving him a clean fight. Nobody's giving him a fair fight. Running rings around him because they know time is of the essence, and he's got none of it, man. None of it at all.
EG are absolutely running away with this final map. I've seen Prx some ridiculous stuff across this run, across their previous tournament runs as well. They're a very experienced team in BO5, but this has got to shake you. Demon 1 looks like he's absolutely on fire. The game plan is working perfectly. The slow play pace dismantling. All of the early picks going the way of EG. How do they respond? How can Prx get anything out of this?
2 chances left in the half. The money's not good. It's a half buy. They're having to buy to save for the next, for the final round. Here's the timing once more taken with the drone over the top, lighting him up. Forsaken, he has to use the dash to disengage. He's still locked into the corner. Bustio was waiting for the audio cues. He heard the cross. It's going to take magic. Dig themselves out of this hole. Needs to be a massive moment. Shot through the wall, that landed, that connected, straight to the head, flash to set them up, push him back in, it's dismantled in an instant.
And they hear the classic EG play again, leave Demon 1 posted up in B main so they can entry from the opposite side to the initiators. The pinch comes through and Jing left reeling. Doesn't know where the hit's coming from.
Yeah, head on a swivel.
It's fluid!
Everything, man.
Absolutely fluid from EG. Brutalizing Prx here. And now you're seeing how this team was able to dismantle Loud in that 13-5 victory.
Take a look at that timeline. A string of rounds, 8 in a row for EG. Paving the way in red.
Looking like they are on a warpath towards their first grand finals ever and a rematch with Fnatic.
They won it. Vengeance is in the air, man. to change up too much more. EG have been doing a bit of a flash dart repeat on this one. Similar again, updraft play. No command's actually going to be forced out by Prx. Takes away the knives. But they still want to fight fair. They remain controlled. They don't really have the util for it. There's a flash. Pop flash underhanded. Winning out that duel, but a paranoia meets them. They have to back away and respect it. Avoiding it. Aim's reset enough. It's a little bit strained. All over the top. Jing! No way. When does this smoke fade? And meanwhile, players lurking away into mid, out in the open. Hunter's Fury clearing it. Boostio, he was called out and he was dealt with there by Mindfreak. This is for the round here. Sometimes takes a bit of chaos has been sewed into it. A lot of individuality on show.
Prx looking good to be able to get the fourth. Where a pistol round, a bonus round, something like that might be able to save things. Jing with a repush.
There was a sound bait. Good awareness.
Aduh.
Good trade from Goff. Drop down to 59 health. Has the dart. 25 seconds left. Setting his sight towards the A side. Damage. So much of it being done. Can't quite land enough shots as well to do the job and bring down the opposition. It's all waiting for him. No winning in that scenario. So, 4 rounds. Earned through sweat and tears for Prx. 4 rounds could be enough.
Prx will be hoping that it is. The belief in themselves, I'm sure, won't falter.
Send it down to Yinsu, the special guest as well. Interview down on the floor.
Thank you very much, Saisho and Brent. What a great half that was for EG, and I'm joined by Boostio's mom, one of the great EG supporters here in the arena. First of all, Kelly, you know, they managed to bring it back the map before as well, and they're doing great here. So how are you feeling?
Oh, I am so pumped. I'm so excited. It's Doll's birthday, so we're going to win this for him at least.
Oh, I think they're going to win it for all the fans that are supporting them as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And speaking of those fans, a lot of people, you know, doubted this team coming into this tournament. So what have you made of their journey and the fact they're able to get this far?
Never give up, never surrender is my son's motto. And I'm just so impressed and hyped and can't believe I'm here. This is an amazing country. Everybody is so sweet. And I'm just living a dream.
I think he's living the dream as well, I'll bet. And speaking of Boostio, you know, how do you feel, how proud are you of the fact that he's not just winning, but he's leading his team to success?
It is amazing. It has been a roller coaster. So him doing this well and the team supporting him just means all the world to this mom.
Well, I mean, in terms of that, how much would it mean to you, and do you think what it would mean to him as well, to be able to win today and reach a grand finals here in Tokyo?
I would die.
Please don't, please don't.
No, I literally am amazed and so pumped, and everybody is rooting for all of us. Couldn't ask for more.
If you could say anything to him right now, you know, he's up there, what would you say?
Boostio, you know I love you. Keldon boy, you're rocking our names. I appreciate it. I love you, boy.
They've got this, they've got this. Thank you so much,
Thank
Kelly,
you.
for joining me. EG, oh, no problem at all. EG, they're on the precipice of making that grand final. Saisho and Brent, I'm going to send it back to you guys and see if they can indeed close this out.
Set the stage for it. It's that 4-round lead. Love to see the support from the families as well. I mean, listen, you know, it's nervous energy, of course, but it's almost a winner grasp. Just can't let it slip here and now.
And I'm sure the fans, the family, more nervous than even the players in this kind of situation. Who've been building up to it their whole careers, looking for a moment like
Here's
this.
a switch up. Tempo increased to the max. Set lineups towards the back. That's a paranoia. Jorgamo couldn't see much. Gio, okay, Demon 1 from heaven. Ethan off to the side. It's a dart from the... Okay, miles away. The flood attempt from EG pays off almost instantly.
And Mindfreak left alone, as he has been in so many situations on this map. Just in an unwinnable spot. Thoughts rushing through his head of how quickly this has all turned against him. The round, in some sense, being a microcosm of the map. Because it's slipping away from Prx.
Susah.
Good to start there. A lot of pressure, but EG were ready to solve it. Flash recon combo, people spamming through all over in the blink of an eye.
relatively standard setup here by EG. You know, you have Demon 1 close to the corner, taking his time with it. Ethan seeking as well to help out. You can see the pop flash there. I'm pretty sure Con fires his dart as well from spawn when he knows that his pressure's coming in over towards Egg.
Yeah. And they completely dismantle that Paper X push. Ethan with a groan. He's about the only player on EG that's used to situations like this. So if it's doing that to Ethan, what's it going to be doing to the rest of them?
Barreling forward, straight down Cat, taking a fight. Turn back, left to reset. Demon 1. He's out for blood. He's hunting for more. 2 away. Ace on the cards, but denied.
Denied his chance at a clip. But it'll take a bit more than that for Paper X to deny his chance at a grand final. They're closing in. Tightening the net around Mindfreak and Devi.
Cutting noise, but the spike out in the open. Really no chance in this round. It would have to be
anything away.
Insane shots for the high-low setup. Doubled up, another face round the side. That is going to be 10 rounds now for EG. On the precipice, on the brink.
Susah ya.
For Demon 1, top of the scoreboard currently, 19 and 7. This is his first big event ever in Valorant. He's played the playoffs in Americas, of course, but in terms of global competition, he didn't even come to lock in. No. Everybody else, basically, in franchising, got their opportunity to dip their toes in the waters early and feel out what a stage like this is like. Not Demon 1. Does it appear to have hurt him? Not at all. He's risen to the occasion.
Stepping up when his team needed it. Fast. Off to the side here. It's a cheeky wall over the top. Demon 1 was separated. Moved. A lot of util being expended and sent towards the back of the site. Com trying to anchor from that position. He's slowed down to a crawl. So, just like that, an immediate answer of Paper X. Won't be as easy as a path as you might have intended, because that is flawless. All the weapons staying alive. Players healthy.
And that's a very common exec by Paper X, one that they were running a lot of the time over in Pacific. The wall boost up, people flooding in, applying a ton of pressure onto the players hard anchoring the site. This an anti-bonus, so Paper X had better weaponry, and Mindfreak making sure that there wasn't a push coming through mid. One of the most common counters to a team that runs a B-pop like that is going to be to push 2 players, maybe even 3, out through mid to flank B main. Here instead, this looks like some kind of recon spam setup over towards tiles.
Flash. Demon 1's pushed off again. Is this the exact same play, really?
Yep.
Ultimate. See the util being cycled now to try and get themselves into the side, but no one really pathing towards the back of it. Kill was found with Devi falling.
Feels like Forsaken was almost waiting for a flash to be able to push further.
He's in danger. Forsaken's really in danger here. Is there going to be the squeeze from behind? The answer is a little bit delayed here. Smoke at his feet. Demon 1 can't take a clean fight, but finally the dart lights him up.
The utility's so good from EG.
Cigarettes, okay. CJRS finding the 2. Shocked up, bringing him down. And Jing has to get off his perch. Away from the wall. TP, it's a fake.
Waduh.
He's teaching him a very harsh lesson.
You don't gotta do it to him like that.
Yeah, that's just nasty.
What's the reason he's pulled that one out?
Absolute fake out. Depths of TikTok
Unreal.
or something. I don't know, man. I don't know, but
the Jorgamo play, seen it in Americas.
Yeah.
But look at this, how well they put the squeeze down onto Forsaken. And that. And fake like he could be going into the smoke or on top of the wall.
Yeah, you can barely believe it. I really did pull that off. The cider map.
And listen,
lower bracket finals.
Imagine what's going through the EG players' heads right now. They're 2 rounds away from making it to the grand finals.
Credit to the players immediately coming up with an answer as well to disrupt that B hit when it was coming through. Just lost a round to it this time. It's in a prior round, absorbing it. Here's a drone. Com's going to be spawning out. Forsaken. Down mid. Odin at play. Odin at work. Alarm bot. Spam off the contact. Narrow angle for Demon 1. Takes it pushed back. There's going to be flanks all over the place here. And Forsaken has found his timing. Disrespect showcased. Wow. Jiggle peeked. I think this is spotted.
Doesn't. Oh.
Yeah. Jorgamo was actually just trying to set up. Oh! Oh my! just a little bit too deep.
What a moment of brilliance from Forsaken.
Boostio anchored towards the back, holding it. Judge in his hand. Do you dare claim him? Do you dare try to clear him out? It's a face together. It nets them the kill. And at this point, Ethan have to back away here. Unwinnable.
Ooh.
Facing the wrong way. 4 for Forsaken.
Not allowed to save. Not at all. What a play by Forsaken, though.
He finds the perfect timing through on a very similar play to one that you might expect to see from Demon 1 on the attack side, becoming the lurking jet. But the fact that he also swings and deletes Comp.
They need more of that from him. They are going to rely on Forsaken so heavily to get this deficit back under control. And it's still all fun and games for EG. They don't really believe the comeback's possible for Prx on the attack side. But this round, it's a gamble. They're all over towards B. It's the wrong side of the map, so Prx are going to get a very easy plant and post-plant here.
And they did spend all their util with this exec. That's the downside of playing so quickly at the beginning, is that, okay, when you realize there's nobody on the site, you kind of just use all those key pieces of util. Wall, propped up against the door. It's going to be really difficult to chew through when you don't have the weapons for it.
Yeah, that kind of wall is just impenetrable, essentially.
That's
how you go.
Didn't realize they were already up on the line. Steamer 1 to answer. Smoke propped down, Divide close to the corner. This is getting a bit dicey.
Oh, nice.
There needs to be containment, and there it is. 2 players left standing now.
Flash recon.
Dart, yep. Great combo. Blinded up. Yeah, Forsaken, he is dealing with it well enough. Lighting them up. Disrespect being showcased. Everyone's hunted and trying to scramble for the final kill.
But despite the fact that that took a few rifles out of the hands of Prx, their economy is still looking in a good spot. Within 4 rounds now. Prx's composition, it doesn't have that killjoy. It's still really effective on the attack and defense side. It's perhaps a bit more of a balanced composition, you could argue, than the meta comp that EG are running. But EG are on the favored side of this map. One where most teams are going to be able to rack up many rounds in a row. Prx would need to take the ults that they've earned and turn them into a snowball here.
It's all in again. Nightfall to the back. Towards the back side of it. No one's suspecting it. Forsaken, who's right over the top. Not sure if it's a Nightfall or what. Com seeks to equalize, unleashing the Hunter's Fury, and does connect it onto Jing,
who was on top of the wall again. So anticipating the play, they know what it looks like right now from Prx. They're just choosing to play full retake with no command.
Yeah, Ethan's got that one. Lets it loose. Pushing them back, no util to be used in this instance. Already just starting to flood the way back into the site. Has to be the big moment. Demon 1. This guy is just spectacular. It's 3 for him to buy. He's left towards main, but not for much longer.
Okay.
Full defuse and EG, they can feel it. Tension's running high, but maybe they can start to breathe a sigh of relief. That is the 12th round earned for them.
Match point game for Evil Geniuses in only their 2nd ever best of 5. They have 5 opportunities now to be able to head to a Grand Finals rematch. And the anime arc will continue. Them a 2nd shot at taking down the Titan. The big dogs. The big bad at the end. And the belief must be absolutely flowing in the camp currently. EG can feel it. It's within touching distance. The biggest moment of their careers.
Will there be the nuance from Prx? Been all in at the beginning of almost every single one of these rounds. No strangers to it now. You can see pushing into the mids, close to the corner, sprayed down but traded. Clear advantage this time to Prx. It was a different turn of events. And Ethan bait the reswing.
Ethan alone. It looks like an A split where he's going to be under incredible pressure here.
It's Ethan to try and finalize. Shut this down before it gets going. Prowler, flash over the top. That's caught onto a multitude of players. Nade, barreling forwards. Heaven control is dealt with. Com's still there, pushing the issue and forcing the fights towards him. Can't stand up to it, but the spike is going to be denied. Boostio has brought it to a 1v2. Rez is available. Jing wants to use it. They don't want this round to escape them.
Boostio's going for the big wraparound play here. Has he found the timing early enough? I mean, for some reason, Prx seemed to think he could be back up at Heaven here. I think the wall would have blocked that from happening.
being watched though. Just an angle, but now he knows exactly where he is. Mindfreak holding the cross, Shorty in his hand.
4 lagi, susah.
Extension of play in the series. We keep going.
4 opportunities. These are going to tick down, and EG, their economy is not in a great spot. Probably the best decision here would be for EG to take an eco round. But then the score, you're thinking 12-9. And suddenly, all of the laughing on the EG side of the camp, the carefree attitude, you might see some doubts start to creep in.
Might start to fade away.
Prx have got to keep it absolutely clean, literal perfection from them, round after round being put up on the board. But as they get closer, the mental pressure on EG is going to increase.
For a team like Prx, they've defied all expectations to even get here in the first place. I mean, substituting one of your best players, who you've essentially defined all of your strategies, your compositions around, sometimes pulling out his Rain play. Subbing in CJRS with 10 days practice at the beginning before this event even kicked off. I don't think even themselves, listen, I think it's fair to say, I don't think they were even expecting to be able to go on the run in the fashion that they have so far.
I think you could say that about both teams. Yeah. Something that EG kept repeating in press conferences was, we have no expectations. When you have no expectations, but you continue to perform excellently, you get runs like this from both of these teams. Defying the odds. Clashing here in the lower bracket final.
There's tension in the air.
Demon 1, 27 kills across 20 rounds, almost double the next player on EG.
The lone rifle for his team that's otherwise on the half by. Looking to grab another one. This is rare for them, isn't it? Slow down once more. No big all-ins on either side of the extremities, just exploring towards mid, keeping control of A main.
Trying to feel out some kind of tactic from EG. Remember, this team is known for their trap plays. Making something happen like that would be a great way to push it over the line.
Here's a close play. Boostio to take the contact. Ethan holding a flash. He's going to be swinging off of it. Boostio sees it. Lands it. Hot flash in his face. Jumping right clicks. This is getting dangerous. More than dangerous. A little bit prior. It was Demon 1 who also ripped off the head of one of the players. Prx now. It's a scramble. 40 seconds remaining.
Wah, GG lah GG.
We see it where a comeback like this gets halted by a Thrifty. While teams just freeze up. Forsaken could be the difference maker here.
Still
trying to lead his team in.
Nice hold of it. Slow to try and cross in. 4 positions gained. TP into the back of the site, shoring up those defenses. They handed the rifle over to Ethan. He does not get the kill, but blinded up. Jorgamo is in the action. He's in the fight, and players are loaded. He might just be able to do it. Jumping spot is shut down. Defy. Surely he's finished. It's a 1v1 to save them in the series. The spike needs to be planted, and Com knows it. He slowed it all the way down. He's playing it safe. The shock darts are play. There needs to be the plan. There needs to be the fight.
Ah.
Done it. Paving the way of a Thrifty. EG are destined to get that rematch.
They win in the final round in the most unlikely fashion of a Thrifty play, where Com has a classic in hand to finish it off. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about EG's run throughout this, finding the wins in the most unlikely fashion, and yet looking excellent all throughout their run in Masters Tokyo. What a run. What a team to have vying for the trophy. And Prx also would have been very worthy competitors, getting it all the way there to the 5th map in the lower bracket final, without arguably their best player.
The smiles, you know, you can tell the expectations. They weren't particularly high for that team. They've done well, but that's going to be elimination for them, that top 3 finish. And EG now, they set their sights on a much more grander prize. They've earned the right to challenge again those lofty opponents, Fnatic at their core. The lauded super team, that's all we've been calling them. They're going to be waiting on the other side of this now for that rematch where EG, they did push them all the way, but congratulations and cheers in order.
overall here, think about the gauntlet that EG have run again. Through DRX, through Loud, through Liquid, now through PaperX. All to meet up against Fnatic twice in this tournament and contest a trophy. Evil Geniuses going to their first ever grand finals. A team that has been disrespected, downtrodden, never believed in. Started this year with a handful of fans, now playing in front of thousands in a stadium, chanting their names.
You love to see it. Strength to strength with this EG squad. Living up every expectation that was placed on their shoulders. I mean, they went into this tournament with none of them. They've taken to every challenge that's faced them. And here they stand now.